At the turn of the 20th century, the Islamic world continued on their decline. Yet, in order to stop their demise, a whole range of ideas were being presented, like constitutionalism, pan-Turkism and the likes. But while the Ottomans were busy accepting German aid and assistance, the Persians were stuck far away, gradually falling under the influence of the Russians. For instance, their best troops were the Russian-trained Cossack Brigade. The people also suffered under Qajar rule, paying high taxes to pay off Mozafar ad-Din's debts. So, in 1905, when a couple of merchants were whipped in the streets, the people protested. This group of protesters consisted of religious scholars, businessmen, liberals, nationalists, and a lot more. The army chased them into a mosque, setting off much larger protests around the city. The Shah agreed to make some compromises, however he quickly broke these promises, and more protests erupted. The Cossacks then killed some, forcing many to seek sanctuary at the British embassy. In fact, there were 12,000 people in the embassy gardens, and the Shah finally relented. In late 1906, just a few days before he died, he agreed that a majlis, a parliament, should be created, and they should create a constitution. But, like in the Iranian Revolution decades later, the liberals and Islamic revolutionaries that opposed the Shah could agree on very little. There was also a new feminist organisation known as the Women's Freedom Association, and one of the most prominent members was Taj al-Sultana. She was the daughter of the Shah, and today she's most famous for her pretty unique appearance. But she was an early advocate of women's rights, and led marches in the capital. She also believed in abolishing the slave trade, despite being raised by slaves in the palace. However, the initial constitution refused women the right to vote. Many also deemed this new constitution as being too liberal, so amendments were made. Like all laws must be approved by clerics, and the Shah still had the authority to declare war. But the new Shah, Muhammad Ali, was still opposed to the whole thing. Meanwhile, the British and Russians were ending the Great Game, as Britain was now far more concerned about the growing power of Germany. And as they formed an alliance with France, this largely put them into the same camp as Russia. Plus, after Russia's defeat to Japan, the Tsar wanted to gain some sort of victory to improve his prestige. So the two sides met to discuss the Turkish Straits and Persia. They saw the new government as weak and less open to selling concessions. So the Russians proposed dividing Persia into spheres of influence. This also meant that they would help restore the Shah to power. And fortunately for the Shah, Parliament by this point was already falling apart. The Prime Minister, Nasrullah Pernia, didn't have a majority support, and Parliament couldn't agree on most things. So between March to December 1907, there were 4 Prime Ministers, and protests broke out against the cuts in the salaries of government workers. On the other side of the political spectrum, there were more radical constitutionalists, and they tried to assassinate the Shah in early 1908 by throwing grenades at his car. To end this political stalemate, Vladimir Lyakov and his Cossack Brigade moved into the capital, bombarded Parliament, and made himself the military governor of Tehran. He then quickly executed a number of constitutionalists during this, the Minor Tyranny. But around the country people rose up, like in Tabriz, Gilan and Isfahan. Not all of these were supporters of Parliament, as some were just angered by the Shah's oppression or wanted autonomy. Like Mirza Kutchuk Khan would later create the jungle movement of Gilan, looking potentially for independence. While in Tabriz, the likes of Sattar Khan led the rebels in defending the city for months. And Ali Qoli Khan Bakhtiari led his tribe around Isfahan and formed alliances with tribes like the Kashkai. Rebellions continued to spread, and they began to advance on the capital in 1909. The Russians, trying to put pressure on them, decided to invade Persia and march on Tabriz yet again. But the rebels continued and took over the capital, in what has been called the Triumph of Tehran. Parliament was brought back, the Shah had to step down in favour of his son Ahmed, while many of the royalists were executed. This actually included many prominent Islamic scholars, like Sheikh Fazlullah Nori. But the Russians still entered Tabriz and tried to put forward their demands. However, negotiations constantly broke down, so they remained there crushing rebellions throughout the First World War. The British didn't oppose this action, as ever since their agreement with the Russians, the Great Game had largely ended, and Afghanistan was guaranteed as part of the British sphere of influence, while also acting as a buffer between the two empires. There, Habibullah Khan ruled from 1901 until the First World War, and largely the country finally remained relatively peaceful. There was a small rebellion in Khost when a member of the Gajili tribe claimed the throne, but the government had been modernising their army and quickly put it down. And the end of the Great Game brought about huge changes in the Ottoman Empire as well, as when the British and Russian royals met with one another, it sparked a constitutional rebellion. This was started by the Young Turks, who, much like the Young Ottomans beforehand, wanted to bring about huge changes to the empire. The most important group within this movement was the CUP, which was founded by members of the Imperial Military School of Medicine. But as per usual, there were divisions. So while Ahmed Reza led the CUP, others joined the Liberal Party, like Mehmed Sabahaddin. He hoped that the Ottoman Empire could begin to follow the example of British liberalism instead. They recruited a number of influential officers like Enver Pasha and Mustafa Kemal, later known as Ataturk, and they largely took over the Third Army. This army was stationed in the Balkans and was central in the Macedonian conflict. Macedonia then was still in Ottoman hands, but it was divided between Greeks, Serbians, Turks, Bulgarians and more, and all of the respective nations wanted to take over it. Ahmed Niazi began to recruit more people into the Young Turks, determined to hold on to the land. And then when he heard that Tsar Nicholas and Edward VII met with one another, he became convinced that they were going to partition Ottoman lands again. So Niazi, along with Enver Pasha, took a band of soldiers into the mountains and rebelled. It was all poorly planned though, but as Niazi said, it was either death or the salvation of the fatherland. Many soldiers deserted to join their ranks along with many local Albanians, and even Bulgarians in Macedonia, who were promised equal treatment. They then marched on the capital, and Abdul Hamid quickly gave in to their demands and brought back the constitution in July 1908. The CUP though only gained 60 out of nearly 300 seats. So instead, Kamil Pasha was brought into power, and the CUP looked to influence politics from the background. Also, in the elections, the rest of Turkey voted for groups like the Liberal Party, or many ethnic representatives. Like Arabs would get 60 seats, Albanians and Greeks over 20 each, Armenians 14, Slavs 10, and Jews 4. However, 1908 was a pretty disastrous year for the Ottomans. Austria annexed Bosnia, Bulgaria declared their independence, and Crete formed a union with Greece. The new government therefore was instantly seen as incredibly weak. To make matters worse, in the capital, Parliament was divided, and even the Young Turks split. Some like Kamil favoured a more liberal decentralised state to gain the support of groups like the Albanians, while the CUP favoured centralisation and the promotion of a Turkish identity. The CUP and their Third Army then arrived in the capital late in the year and arranged for many Albanian troops, who they believed were hostile, to be transferred to Yemen or be disbanded. The Albanians tried to mutiny, but they were put down violently. Kamil then tried to limit the CU's power by appointing his own ministers, but the CUP managed to persuade Parliament into forcing him to resign. Many now became convinced that the CUP would move against the Sultan himself. Among them was a Sufi mystic named Hafiz Derviz Vardeti. He created an Islamic group and newspaper denouncing the new group as capitulating to the Europeans and going against Islamic traditions. Then, when a journalist critical of the CUP was killed, the people protested in the city. They were joined by many soldiers and religious students as they surrounded Parliament, demanding the return of Sharia law. Many in the CUP fled and reorganised under Talat Pasha, but this had divided the entire empire. For instance, the CUP had support among some leaders in the Balkans, like Prenkbib Doda. He was an Albanian leader that was more fearful of the Sultan than the CUP, while others like Isa Bolotini in Kosovo supported the Sultan as he disliked many of the CUP's modern centralising reforms. Plus, inside the capital, the Liberal Party tried to maintain peace in the parliament and appease their new Islamist allies. The CUP then created the Action Army in Macedonia and once again marched on Istanbul, this time demanding that the Sultan resign. They arrived and fought their way through the streets, and the assembly then voted to depose the Sultan in favour of Mehmed V, who had to accept the new constitution. However, the Young Turks faced a number of disasters, and their revolution caused a great deal of alarm and a lot of hope throughout the empire. Many Armenians, for instance, celebrated the demise of the Red Sultan, but the Young Turks would be responsible for many more Armenian massacres. And almost instantly, a massacre took place in Adana. The reasons behind this, though, have been disputed. It could have been because of increased Armenian migration to the city, a growing sense of nationalism, or, as one British officer said, what can be thought of a preacher, a Russian Armenian who, preached revenge for the martyrs of 1895. "Revenge," he said, "murder for murder, buy arms, an Ottoman Muslim for every Armenian of 1895. In the end, though, thousands of Armenians were killed in the city by both civilians and soldiers. Like one newspaper reported, Adana is terrorized by 4,000 soldiers who are looting, shooting and burning. There is reason to believe that the authorities still intend to permit the extermination of all Christians. However, the new Grand Vizier, Hussein Hilmi Pasha, argued that before the Armenian political committees began to organize in Asia Minor, there was peace. I will leave you to judge the cause of the bloodshed. In the aftermath of the massacre, the Young Turks did punish people, but they punished both Turks and Armenians, as they still blamed the Armenians for the events. And from here on out, every massacre will be hotly debated by people on both sides. The Armenian revolutionaries, though, weren't just present in the Ottoman Empire, as across the border in Persia, they held a congress, and under Yeprin Khan, they agreed to support the constitutionalists and fought alongside Sato Khan. Also, back in the Ottoman Empire, many Arabs were now determined to break free from the Young Turks and their pro-Turkish policies. Like in 1909 over in Paris, 3 students founded Al-Fatat and hosted a small Arab Congress of 1913. This would also include Rashid Rida's more conservative Arab League Society, the Covenant Society, which was mainly composed of Iraqi officers, and the Ottoman Party for Administrative Decentralization, founded in 1913 in Syria. The goals of these groups ranged from independence for Iraq and Syria to restoring the caliphate, and from liberalism to Islamism. Plus, the intellectuals at the Congress were mainly based in the Levant and Iraq, meaning leaders in the Arabian Peninsula were left out. At this Congress, though, they did create a flag bearing the Arab colours, and then they returned to the empire. Yet the real independence movements truly began in the Arabian Peninsula. Like in Kuwait, Mubarak had already asserted his independence and began supplying weapons to the enemies of the Ottomans. The Young Turks actually conceded control over most of his territory as well, with the signing of the Anglo-Ottoman Convention of 1913. They created what was called the Blue Line, and then a year later the Violet Line, which recognised British influence over most of Eastern Arabia. This was still at a time when the Turks were losing lands, so they desired to have some sort of ally on the world stage. Britain, though, would agree not to annex territories like Bahrain, while the Ottomans largely withdrew all of their claims. And this land would also include the empty quarter of Arabia, or Rub al-Khali. However, as the name suggests, it was mainly empty. And the first foreigners to cross the deserts here were Bertram Thomas and St. John Philby in the 1930s. But just across the border from Kuwait in Basra in southern Iraq, the Ottomans had to face a number of challenges, starting with the Muntafiq. This collection of Shia tribes united under Sa'd Dun al-Mansur and rebelled. They had, back in 1899, received support from Mubarak and the Saudis, and attacked the Shamar Emirate. Jabal Shammar won, though, and Sa'd Dun was forced into an alliance with them. But beginning in 1903, he led the Muntafiq into attacking other tribes in southern Iraq and defeating Ottoman troops. All of this greatly worried the Sultan, so Abdul Hamid in fact promised to pay them to stop. But Sa'd Dun wanted to reclaim all of his tribe's ancestral lands. So he rose up again, and in 1908 even looked to get British protection. By this point, though, the Young Turks had taken over, and they launched further campaigns into Iraq. Sa'd Dun would later be betrayed and handed over to the Ottomans. And his betrayer was another challenger to Ottoman control in Iraq, Sayyid Talib. He was a descendant of Muhammad, and early on his family had been vying for power. He was then appointed as the governor of Al-Hassa and tried to crush the Bedouins. Yet he forced many of the tribes to pay him money for their safety, and he used this money to bribe the nobles of Basra. But for his actions he was fired from his position. So he returned to the capital, and there, after witnessing the Young Turk Revolution, he began to correspond with Mubarak in Kuwait and Khazal al-Kabi, the ruler of Arabistan in Persia. He also founded his own groups and newspapers, advocating for Arab independence, with himself as ruler, uniting both Sunnis and Shias. The Ottomans tried to have him assassinated, but he continued his activities even after World War I. There were other secret societies formed within Iraq, like the Al-Yad al-Sada, which was a terrorist group that planned on assassinating any Arab leader who opposed Arab nationalism. The British meanwhile had been giving money to the holy Shia cities of Najaf and Karbala, money which was bestowed to them by an Indian prince. But British interest in the region, at least for now, was limited. Like even in 1913, Charles Hardinge said, "Every effort should be made to avoid action likely to lead to partition of the Ottoman Empire, either now or in the future." And he, like many, believed attacking the Ottomans would inspire rebellions among the Muslims in India. And they largely believed that claiming parts of Mesopotamia wouldn't even be worth it. Even encouraging rebellions would not be beneficial. As one consul said, "By interference of the most limited character, we start on the road of which we cannot see or imagine the end." But they did have potential allies in the region who were looking for British protection. Otherwise, in Mecca, the Sharif, Abd al-Ilah Pasha, died. A few men submitted their names to the Sultan to be made Sharif next. They decided to appoint his nephew to rule next though, Ali Pasha ibn Abd Allah ibn Muhammad. But he wouldn't rule for long. He was vehemently opposed to the Young Turk Revolution and flogged men who discussed the new constitution. The governor of Hejaz also opposed the revolution, so the CUP arrested him and forced him to swear on the Quran to uphold constitutional laws. The Sharif didn't want to suffer a similar fate, so he accepted his dismissal and fled to Cairo. Hussein bin Ali took over next, and he would be the leader of the Arab revolt in World War I. However, I should also say that there was a Grand Mufti within Mecca at the same time. One of the previous Muftis was Ahmad Zaini Dalan. He was a critic of Wahhabism and a supporter of Sufi practices. He also approved the use of radio devices for religious purposes and music in religious festivals. So in general, he believed that Wahhabism would divide the Islamic world and ultimately destroy it. But elsewhere, in the late 19th century, he supported Islamic rebellions in Sudan and Indonesia, while tutoring some of the most influential people, like Ahmed Raza Khan Barelvi, who would go on to found the Barelvi movement in South Asia, which counters the more radical Deobandi movement. And in Arabia, he taught Hussein bin Ali, the new Sharif. Once Hussein was in power though, he began to grow suspicious of the new government in Turkey and their promotion of Turkic identity, especially when construction on the Hejaz Railway began in 1908. Many Arabs feared that this would bring Turkish troops and their oppression into the region, and thus wanted to stop it. But here in Arabia still, there was no real talk yet of pan-Arabist ideals. Further south in Asir, anti-Turkish sentiment continued to grow, and Sayyid Muhammad ibn Ali al-Adrisi rose in power. He was the grandson of an Islamic scholar named Ahmad ibn Idris al-Farsi, who again wanted to revive the religion. Well, in 1908, Sayyid was made the new Imam of Asir, and his tribal allies began to take over towns from the Ottomans could never fully restore their power to the region, especially as the Italians, in their war with the Turks, would bombard Turkish bases here. This new religious group in power in Asir would promote strict Sharia law, and during the First World War, they largely sided with the British. The Ottomans were also losing their grip on Yemen as well. Here, the Shia Zaydi people had long struggled against Ottoman occupation, but in the early 1900s, these fights intensified. Like in 1904, they rose up in Sana'a once again and forced the Ottomans to negotiate. When talks were delayed, there was another rebellion in 1911. This coincided with the Italo-Turkish War again though, which I'll get onto in a little bit. The Ottomans therefore feared that the Italians in East Africa could exploit the situation. So the Treaty of Dan was signed, granting Zaydi control over northern Yemen. Yahya Muhammad Hamid el-Din was made the new Imam of this autonomous but essentially independent state. And Yahya would continue to rule in Yemen until long after World War I. The Arabs were also rebelling in the Levant. Back in 1900, the Shubak revolts broke out against heavy taxation. This was nothing out of the ordinary. But at this time in the early 20th century, the Ottomans were still using crusader castles like Montreal as barracks. The rebels were able to scale the walls of this castle, but they were quickly subdued. The Turks then punished the population by making women do forced labour. The men were obviously enraged, so they assaulted the castle again and forced the Ottomans out. The Turks quickly crushed the rebellion, but another wedge was driven between the Arabs and the Turks. There would be other rebellions nearby as well, like the Al-Atrash family, yet again, led Druze against the Ottomans. This rebellion, like many others, began due to a tribal conflict in 1909. The Young Turks sent an army into the region, but this was a huge army of 21,000 men. This army far exceeded anything the Druze could field, so the Turks easily won the battles and killed many of the inhabitants of the region. The Druze were then forced to disarm, and many were forced into the Ottoman army, being sent to the furthest reaches of the empire. But there was now also an almost irreparable break in relations between the Druze and the Turks. So when the Arabs would revolt in World War I, the Al-Atrash family would join the rebels. The Young Turks though wanted to push on, and bring conscription, disarmament and the likes across the Levant. But when they arrived at El Karak, the people rose up under the leadership of one of the dominant clans in the town, known as the Majali family. They joined with many angry Bedouin tribes and captured key stations along the Hejaz Railway, and destroyed many government buildings. Once again it was crushed, their leaders were killed, hundreds were sentenced to forced labour, and once again relations worsened. The Ottomans would also lose key lands in Arabia to foreign powers. In 1903, Ibn Saud began to launch campaigns against Jabal Shammah. Although this conflict was mainly made up of a few sporadic battles, it allowed the Saudis to take Al-Qasim in 1907. A few years of peace then followed before the Saudis expanded again. This time they pushed on Al-Hassa, which the Ottomans had controlled since the 1870s. There, the Shia inhabitants negotiated surrender in return for religious freedoms, and this conquest cut off the Ottomans from their garrisons in Qatar, so it was negotiated that they too should be withdrawn. But this land that the Saudis just took was largely occupied by the Ajman tribe, and they would challenge the Saudis for control during World War I. The Ottomans did also have some small clashes with the British in this region. Like in 1906, Ottoman troops moved into Aqaba, hoping to secure access to the Red Sea. The British and Ottomans reached a peaceful agreement, with the British handing over land west of the city. But many in Egypt were outraged by this, because the British were now making deals on their behalf. Mustafa Kemal Pasha in particular was one of the most vocal critics of the British at this time. He in fact had long been opposed to the British occupation of his country, and back in 1895 even requested that the French help to expel them. For instance, he said to the French, "The English committed an injustice after an injustice, but they have convinced Europe that we are a fanatic people. We are not fanatics, are hostile to Christians." He, like many in the Egyptian elite, was still Francophiles, and still often spoke French to each other. And he also promoted French Republican ideals in his newspaper, the Al-Liwa. But he also rejected the idea of Arab or Islamic unity, and began to look more towards an Egyptian identity and celebrated their ancient history. As such, he, like many others, also turned to Japan for inspiration. This was also in part because the French and the British had just signed the Entente Cordiale, and Egypt was recognized as part of Britain's sphere. But he also believed that Japanese imperialism was justified, and so too was Egypt's. Like he said, Sudan was rightfully theirs because of the right of conquest, and he often saw the Sudanese as inferior people. Tensions though grew worse within British Egypt, thanks to the Densawai incident. By this point, British people had been filling up the ranks of the government and working alongside the Khedive, who many people now saw as even more corrupt. Then in 1906, British officers were hunting pigeons, and were attacked by a group of locals who depended on the animals for food. A British officer then shot a woman in the fight, and a series of unfortunate events then followed, escalating the situation. As one soldier ran home, he died of a heat stroke. An Egyptian tried to help him, but other officers found him near the body and assumed he was a murderer, so he was killed as well. And then an Egyptian who saw what happened stabbed one of the officers. The British army arrested over 50 men and brought them to trial. Both British and Egyptian judges then sentenced some of them to death, some to hard labour, and others to be flogged. This was supposed to quell further nationalist rebellions, but really it had the opposite effect. But the Algerians under French rule were having a far worse time. French forces had continued on their pacification campaign south, bringing their control down to the southern borders, and largely ending the military campaign in 1903. But many of the leadership were often pretty brutal and open about it. Also, after their loss against Germany in 1870, the French had grander ambitions for Algeria. In the words of Adolphe Crémieux, to destroy the military regime and to completely assimilate Algeria into France. Speculators bought up some of the most arable land, and hundreds of thousands of people migrated, forming a community known as the Pied Noir. This was the basis of a settler colony which could turn Algeria into a French province. But while European settlers were given citizenship, the locals were in a bit of a strange grey area. Like in 1908, the French wanted to introduce conscription to defend against a growing German army. However, the Pied Noirs were worried about arming the Algerians, and conscription would possibly lead to the locals also demanding citizenship. And they were sort of right, as a new group of local intellectuals known as the Young Algerians did permission the government to expand suffrage. But this was just a small group, and the following year conscription was introduced with no real extension of rights. Only a couple thousand people were ever conscripted a year though, while the rest of the Algerians in the French army voluntarily joined the Spahis. While over the border, French expansion in Morocco nearly brought about a world war a decade earlier. The French had long had their eyes on the country, but for the most part, the British had defended the Moroccan Sultan. Nevertheless, the French continued to move into Moroccan lands and even claimed Tuat. The Moroccans had ruled over this land through a series of alliances with local tribesmen, and these tribes now united to form a confederation under the command of a man named Ba Sidi. He hoped to resist against the French, but they were defeated at the Battle of Taggart, and the French connected Algeria to their colonies in West Africa. The rebels continued to attack French patrols, but in 1903 they were defeated at the Battle of El Moungar. Shortly after this, the French and the British signed the Entente Cordiale, and this, as I said before, secured British control over Egypt. And importantly here, it also allowed the French to finally expand into Morocco. The French followed much of the same pattern as they had before. As Morocco had taken out huge loans which they could not pay back, the French created a debt administration to oversee repayment. Sultan Abdelaziz, though, had long struggled to collect taxes, and he continued to face rebellions. Like in 1902, Bou Humara rose up. He had served as a secretary in the royal court, but was exiled. He then came back on a donkey and tried to claim the throne for himself. He gained the support of many tribes around Rif and moved into Taza. There he drove back the Sultan's forces and killed many Jews by pouring petrol on them and setting them alight. And he continued to hold power in the town for a few more years. But then, in 1905, the German Kaiser arrived in Morocco and promised to support the Sultan. Abdelaziz then followed the Kaiser's advice and called for an international congress to discuss the reforms needed. This went completely against the French plans. Plus, to make matters even worse, the Kaiser threatened to defend Morocco's independence through war. This he hoped would drive a wedge between the Entente, yet it actually brought the British and French closer together, and the French also threatened war. To end this, the first Moroccan crisis, the powers met to sign the Treaty of Algeciras. The police, army regulations, and generally the country would need to be reformed, and the new National Bank with their new banknotes would begin repaying their huge debt. Spanish and French officers would also be brought in to oversee much of the army and police force. However, the delegates that the Sultan sent could barely speak a foreign language and just sat there saying nothing. Plus, the town didn't have a telegraph or telephone line, so the different delegates couldn't speak to their own leaders. And crucially, in practice, none of this could really be implemented, as the Sultan, again, had very little control outside of his capital. And it was all undone straight away anyway, as the French pharmacist, known as Emile Mauchamp, was assassinated, and the French press called for war. Oujda and Casablanca were quickly occupied in 1907, and the Moroccans, realizing the Sultan was too weak to do anything about it, turned to his brother, Abd al-Hafid. The Islamic leaders declared that he was the real Sultan, and a jihad was declared to reclaim lost lands. Their forces met Abdelaziz outside of Marrakesh and forced him to flee to French-occupied Casablanca. Abd al-Hafid was now the new Sultan, but he began to target many of his old allies and create new enemies. For instance, Muhammad al-Qahtani was a Sufi leader that had supported him, but he began to disagree with the Sultan making more deals with the Europeans. So the Sultan had him shaved, paraded through the streets, had his hands cut off, salt was poured in the wounds, and then killed in front of all of his family. Then he went to Fez to demand that money be handed over. There, Lala Batul, the wife of the governor, was chained to a wall in a crucifix position, her breasts were put in a vice, and she was flogged. Meanwhile, in the north, the fake royal Bou Humara still controlled lands. To make a little money, he sold mining concessions to the Spanish, but this brought him into a conflict with Spain's old rivals, the Rif tribes. Under Mohammed Amazian, they attacked the Spanish mines, and, working with the Moroccan army, they defeated Bohumara. Most of his army were either beheaded or mutilated in public. As for Bohumara, he was put into a small cage, and then, according to some stories, thrown into a pit of lions. The new sultan was therefore a pretty despotic ruler. However, the chaos in the north allowed the Spanish to launch another campaign in Melilla, after many of their miners and railroad workers were killed by Rif tribes. The Spanish, though, had signed the Pact of Cartagena with the British and French, promising to maintain the status quo in the Mediterranean. But in reality, this also gave the Spanish room to expand in the north. They were a pretty poor nation though, unable to hold on to much of their empire, and a great deal of their army was made up of either conscripts or impressed men. So when the campaign began, the people of Spain rose up, forcing the government to declare a state of war to put down the rebels, during this, the tragic week. While over in Morocco, their army was suffering. Rifian guerrillas decimated their advances, forcing Spain to bring in reinforcements. With their help in 1910, they took over Cape Tres Forcas through numbers alone. The following year, the Sultan faced tribal rebellions around Fez. They had suffered under his despotism, believed he was surrendering to European influence again, and hated many of his reforms, particularly in the restructuring of the national army. The Sultan called on the French to save him as he was besieged in his palace. The Germans also sent a gunboat to Agadir to monitor the situation, but this started the Agadir crisis. In theory, the Germans were protecting the Sultan, but behind the scenes, the French and the Germans were negotiating a treaty. In this treaty, the Germans would receive land in Central Africa and allow the French to take over Morocco. The Spanish then once again expanded in the north. As the leader of the Rif tribes called for a jihad, another campaign was launched, and once again the Spanish won. The French and the Spanish then met to partition the country in 1912, while the Moroccan Sultan was forced to sign the Treaty of Fez. He abdicated in favour of his brother Yusuf, who was now under French control. Many regional powers were kept in place, while the French took control of the army, important government departments, and of course, they bought up huge chunks of land as well. But many of the tribes just decided to appoint their own sultan, Ahmed al-Hibba, or the Blue Sultan. His family were the leaders of the Qadariya Sufi Brotherhood, and had long fought against European incursions. So, in Tiznit, he was made the new sultan, and a general rebellion broke out. He received the support of Tami el-Glawi, who had climbed through the ranks, and had been gifted control over towns like Marrakesh. He opened his gates to the rebels, but the French quickly descended on them and scattered the Blue Sultan's armies. Tami el-Glawi would then swap sides and join the French, while the Blue Sultan would continue to claim the throne from his base in the Atlas Mountains. The French though would continue to make more enemies as they tried to take control of the lands between Taza and Khenifra. Here leaders of powerful confederations united, like Moha o Hamu of the Zayan Confederation. They once again declared a holy war against the French, and attacks on pro-French tribes began. The French could not subdue this new rebellion, and further campaigns into the region were stopped, as troops were quickly redeployed to Europe at the beginning of World War I. But back in Europe though, the Italians had been denied Tunisia, and now they were being kept out of colonial efforts in the Mediterranean. So they focused on acquiring Libya, and began incentivizing investments in migration to the region, while their press called for an invasion. Italy at this time was part of the Triple Alliance with Germany and Austria, but they still decided to get approval from Britain and France for an invasion. The Ottomans were already growing wary of such an action, so began sending ships with ammunition to Libya. But this action was just used as a cause for war, as the Italians stated the Turks were supporting extremists. The CUP then received an ultimatum, but this was rejected, so tens of thousands of Italian troops secured the coastal cities. The Ottoman navy at this point was no match for the Italians at sea, and the British prevented them from moving on land through Egypt. So Enver Pasha, Mustafa Kemal and others snuck into Libya and began to organise a resistance, turning the conflict into a stalemate. The Italians dug trenches and used some of the latest military technology, like armoured cars and planes. In fact, the first ever aerial assault was carried out during this war by Giulio Gavotti. To break the stalemate, the Italians changed tactics. In early 1912, they blockaded ports in Yemen, reducing Ottoman influence in that region, and defeated their navy near Lebanon. Then, in the summer, the Italians moved troops in to occupy Rhodes and Kos. Over in Istanbul, the loss of Libya, along with rebellions in Albania, further weakened the prestige of the CUP. After all, they had taken power to defend the nation, but now they were losing land. So, in July 1912, a group of officers who called themselves the Saviour Officers launched a coup. These were really just supporters of the Freedom Party, and this party promoted decentralization and giving more rights to minorities. So they had support from Albanians and others. Plus they were more liberal and wanted to copy the British system, all of which the CUP opposed. But this coup largely began because of the election of 1912. During the campaign, both sides came up with bold accusations and often resorted to violence. In fact, it was actually called the election of the clubs because many of the CUP beat opposition candidates with clubs and sticks. In the end though, the CUP just rigged the election and won 269 out of 275 seats. So the Saviour Officers got support from the Minister of War, Mahmud Shevek Pasha, and after some unrest, the Grand Vizier resigned. As you can probably see at this point though, nobody truly held much power. The Sultan wielded some, the Grand Vizier had a lot, but they often ruled for less than a year, many of them just for a couple of weeks or months. And whoever held parliament had power as well, but they often had disagreements within their own parties. So a new non-partisan cabinet was created by Ahmed Muhtar Pasha. But new elections were delayed because after Italy's victories, the Balkan states formed an alliance known as the Balkan League. The Ottomans, eager to make peace, quickly agreed to cede Libya and the Dodecanese Islands to the Italians. The Italians, though, still only really controlled the cities in the north. The countryside was the domain of the Senussi order under the leadership of Ahmed Sharif. If this Senussi order had declared their independence, they would actually have had a huge empire at this point. They already had connections with Somali dervish rebel leaders like Nur Ahmed Aman, and they joined Dud Mari of the Wadai Empire in their fight against the French. The Turks though now had to deal with the First Balkan War. Serbia, Montenegro, Greece and Bulgaria, having signed an alliance, all declared war at the same time. Ahmed Muhtar Pasha resigned after being caught completely off guard, and Kamil Pasha took over. He however had to deal with humiliating defeats. The Greeks captured Thessaloniki in late 1912, and the Bulgarians were moving incredibly close to Istanbul. The Ottomans were poised to hand over huge chunks of land once again, so the CUP wanted to come back to power. In January 1913, Enver Pasha marched on Parliament, and in the ensuing firefights, some people were killed, including Nazim Pasha, the Minister of War. But this wasn't actually the plan, as they actually hoped to install Nazim as Grand Vizier. The coup leaders then proceeded into the room of Kamil Pasha and forced him to resign. Enver declared that the coup was unfortunate, but it was impossible to wait. A delay of a few hours and the country would have been shamefully delivered to the enemy. The Ottoman Empire was now largely being ruled by the three Pashas, Enver Pasha, Talat Pasha and Jamal Pasha. But they still didn't have complete power just yet, as Mahmud Shevak was made the Grand Vizier, as a sort of compromise. He refused to agree to the Treaty of London though, as the Bulgarians were poised to take over most of Thrace outside of Istanbul. But he was assassinated in June 1913 by a relative of Nazim Pasha who was out for revenge. The three Pashas were now in full control, and fortunately for them, the Balkan nations began to fall out with one another over their newly conquered lands. The Bulgarians in particular made many enemies and went to war against their neighbours. The three Pashas then scrambled to join in and reclaim land including Adrianople in this, the Second Balkan War. But in the wake of this war, the CUP became decidedly more nationalistic. Turks had lived in many of the lost territories for centuries, but many of these were massacred. It wasn't just the Turks though, as maybe as many as 120,000 Albanians were killed, and so too were many Muslim Bulgarians, who were known as the Pomaks. In many areas, Muslim villages were systematically torched, like in Monastir, where 80% of the houses were destroyed. All of this left tens of thousands dead, and nearly 300,000 refugees. Even after the wars, the British consuls reported that in the new Serbian lands, women were assaulted, people were massacred, and villages continued to be torched. The Carnegie Commission tried to investigate further, but they found the Serbian government unwilling to aid them or stop the killings. However, it should be said that massacres were commonplace across the region, like Greeks would kill Bulgarians and vice versa. The CUP though responded by deporting Greeks from Turkey. A paramilitary was then created called the Special Organisation to drive them from their homes, and this organisation also gave the government plausible deniability. The Special Organisation was made up of a mix of people, including released convicts and Circassian emigres. They began to attack Greek towns and businesses, even massacring some like at Phocaea. In many regards, this was in revenge for the destruction of Muslim villages in lost Balkan lands, but it would also help provide lands and homes for the refugees arriving in Turkey. It's estimated that 200,000 Greeks left Turkey for Greece during this period, and it could have inspired future events like the deportation and genocide of Armenians in the east. Eventually though, Venizelos of Greece made a deal with the Turks. If they were to stop the deportations, Greece would remain neutral in future wars. So by November 1914, when the First World War had already broke out, the Turks agreed, and the deportations ended. Yet problems still existed elsewhere. Like in Bitlis in March 1914, the Kurds rebelled once again. They were fighting against forced conscription and the end of the Hamadiyya regiments. These were irregular Kurdish forces that had long repressed many of their neighbours, but they were now seen as outdated in the Young Turks' new army. So the Kurds allegedly received some Russian support and took over the city for a month or so before being crushed. And 1914 also marked the beginning of Saipho, a targeted campaign against the Assyrian Christians, or part of the larger Assyrian genocide. These Assyrians largely lived in rural villages up in the mountains, especially in the Hakkari Mountains, today in southeastern Turkey. There they lived alongside the Kurds, but relations were strained and many massacres took place in the 19th century. Then, after the Young Turk Revolution, the Kurdish emir of Bawari expelled thousands of them from his lands. So Shamun XIX Benjamin, the patriarch of the Assyrian Church, began to send letters to the Russians requesting aid. In return for any assistance, he promised to support the Russians in a future conflict. Then, when many Assyrians refused to join the Ottoman army, the massacres began. In August 1914, Talat Pasha ordered the deportation and resettlement of many Assyrians living on the Persian border. Many of these were killed during the process, and would continue to be killed throughout the war. As for the Armenians, in July 1914, they held a congress in Erzurum, and even invited the CUP to attend. There they were asked to incite rebellions among Armenians in the Russian Empire. In return, they would receive their own autonomous provinces, which were drawn out that year as part of the 1914 Armenian reforms. These autonomous provinces would be overseen by the great powers, and then, allegedly, grant them some degree of safety. As for the Ottomans, it would ensure their safety on their eastern borders. Yet the Armenians refused, and the ruling Young Turks began to grow paranoid about their allegiances. So the killings would only grow worse during the war, when the Ottomans finally joined the Central Powers. In 1914, the three pashas from the CUP ruled over the Ottoman Empire, but ever since their failures in the Balkan Wars, they had been carrying out a pro-Turkish policy, through deporting Greeks, massacring Assyrians and the likes. But they were in a complicated place internationally, as they couldn't agree on who to ally with. Talat Pasha was seemingly happy to align with anyone, saying Turkey needed to join one of the country groups, so that it could organise its domestic administration, strengthen and maintain its commerce and industry, expand its railroads, in short, to survive and to preserve its existence. So there was no politics here or global goals, just the need for cash. In May 1914, Talat even met with the Russians to discuss an alliance, but they seemed to have demanded too much. Jamal Pasha, on the other hand, had long favoured an alliance with France, while Enver Pasha had been to Berlin and came to admire German militarism, and he invited German officers to train his forces. So while many claim that the Ottomans were just out looking to reclaim lost lands, or that the Germans were a natural ally, this wasn't really the case. 2 out of the 3 pashas looked for alliances with the Entente powers, and the Sultan, although pretty powerless now, wanted to remain neutral. Plus, many Germans were pretty reluctant to bring the Ottomans into their alliance, as they believed their inclusion would be more of a hindrance than a help. Enver though came up with a plan, and he offered the Germans 2 ships in exchange for their protection. However, the Germans were unaware that the British had already seized these ships to fight against the Germans, despite the Ottoman government paying for them. However, Jamal Pasha refused to sign this protection treaty, and the Grand Vizier Said Halim Pasha didn't want to get involved either. But then 2 German warships were being chased by the Entente through the Mediterranean Sea. As they fled to Istanbul, Enver agreed to fictitiously buy the ships and bring them into Ottoman ports, free from the Entente. Souchon, the German admiral, was then made head of the Ottoman navy, and he began to restructure their forces. Internationally, they protected their western borders by signing a non-aggression pact with Bulgaria. This was once again a secret alliance, but their goals were clear: to counter the Russians, Greeks and Serbians. The Ottomans, however, were still neutral, so Enver and Souchon, the German admiral, would soon drag the empire into the First World War. Enver secured a huge loan from the Germans, hoping to get support in the cabinet, and then, without authorization, closed off the straits, cutting off Russia from her allies. Souchon then used Ottoman ships to bombard Russian cities like Odessa, Sevastopol and Yalta. The Ottoman government was largely horrified by this action and drafted a letter of apology to the Russian Empire. Enver, though, added in a bit which accused the Russians of instigating the attack, making sure that this apology would not be accepted. The Russians then retaliated and struck Turkish ports, while Winston Churchill, without any real authorization himself, sent his fleet to attack Ottoman ships. So, largely, Enver Pasha and Souchon had brought the Turks into the First World War. They were barely powerful enough to cope with such a war. The Ottomans produced very little steel, they only had a couple of factories to produce weapons, their economy was still mainly agricultural, and they had very few train lines. Their forces were also poorly organized, and while they could maybe mobilize 1 million men, they were still lacking a lot of equipment. But the Germans had grand plans for the Islamic world, and pressured the Sultan into proclaiming a jihad against the Entente powers. Although this had some degree of support far away, closer to home, the Turks didn't really have the support of many of their own Muslim subjects. Plus, the Europeans still controlled North Africa. However, the situation here was a little more complicated. Starting in Egypt, where Abbas II was Khedive ever since 1892. He, however, often met with Egyptian nationalists and funded their newspapers. So for a long time, Kitchener wanted to have him deposed. When war broke out, Abbas was actually in Istanbul, and he aroused suspicions when he didn't immediately leave. So the British declared that the country was now under their full protection, with Hussein Pasha, their puppet ruler. Abbas, meanwhile, would continue to claim the throne for years in his exile. Churchill then quickly tried to knock the Ottomans out of the war by sailing to Istanbul. But the Turkish coastal defences stopped the ships from progressing through the Dardanelles in early 1915. The British and her allies then landed, hoping to overrun these bases, but they were contained, and this, the Gallipoli campaign, would end in disaster after a year. Meanwhile, the Turks were also trying to claim a quick victory in Egypt. They mustered together an army of about 20,000 men under German command, and they pushed on to try to capture the Suez Canal. Yet, although they took over most of the Sinai Peninsula, they could go no further. There would be other attempts to claim the canal, like in 1916, when Austrian and German troops joined the Turks, but they were defeated at the Battle of Romani. There were, however, further threats to the Entente powers across North Africa though. Like in French Morocco, a pretender to the throne known as the Blue Sultan had been defeated in 1912, but he continued resisting in the Atlas Mountains. And then the Zayan Confederation had been preventing the French from pushing through into the Taza corridor. The French governor of Morocco, Lyotet, had very few men to deal with them. As the French government said, the fate of Morocco will be determined in Lorraine. His remaining army included German prisoners of war, old reservists, and members of the Battalion of the Light Infantry of Africa, which were mainly made up of criminals. These men held off numerous attacks on Khenifra, but their counterattacks in late 1914 failed, and a general stalemate ensued. The Germans and Ottomans then got involved, as they identified Morocco as France's Achilles heel in Africa. Luckily for them, there were two deposed sultans, Abd el-Hafid and Abd el-Aziz, and out of these two, Abd el-Hafid was more open to the idea of an alliance and met with the Germans in neutral Spain. He, however, seemed more interested in getting money from both sides, and in the end, refused to be transported to Morocco. So the Germans turned to the Zayan leaders. They were able to do this because many of the French legionnaires were actually German, and they deserted to join the tribes. They helped bring aid to the rebels, while the French again tried to demonstrate their power, this time through the Casablanca Fair of 1915. But very little land really changed hands from here on out. There would be other conflicts in North Africa, like with the Senussis in Italian Libya. For instance, in 1915, at the Battle of Gasser Bu Hadi, the Italians tried to attack a Senussi camp, but there they were ambushed and driven back to the outskirts of Tripoli, leaving the Italians once again stuck to their coastal cities. Later on, the Senussis would also collaborate with the Turks against the Entente as well. But there would be far more action over in Mesopotamia. Nearby, the British had already been extracting oil, and they relied on pipes running through Iraq out into the Persian Gulf. So the British in India quickly sent troops to Fao and received support from Mubarak in Kuwait, who joined in their assault on Basra. This battle was barely comparable to the rest of the war though, as 500 British troops easily attacked the city and took it from a garrison of around 1,500 men. The British then drove back counterattacks and began looking to expand further. Inside Iraq, most of the population were being pulled by the different sides. Like Suleiman Askari, the Circassian founder of the paramilitary group known as the Special Organization, was trying to promote the Ottoman cause. However, he would later kill himself in 1915 after further defeats. Otherwise, the Shia of Iraq were a potential ally for both sides. They had long received money from the British and disliked the Ottoman centralization efforts. But German officers, alongside Ahmad Khan Qajar, arrived in the holy city of Karbala to declare jihad on the Western powers. The religious leaders of the city also promised to address the Shah of Persia, trying to encourage him to join in the war. However, this came to nothing. But the Germans did have hope in Persia, as the Ayatollah al-Yazdi had been trying to encourage uprisings against the Europeans ever since the Italians took over Libya. And now, after hearing the call to jihad, he called on the people to defend Islamic territories. So the Shia tribes who had long fought against the Turks joined to fight alongside them, and they put together a Mujahideen force. Many in this force, however, were just in it for the loot. Others often lied about the numbers of men they had to receive more aid, and the distribution of funds often caused fights to break out and men returned home by 1915. The Turks also continued to make more enemies. Like one Turkish commander named Ahmad Bey Orak called the Iraqi tribesmen traitors. Sheikh al-Rumid of the Bani Malik responded saying, "You are the traitors of Islam, and your discrimination against the Arabs is crystal clear." The British, though, after securing Basra, largely ignored Mesopotamia as they were more focused on Gallipoli. Some prominent people like Gertrude Bell had worked for the Arab Bureau alongside the tribes, but their actions were often challenged by the government in India, which wanted control over the region and were worried about encouraging separatist rebellions. So prominent separatists like al-Naqib, who tried to become the ruler of Basra before the war, were deported to India. Other potential allies early on included al-Mizri, a former Ottoman officer and founder of the Al-Had secret society, which called for the independence of Iraq. From his exile in Cairo, he hoped to secure British weapons to start a rebellion, but again, nothing came of it. Then there was Muhammad Sharif al-Faruqi, who defected to the British after being captured by them in Gallipoli. But I'll get onto him later though, as he may have been one of the most influential characters in Middle Eastern history, despite being a fraud. After the Gallipoli campaign failed though, the British began to look at finally creating alliances with the Arabs. Their troops also moved north, as in July 1915 they reached Nasiriyah, the central base of the Al-Muntafiq. The other cities of Iraq were quickly filling with Ottoman deserters, and the number of deserters was pretty staggering. As General Lehman von Sanders said, "Today the number of Turkish deserters is higher than the numbers of soldiers actually in the army." These deserters and returning Mujahideen then rose up in Karbala against Ottoman rule. Although they weren't necessarily in favour of the British, they hampered the Ottoman war efforts and provided sanctuary to thousands of other deserters. As the British advanced, Ayatollah al-Yazdi began to step away from calls of jihad, and the Ottomans realised that their Mujahideen force was more of a hindrance, so they stopped arming the tribes. Out in the countryside, Edmund Candler wrote, "Anarchy is normal. There is no village that is not a battlefield. Every sheikh is against his neighbour, brother against brother, and there is no loyalty within the community." So, in Iraq, there was no strong ally for either side. Like, the British were able to create a Muntafiq division out of a few dozen men from around Nasiriyah. And there were the odd local allies, like Sheikh Ibrahim of al-Zubayr next to Basra. Or even in northern Arabia, the Ottomans had an ally in Jabal Shammar. But within this tribe there was a branch known as Aslam, and in this branch Darwi ibn Tawala would later join the British. In the east there was Persia, but within Persia there was the province of Arabistan or Khuzestan, which was pretty independent. There Sheikh Khazal ibn Jabir was making a great deal of money from British oil, and he remained loyal to them throughout the war. In fact, Percy Cox even offered him the throne of Kuwait in return for his loyalty. But he was a close friend of Mubarak, the leader of Kuwait, and refused. Also, because he stayed out of the war, he therefore rejected the call to jihad. So many people called him a traitor, and they rebelled in February 1915. Over in Kuwait, Shia clerics continued to try to push Mubarak to join in with the jihad. He actually criticised the most prominent leaders, like Muhammad al-Shankiti and Hafiz Wahba. He said that his dealings with Britain were beneficial, despite the fact I don't like the British, and acknowledged that their religion is very different from mine. He then called on Kuwaitis to help his friend in Arabistan and crush the rebels. But many of his soldiers refused to take part, saying, "We cannot obey that which angers Allah," and they joined in the fight against the British. The British though continued to advance onto Kut, forcing the Ottomans to finally realise their mistake in ignoring Mesopotamia. They sent a German, Kolmar von der Goltz, to stop further British advances onto Baghdad, and they even drove the British out of Kut in late 1915. This siege was one of the most disastrous events for Britain during the war. As historian Jan Morris described it, the most abject capitulation in Britain's military history. This is because the relief force was so poorly organised that they were killed arriving at the Turkish lines in their thousands. Then 10,000 prisoners were taken when the city surrendered, and most of these died on their marches through the deserts or within the camps. In prison though, some of the Indian Muslims would join the German cause eventually. This defeat did stop the British for a while, yet the Ottomans continued to direct much of their attention to the Caucasus. Here they faced the real risk of Russian expansion. After all, the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Sazonov announced very early on that they wanted Istanbul and most of the surrounding lands. He even specified that he intended to repopulate this land with loyal Cossacks. Plus, the Ottomans also wanted to expand into the Caucasus and beyond, uniting with the Turks of Central Asia. But the Russians were still occupying Tabriz in Persia, and at the Battle of Sarikamish in late 1914, the Ottomans were devastated in the Caucasus campaign, losing up to 60,000 men. Unable to accept responsibility for such a defeat, the CUP, especially Enver Pasha, began to publicly blame the Armenians for supporting the Russians. Many of the retreating Turkish soldiers then began to massacre the Armenians. The governor of Van, Cevdet Bey, ordered that all of the Armenians hand over their arms, and Jamal Pasha proposed deporting them far from the front line. On the other side of the border, Tsar Nicholas, alongside the head of the Armenian Church, said, "Armenians from all countries are hurrying to enter the ranks of the glorious Russian army, and with their blood to serve the victory of the Russian army. Let the Russian flag wave freely over the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus. Let your will the peoples remaining under the Turkish yoke receive freedom." The Tsar also promised to give them autonomy, however, they shouldn't be seen as just defending the Armenians. As in 1896, Count Lobanov-Ratovsky said, "We need Armenia, but without the Armenians," harkening back to the rhetoric of the Circassian genocide. So both the Russians and the Turks were calling on the Armenians to incite rebellions across the border, leaving them stuck in the middle. And Turkish paranoia grew when reports indicated that Armenians were moving weapons around and preparing to help the Russians. And if they did this, the Persian campaign would be jeopardized. So we first need to look at the Persian campaign. This began when Enver Pasha moved into Persia despite their neutrality, in order to attack the Russians in Tabriz. From here, in his own words to his soldiers, "Your duty is to move with your division towards Persia and proceed through Tabriz to Dagestan, where you will ignite a general rebellion and repulse the Russians from the shores of the Caspian Sea." So this would be the first move in the creation of a pan-Turkic state. The Turkish troops would be supported by Germans like Wilhelm Wasmus, who would be called the German Lawrence. He would move around Persia trying to start rebellions against the British and the Russians in the country. so keep his name in mind for later on, as he will gain the support of many tribes in Persia. Meanwhile, the actual Persian army was still languishing behind the rest of the world. They still relied on tribesmen to defend different provinces, but many of these tribesmen would just join foreign powers. And their most professional army was the Persian Cossacks. However, they were under the command of Russians. So the Ottomans moved in quite freely in early 1915. And there they found that most of the Russians in Tabriz had already left to defend their own borders. However, when the city fell, the Russians quickly countered, and in a couple of months drove the Ottomans back out of Persia. Back in Armenian lands, though, the massacres continued. Like Jevdet Bey earned the nickname Lord Blacksmith for nailing horseshoes to people's feet. Therefore, when he demanded that Armenians and Assyrians send conscripts into his army, the people of Van refused, and they prepared for war. As Jevdet's forces marched on the city, Talat Bey issued his order on the 24th of April to arrest all Armenian political leaders and intellectuals. From Istanbul to the Caucasus, they were rounded up and deported or killed. However, they would go even further. As Talat Pasha reported to the Germans, one who was still innocent today could be guilty tomorrow. Our actions were determined by national and historical necessity. I should say there will at this point be many atrocities committed against the Greeks in Anatolia at this time, but I'll describe them in more details later on. Jevdet meanwhile laid siege to Van and began allowing refugees from the countryside to enter the city, tens of thousands of them, putting a strain on the resources. The besieged Armenians under Aram Manoukian formed a pretty effective local government, and they began manufacturing bullets and sent messages to Russia asking for assistance. The Russians, supported by volunteer Armenian brigades, relieved the city in mid-May. They then tried to continue their advance, but Ottoman reinforcements arrived and stopped them at the Battle of Manzikert that July. The Russians withdrew to their original lines and initially refused to allow the Armenians to join them. Thousands of people were left behind, and many of those who did flee regardless were killed en route. But still the Armenians in Van held out. Out in the countryside, Jevdet continued to sack Christian villages, while another Turkish army advanced on the city. Jamal Pasha and Talat Pasha then ordered that all Armenians be deported from their homes, even those living in Adrianople, west of Istanbul. In their place, the Directorate for the Settlement of Tribes and Immigrants began to work on filling up the vacant lands and homes with Muslims, creating a new loyal population in their eastern provinces. As for the Armenians, they were marched out in deportation convoys, where they were attacked by bandits, local militias, tribesmen, and soldiers in the Third Army. The perpetrators came from many different backgrounds, like Turks, Chechen, Circassians, and Kurds. Some were just after loot, others were encouraged by imams who began preaching violence against Christians. The Turkish officials that refused to take part, like Mehmed Chalal Bey, were stripped of their positions, and anyone found harbouring Armenians would also be persecuted. So the Armenians were going on death marches. Able-bodied men were often separated from the rest of the groups. On their way, they would arrive at transit camps, where many would be killed. Some were shot and dumped into rivers. There are reports of many being tied together and thrown into the rivers. But there were now so many bodies that sections began to block up, and explosives were needed to clear it. Many did fight back. Like in Urfa, the people rose up, rather than willingly march out into the desert. And some were able to survive by converting to Islam. These were called the Vorpa Havak, and there were maybe around 200,000 of them. However, many people in this situation were often brought into households as slaves almost, where they would be assaulted or forced to do work by Turkish, Arab or Kurdish families that brought them in. Elsewhere, some prominent Turkish nationalists like Halida Edib played a role in schooling orphans. However, in these schools, the children were Turkified. As one American Red Cross worker reported, not a word of Armenian or Kurdish was allowed. The teachers and overseers were carefully trained to impress Turkish ideas and customs upon the lives of the children and to catechize them regularly on the prestige of the Turkish race. Some that did make it as far away as Damascus were sold openly in markets, and were transported as far away as Arabia or Tunisia. So their final destination should have been the Levant, but there nearly 1 million of them were forced into camps in Ras Al Ain and Deir Zor. Here, again, they would be subjected to assaults, many would be sold as slaves again, and some were even forced to work in the war effort. But by 1916, still 500,000 survived. So another wave of massacres would be ordered by Talat Pasha, which killed 200,000 that year. In total, maybe 1 million or so were killed in death marches, the camps, massacres and the likes. However, whether or not this is a genocide has been disputed. Erdogan, for instance, the leader of Turkey today, argued that no Muslim could perpetrate a genocide. Others often claim that this was merely a horror or disaster committed in times of war. Like after the war, Ataturk said, "Whatever has befallen the non-Muslim elements living in our country is the result of the policies of separatism they pursued in a savage manner." In fact, calling it a genocide in Turkey is a punishable offence as it insults Turkishness. Turkish historian Taner Akçam explains this denial saying, "It's not easy for a nation to call its founding fathers murderers and thieves." So they even have pages on their embassy websites dedicated to proving that it was not a genocide. For instance, fact 2, Armenian losses were few in comparison to the over 2.5 million Muslim dead from the same period. This is in fact true, as many Muslims were killed after the Balkan Wars and during the First World War. But then again, German losses were greater than Jewish losses in World War II, so genocides can hardly ever be attributed to just the number of dead. Or fact 3, certain oft-cited Armenian evidence is of diminished value, having been derived from dubious and prejudicial sources. But many of their allies also reported atrocities. Like German ambassador Wolf Metternich said, "In its attempt to carry out its purpose to resolve the Armenian question by the destruction of the Armenian race, the Turkish government has refused to be deterred neither by our representations nor by those of the American embassy." Or there was the Venezuelan mercenary Rafael de Nogales, who reported that the governor, Mehmed Resid, received orders from the central government to burn, destroy, kill. Or Armin Wegner, a German soldier, who said, "Like a wild beast the Turkish soldiers, officers and gendarmes swept down on this welcome prey. All the crimes that had ever been committed against women were committed here. They cut off their breasts, mutilated their limbs, and their corpses lay naked, defiled and blackened by the heat on the fields." Like one Turkish officer who served under a particularly brutal commander, Halil Kut, testified about what happened. "Halil had the entire Armenian population massacred without pity. My company received a similar order. Many of the victims were buried alive in especially prepared ditches." So many countries are beginning to accept that it was a genocide, however it's still debated. Nobody argues that crimes were not committed, but whether or not the Turks were trying to truly exterminate the Armenian population. While all of this was going on, the Assyrians continued to be killed. At the beginning of the war, the Russians quickly captured Bashkali, however, when they were driven back, the Assyrians in that area were massacred. So, obviously, many Assyrians refused Ottoman calls for neutrality, and around Hakkari, their militias started a rebellion. This began in May 1915, and the Russians did promise help, but nothing really came of it. So Talat Pasha gave the order, "We should not let them return to their homelands," and the Ottomans began to encircle their highlands. Many managed to escape across the border into Persia and organize themselves into a fighting force to help the Russian army. The Russians then promised Aga Petros that they would be given an independent state once the war was over. The Ottomans though then began to launch attacks into Persia, killing up to 20,000 Christians that had settled there. In some cases the Assyrians sought refuge in monasteries or even in the homes of Persian governors. But the Ottomans found allies, like Simpo Shakak, a local Kurdish leader. He helped the Ottomans attack the governor's family, the monastery, and towns like Haftavan, where the population was wiped out. Some Kurds though did try to save the Christian Assyrians, like the Bishop Adashir, who was brought under the protection of Osman, the Aga of Tanza. And many Kurds would rise up against the Ottomans. Like in Dersim, the Feretasagi tribe killed a relative of the mayor and then rebelled. This was quickly subdued, but in early 1915, more Kurds rebelled in Botan and drove out the Ottoman governors. And these rebellions would only intensify, as many feared that the Turks would begin wiping out their populations as well. As for the Aga of Tanza, who protected many Christians, Kurds who had aligned with the Ottomans dragged him out of hiding and cut off his head in public. Then, once again, many were killed or enslaved. In total, in some regions like WW1, over 90% of Armenians and Assyrian Catholics were either killed or deported. The Ottoman governor Wahib Pasha said, "The massacre and annihilation of the Armenians and the looting and plunder of their properties were the result of the decision of the Central Committee." The Ottomans tried to bury any evidence of these crimes. In fact, Wahib said this is the reason that many of the orders were passed on orally. But news still left the country, and the Western powers accused the Turks of crimes against humanity as part of the May 1915 Triple Entente Declaration. There they promised to bring all of the guilty to justice. While within the Ottoman Empire, these massacres or genocide, along with the pan-Turkish ideology, almost created alliances between different religions in some cases. For instance, many Kurds would back the Armenians, and so too would many Arabs. To understand the Arab anger though, we need to look at Jamal Pasha, who was ruling over in Syria. His role in the genocide has been questioned though, as some say he gave aid to the Armenians, but he also recruited many into forced labour battalions. Interestingly though, on Jamal, he was from the very beginning distrustful of Germany. So much so that he was seemingly ready to negotiate with the Entente. Like historian Wolfgang Gust says, he was prepared to march to Constantinople with an army in order to dismiss the CUP and take power for himself, provided the Entente guaranteed the integrity of the Ottoman Empire. And furthermore, provided it was prepared to make him the Sultan with the right of succession for his descendants. In return, he would protect the Armenians and end the genocide. Negotiations broke down though because allegedly the French and the British feared Russian expansion. Jamal though was a pretty ruthless leader in the Levant. He however directed much of his anger and repression against the Arabs and the Jews. Like in 1917, 8,000 Jews were deported from Jaffa and their houses were looted. Many were also found in the deserts, having been massacred or died of exhaustion. And as for the Arabs, many intellectuals and political leaders were again arrested or killed. Like Salim Ali Salam, a leader in Beirut, said, Jamal Pasha resumed his campaign of vengeance. His real intent was to cut off thoughtful heads, so that, as he put it, the Arabs would never again emerge as a force. Salim would then go on to witness many Arabs being hanged on Jamal's orders. So many Arab Muslims did defend Christian Armenians, even going back to 1909 when Sheikh Salim al-Bisri forbid any Muslim from engaging in massacres. Or in 1917, the Sharif of Mecca said, "What is demanded of you is to protect all members of the Armenian community." This would be particularly important as the Sharif of Mecca and his sons were already incredibly wary of the Young Turks. One of his sons, named Abdullah, had already come to Egypt before the war to meet with Kitchener. There he discussed the possibility of British support for a rebellion, worried that the Hejaz railway line would bring Turkish influence south. Then, as tensions rose in the Levant, the Arab societies like Al-Fatat approached another son of the Sharif, named Faisal. They hoped that he would lead a rebellion and unite Arab lands south of the 37th parallel. This was all part of the Damascus Protocol of May 1915. Plus, the Sharif and his family were growing more worried of Ottoman rule as they discovered a plot to replace them. Yet still, Faisal in particular believed he needed the support of a great power. Kitchener, back in 1914, had already promised to guarantee the independence, rights and privileges of the Sharifate against all external foreign aggression, in particular that of the Ottomans. Then, when Faisal returned to Mecca, they began to correspond with Sir Henry McMahon. Hussein, the Sharif of Mecca, first asked for recognition of his claims below the 37th parallel. But McMahon responded, "The two districts of Messina and Alexandretta and portions of Syria cannot be said to be purely Arab." Yet he offered his support elsewhere if it isn't a detriment to the interests of her ally France. Hussein then gave up on claiming Mersin and Adana, and as for Iraq he said, "We might agree to leave under British troops against a suitable sum paid as compensation to the Arab kingdom for the period of occupation. but McMahon still refused to agree to Beirut and Aleppo, as they were being claimed by France. Nevertheless, the date of the revolt was chosen to be June 1916. McMahon, however, sent a private letter during this time saying, "I do not take the idea of a future strong, united, independent Arab state too seriously. The conditions of Arabia do not and will not for a very long time to come lend themselves to such a thing." But in these letters it was pretty clear Britain could get Iraq in return for compensation, and France had an eye on Syria, while the rest of Arabia was up for grabs. And many Arabs continued to fear further oppression at the hands of the CUP. Plus, throughout it all, the Persian campaign expanded. Like in August 1915, the British once again seized the island of Bushehr to demonstrate their power in the region, while within the country there was a new independent military unit, the Gendarmerie. This was actually proposed by an American and put under the command of a Swede called Harold Hjalmarson. So now the Russians controlled the Cossacks and a Swede controlled the Gendarmerie. Well, within the Gendarmerie, many of the officers were sympathetic to the Central Powers, or at least they were opposed to the Russians and British. They just began to act independently, like Colonel Persian began attacking pro-Russian Cossack brigades in Hamadan in November 1915. But the situation was truly far more complicated than just this. The country was still predominantly tribal, and each tribe backed a different major power. As Arnold Wilson wrote, "Life for the tribesmen was hard and getting harder. Their leader robbed them, and were in turn fleeced by rapacious governors. The tribesmen robbed each other, or villagers, travellers, or merchants. No one cared to build, or even to sow more than he need, lest he be deprived of the fruits of his labour." The country was also still divided into spheres of influence, and some tribes began to join the Russians and the British. Like the Kamsa Tribal Confederation in Laristan joined the British, and many would eventually be organised into the South Persian Rifles in 1916. The Bakhtiari, on the other hand, had a far more complicated history with the British. The Bakhtiari Oil Company, which struck oil in 1909, provided them with an annual income, but the leaders could never really control their tribesmen. One of the leaders who actually made a deal with the British was Ali Qali Khan, one of the leaders of the Constitutional Revolution. Yet his sister Bibi Mariam was vehemently opposed to the British and Russians and led troops during the war. As for the Germans, on the other hand, they could bank on the support of the Kashkai. They had been in communication with Vasmus, the German Lawrence, and fought many small battles against the British and their allies in the south. Many other tribesmen joined Vasmus on the promise of money and aid, but this would never materialise. Nevertheless, these German allies did block the road to Shiraz and captured British consuls. In Bushehr, Vasmus found an ally in Rais Ali Delvari. He led his Tangastani tribes in attacking the British, but they were fought back. Other German agents were also working elsewhere. Like Max Otto Schunemann in Kermanshah, Otto Erdmann stirred up rebellions in Hamadan, and others worked in Isfahan, Yazd, and Kerman. All of these essentially turned towns against the Entente. Others, like Count Kanitz, worked in Tehran, while Wippert von Blücher worked in the west, trying to stir up rebellions among the Kurdish Kalor tribe. While in the north, almost independently, Mirza Kuchuk Khan launched the Jungle Movement. He had been another leader in the Constitutional Revolution, and was opposed to government corruption and foreign influence. But people disagree on whether this was a separatist movement, or maybe later, even a communist one. In short though, the Germans were turning towns and tribes into bases of support for them. The Russians still had the Cossack Brigade under their control, and the backing of the Armenians and Assyrians in the north. The British occupied the south and had allies there. The Gendarmerie under Colonel Persian was attacking the Persian Cossack Brigade, and other autonomous groups fought for all sorts of things. In the middle of it all, in Tehran, there was a constant shift in prime ministers. By 1915 though, Mostofi Ol-Mamalek was now prime minister, having served numerous times before. He was desperately trying to maintain Persia's neutrality by remaining close to the British and diplomatically trying to get the Russians to leave. But the Russians feared a further spread of rebellions and decided to act. In late 1915, their army of the Caucasus marched south. The German Prince Heinrich Reuss tried to rally together an army of tribesmen, Kurds and gendarmerie, but it failed. They fled the capital and set up a new provincial government, while the Shah stayed put, and Abdul Hussein Mirza Farman Farmer became the new Prime Minister. He remained far more pro-British than his predecessor, often just in exchange for loans. In the place of the now disbanded gendarmerie, Percy Sykes created the South Persian Rifles. This should have only been a police force, but it truly acted more like an army. The Russians then continued on their advance south. In early 1916 they took Hamadan, then Kermanshah, and they were planning on striking at Baghdad, but they stopped. This, however, finally drove a wedge in between the Ottomans and the Persians, and they were able to defeat the remaining gendarmerie late in the year. The Germans, however, had long been eyeing up the possibility of bringing Persia into the war from the very beginning. They had, after all, pressured the Sultan into declaring a jihad, and had huge ambitions across the world. But to try and unravel all of this, we need to look at Max von Oppenheim. He was an archaeologist who spent many years in the Middle East, and he became head of the new Intelligence Bureau of the East. He was fortunate, as many Muslims had come to believe that the Kaiser had secretly converted after his trip to Jerusalem. So many actually called him Haji Wilhelm. Oppenheimer's organization was actually already busy at work trying to form alliances with Muslims around the world from the very beginning of the war. In fact, there's actually reports that he met with Faisal, the son of the Sharif of Mecca, and tried to convert him over to the German side early in 1915. And it's even alleged that he gave speeches encouraging the massacre of Armenians. The Bureau, however, went much further and looked at starting rebellions across the colonized world. Although the British would call this the Hindu-German conspiracy, much of it was aimed at Muslims. There were Hindus involved though, like the Ghadar Party, who in exile began to plot against the British by sending weapons to rebels in India. But the Ghadar Party had far more followers in immigrant communities in North America, Malaysia and the likes. So von Papen planned on buying weapons in America and shipping them undercover over to Asia. To do this, he used Irish nationalists who would go via Mexico, which was then in a civil war. Then they'd be shipped over to the Dutch East Indies and on to Burma. However, the ship was discovered and the Annie Larsen affair became international news. The Germans would have far more schemes, like the Siam-Burma plan. This would see weapons brought into Siam, then sent to Burma, and there the people would rise up in December 1915. But again, information was leaked and nothing came of it. But going back to the aspects of this Hindu conspiracy that involved Muslims. Like in early 1915 in Singapore, the soldiers planned to mutiny. This mutiny was stopped and many were killed. But although the British tried to downplay the connection, it seems that many of the mutineers were Muslims, and many of those were drummed up into supporting the call for jihad. There was also the Berlin Committee. This group of Indian nationalists had members inside of Syria, Egypt and Baghdad, all hoping to infiltrate the Indian forces fighting for the British. Then they planned on assassinating British officers and forcing the British out of Asia. In fact, the British Mesopotamian campaign was partly just to demonstrate British strength in the region, as if they had been absent from the Middle East and Asia, there would be a strong likelihood that India and the likes would have fallen. The Berlin Committee also began to recruit prisoners of war to form an Indian Legion. One of the leaders was a Muslim named Ambra Prasad, and he tried to recruit people from across the Middle East. He actually took some troops across Persia and captured the border town of Karman. They then began to harass the British, prompting some Muslim leaders to declare their independence, like the Baluchi chief of Bampur and tribes like the Mari and Ketran, who also began to launch raids. But when the Russians and later the British expanded their control in Persia and Iraq, their supply lines were cut and they retreated to Shiraz. Plus, many of these groups had connections to Germany prior to the war, like Sardar Ajit Singh, who was trying to whip up Islamic support against Britain in 1909 from his exile in Persia. However, many of their plans to topple British India relied on uniting the Turks, Persians and Afghans and then invading the country. And to this end, the Germans dispatched the Niedermeyer Hentig expedition to Afghanistan. This, however, also overlapped with yet another movement, known as the Silk Letter Movement. This began when Mahmud Hassan Deobandi travelled to Hejaz to meet the Turkish governor of the province, Galip Pasha. He wanted to make sure that any Deobandi insurrection against the British would receive Turkish and German support. He then received guarantees on 3 silk letters. Meanwhile, one Deobandi leader did make it to Kabul. Their plan was to create an Islamic army in the holy cities and then an Indian army in Kabul, and together they would liberate India. But news once again leaked, and many members of the Silk Letter movement were arrested. Mahmud himself would be arrested by the Sharif of Mecca when he joined the British camp. In Turkey, Enver Pasha was particularly keen on all of these plans. So he wanted to help out the Niedermeyer Hentig expedition and sent troops to guard them through the Middle East. The expedition leaders also found an ally to serve as a figurehead, known as Mahendra Pratap. He was an Indian nobleman and member of the Berlin Committee. He would be joined by German officers and a collection of Islamic scholars, Afghans, Turkish officers, and Indian nationalists, many of which were Hindu and some were Muslim. They proceeded through Turkey to Persia, being aided by many of their allies. But the British were made aware of their actions and created the Sistan force to try and stop them from entering Afghanistan. This, however, was unsuccessful, and by October they arrived in Kabul to meet Habibullah Khan. He was provided with many gifts, the Sultan's declaration of jihad on paper, and many promises. The Kaiser even promised that, if he was to join their cause, he would receive Russian and British lands, stretching from Barbay to Samarkand. But the Emir was still more pro-British than they anticipated. There were others in his court who were more open to the idea of an alliance, like Nasrullah Khan, his brother, who was far more religious. And even the Emir's youngest son, Amanullah, was also a potential ally. The Emir, though, didn't believe the German promises. After all, he depended on British money and was trapped between rival nations. So, in the city, the expedition leaders tried to win over the princes and the people, offering money, building hospitals, and Khalim Pasha spoke to the Turkic tribesmen about pan-Turkish plans. The Indian members even created their own provincial government late in the year. Eventually, the Emir did agree to a treaty of friendship, and said if 20,000 troops arrived, he would invade India. Many in his court then called for a declaration of jihad, but nothing happened. And as he grew suspicious of his own pro-German family members, he began to add on further conditions, like he required the Indians to rise up first as well. So the expedition leaders left, once again evading the British. Mahendra Pratap was now left alone in Kabul, wanting to invade India. He would eventually even turn to Bolshevik Russia for an alliance, but nothing ever came of this. The British then decided to change tactics in Afghanistan, assuring the Emir of his neutrality and displaying their planes and military hardware to tribal chiefs to demonstrate their power. But the Germans still didn't stop. They had other plans like the Half Moon Camp. Here they recruited 4,000 or so prisoners of war and trained them to fight in the jihad against the Entente powers. However, von Oppenheim could never really build a real army, and even its propaganda benefits were limited. The Entente, on the other hand, still had huge numbers of Muslim volunteers in their armies, like 47,000 Tunisians, 140,000 Algerians, and 25,000 Moroccans fought for the French. As for Britain, 400,000 Indian Muslims joined their ranks. So the Germans began to look for other ways to encourage uprisings, and in other places, like in Italian Libya, which I'll get onto later, but also far away in Oman. Here Sultan Timur ruled over a divided country propped up by the British. But his rule only extended along the coast, and the British had forced him to end the slave trade and clamp down on gun runners. These runners had long made money bringing weapons from Oman's colony around Gwadar, which they owned for decades. So many were now deprived of this income, and those in the interior believed that this was a challenge to their power and autonomy. They therefore elected their own imam once again. This time it was Salim bin Rashid al-Karusi, and he led attacks on the British garrison in Muscat in 1914 and early 1915. The British tried to persuade the Sultan to make concessions in order to make peace, like some sort of implementation of Sharia law. But this was rejected, and many Indian defenders continued to fight off the rebels. Then, in 1915, German agents began to arrive in Oman, and the idea spread that the German Kaiser was Muslim. The rebels, convinced that the Kaiser would win the war, refused to surrender, and the situation remained a stalemate until long after the war had ended. And finally, nearby in Yemen, the situation continued to be complicated. For simplicity's sake, prior to the war, the British signed many treaties with the tiny states in the region, but they were still pretty independent. The British position in Aden could have also been challenged. The Indian Brigade therefore took Perim Island early on. And the British here had some help, as prior to the war, Sayyid Muhammad ibn Ali al-Idrisi had been proclaimed Imam of Asir. In 1915, he established contacts with the British to be recognised as an independent leader. Just a year later, though, there would be a breakaway state known as Upper Asir. This was led by Al-Hassan bin Ayyad. However, there's little information on why this state broke away or their governance. In the middle of them was Yahya Muhammad Hamid ad-Din of Yemen. He was also recognised as an independent ruler and largely stayed out of the war. However, he did allow Ottoman troops to pass south along the coast. As for the host of small nations, really marking them as under British protection is too simple, as some states like Baida had been trying to get their protection prior to the war, but failing. Now though, the Sultan, Ali bin Abdallah, was in a much better position to demand rifles for his support. There was also the Haushaubi, who had signed a treaty of friendship with the British in 1914. They sent troops to help Baida, and together they chased the Turks away for a while. But on the other side, the Turks did have allies among the Shia Zaidi people. They won out and crossed into Lahej in the middle of 1915, which had long been a British ally. General Shaw, commanding British troops in Aden, sent help to Lahej, and they prepared for a siege. However, many Arabs deserted the British and the city lacked water. Meanwhile, many Arab tribesmen in the south had joined the Turks. Like the Al-Hadaira Mansur tribe, had broken away from the Fadli Sultanate. They seemed to have supported the Ottomans as a way of getting revenge on the Fadli, rather than because they were fighting for a greater cause. The Ottomans then proceeded on to Aden, but the colony was saved with the arrival of Indian reinforcements, and the Turkish position would be jeopardized by the Arab revolt. As the First World War reached a stalemate on the Western Front, in the Middle East there was still movement. Like in the winter of 1915-16, the Russians prepared to make a move into Turkey. The Ottomans didn't believe there would be an offensive in the winter months, so they were caught completely off guard, and they quickly lost Erzurum and Trabzon. There, many of the Armenian survivors were able to return home. Also, along the borders and Kurdish lands, the people began to grow worried about Ottoman rule, believing that they could be targeted next after the Armenians. The Russians therefore set up some links with their leaders, promising them independence after occupation. So, around Dersim, Ali Aga rose up. Among the Kurds there had been a small growth in nationalism prior to the war, with the formation of the Kurd Society for Cooperation and Progress. This group was founded by the son of the Emir, Ali Beder Khan. Other founders included an old rebel leader, Sheikh Abdul Qadir, and Sharif Pasha, who was exiled before the war and continued to condemn the Young Turks. But they were still divided along tribal lines, and many continued to align themselves with the Ottomans. Like a prominent theologian named Said Nursi, was captured by the Russians, and in Russian captivity he created the Nur movement, which tried to defend the Islamic religion through education, art and unity. On the ground though, the Ottomans quickly countered, and in April began driving the Kurdish rebels back. They finally surrendered in early May, and many of the tribes that had taken part in the rebellion were deported. Talat Pasha then ordered most of the civilian population to be dispersed in Turkish villages and among Turks. The deportation of Kurds would continue long after the war, and they would continue to rise up, like around Kigli and then in 1917 in Botan. They, however, had very little support, so by the end of the war up to half of the Kurdish populations either died on the front lines or were deported. The Entente was more focused elsewhere, and 1916 also saw the signing of possibly one of the most controversial agreements in history, the Sykes-Picot Agreement. To put this into some sort of context though, partitioning defeated empires was common, as Russia, Austria, Bulgaria and Germany would all be partitioned, and Enver Pasha joined the First World War and declared a jihad, with the hope of partitioning enemy empires himself. So, as soon as the Turks attacked Russia, Sergei Sazonov laid claims to Istanbul. Even back in 1908 they demanded a home for the Russian fleet whence she can move to the Mediterranean, the Baltic and the Far East, as necessity may require. However, Greece at this time was neutral, but they were willing to provide bases for the Entente in return for Istanbul. However, the Russians, of course, wouldn't allow this. So Russian claims were solidified with the Constantinople Agreement of 1915. Then the French had been slowly developing claims on Syria and Lebanon, where they long had alliances with the Maronites and began constructing railway lines. In fact, back in 1913, the Germans and the French agreed to divide their spheres of economic activity, with France keeping to Lebanon, Syria and the surrounding regions, including Iskenderun. In Britain, Edward Grey said, "Turkey's independence is a vanishing quantity before the advance of French financiers." And Mark Sykes gave a speech in Parliament condemning the concessions given by the Turks in exchange for huge loans. Plus, for a few years prior to the war, the French were beginning to receive reports from the likes of Professor Tissot that Mosul would be a key oil-producing region. So Delcasse sent French claims to London and Rome. Italy by this point still hadn't joined in the war, yet they could be enticed to join the Entente if they were promised land. So to entice the Italians to join their side, the Entente signed the Treaty of London. In it was said, "The Mediterranean region bordering on the province of Italia, within the limits indicated above, shall be reserved to Italy." The French also claimed land south of the Baghdad railway line, leaving Russia to the north. But Delcasse wrote Britain would want the Tigris and Euphrates region right up to the northern frontiers of Mesopotamia. France also claimed Konya and Adana, along with parts of Iraq. Mosul was up for debate. Diyarbakir, however, was, in the words of diplomat Paul Cambon, inhabited by a bunch of wild thieving bandits, so it should be left alone. They then invited the British to talks, but Edward Grey said that the British had not yet had time to consider our desiderata, and he added, "There must, in the interests of Islam, be an independent Muslim political unit somewhere else." Where this would be, however, was still open for debate. Some, like Mark Sykes, began to argue that Britain should stake a claim far north in Iraq, right up to Mosul to exploit the oil. But, as of yet, no real claims came forward. There were those that claimed Britain needed to claim more land early on, like Kitchener, who believed Russia and France were only temporary allies, saying old enmities and jealousies, which may have been stilled by the existing crisis in Europe, may revive. But at the beginning of the war, Asquith was the Prime Minister, and he was a proponent of forcing reforms upon a united Turkish Empire. But then, in 1916, Lord George took over, and he was far more keen on dividing up the empire. But possibly one of the most important men at that time was Muhammad Sharif al-Faruqi, an Ottoman prisoner of war that defected to Britain. He claimed to have ties to the Sharif of Mecca, and began to claim to be an important leader of the Al-Had group, which promoted Arab independence. He said he had nearly 10,000 members, many of which were in the Ottoman army, all ready to support the British. But in reality, they only had around 53 members. Nevertheless, many of the British believed him. For instance, Gilbert Clayton, the director of military intelligence in Cairo, called him a leading spirit in the Pan-Arab Party. Also, before his arrival in British custody, the British didn't necessarily look solely at the Sharif of Mecca as the natural leader of an Arab state, and they had dealings with many other leaders. But al-Faruqi told the British stories of tens of thousands of men ready to fight for the Sharif. More importantly, he met with Mark Sykes, and claiming to have spoken with the Sharif, he said that they had agreed to French claims in Syria and British claims in Iraq. Sykes, believing this to be true, incorporated it into his agreement. Al-Faruqi also created a sense of urgency. Not only did he say that the Arabs in Syria were waiting for British troops landing on the coast, but he also said that the Germans were already talking to the Sharif and were poised to sign an agreement of their own. So he pushed the British to move quick. This is when Sykes and Picot met to discuss what should happen to the Middle East. Picot demanded that the French should also get Palestine, all of Cilicia, and lands east into Kirkuk and Mosul. But the British responded, Jerusalem, Nazareth, and other places was a question apart, and affected various nations including Russia, and that this question could not now be gone into. The British issues were therefore pretty clear and well documented. They knew France needed to safeguard their historic and traditional position in Syria, and assure her of full opportunity of realising her economic aspirations in the Near East. Britain, though, wanted to assure her position in the Persian Gulf and develop Lower Mesopotamia, while they also said the Arabs require recognition of their nationality and their race from alien oppression, and an opportunity of re-establishing their position as a contributing factor in the world's progress. Where this Arab state would be, I've already discussed, but as a quick rundown, Hussein, the Sharif of Mecca, once claimed lands as far north as southern Turkey, but he began to surrender some claims, including possibly Iraq, for money. But the British were still open to handing it over to an Arab state, once saying to propose to the French government to throw Mosul into the Arab pool if we did so in the case of Baghdad. There was, in late 1915, even talk of the French scaling back their demands in eastern Syria, and the British were hoping they would hand over Lebanon to the Arab state as well. But then Mark Sykes entered into the equation. T.E. Lawrence described him as a bundle of prejudices, intuitions, half sciences. He would sketch out in a few dashes a new world all out of scale. Sykes, for instance, came up with the idea of the EK line, stretching from Akka to Kirkuk. This would all fall under British influence, while the French would take Mosul and Erbil. Picot still demanded all of Palestine, but this was going to be placed under international administration and decided upon later with the Arabs and the Russians. Russia agreed to all these claims in April 1916 with their own agreement, and in return they would get control over Western Armenia. However, almost as soon as it was signed, the British War Cabinet believed it should be reviewed, and even Sykes began to distrust the French in Arab lands, saying, "The sooner the French military mission is removed from Hejaz, the better." William Ormsby Gore also wrote, "We are prepared to recognize the full sovereign independence of the Arabs of Arabia and Syria. It would seem time to acquaint the French government with our detailed pledges to King Hussein." He also went on to say that Damascus could be a possible capital city for a new Arab state. But more importantly, the British began to believe that French demands weakened the Arab cause, while France wasn't really even providing men in the Middle East. So there would be further discussions, and much of the Sykes-Picot Agreement would be negotiated again. Nevertheless, just 2 months after the Sykes-Picot Agreement, the Arabs revolted, as Hussein's sons, Ali and Faisal, led an attack on the Ottomans in Medina. Although they had 50,000 men, most didn't have rifles, and they were promptly driven back. Hussein then, on June 10th, fired a gun from his window to begin an attack on the Ottoman garrison in Mecca, which were caught completely off guard. Fierce street fighting then ensued, and the Turks even accidentally set fire to the Kaaba during their bombardment of the city. The fighting carried on for days until the British sent Egyptian troops and modern artillery pieces to drive the Turks out of their forts. The new kingdom of Hejaz then took Taif in September, and British ships helped them take coastal towns like Jeddah and Yanbu. They then besieged Medina, but the Ottomans under Fakhri Pasha held out for years. This halted the Arab revolt for a while, but the British and French began sending advisors to the region, including T.E. Lawrence, and they instructed the Arabs to assault the Hejaz railway line. Many Arab prisoners of war were also sent to help the rebellion, most of which came from Iraq, including the future Prime Minister Nouri al-Said. The French also sent Claude Prost and Mohammed Ould Ali Raho. Rosario Pisani also brought a couple hundred North African troops, and as he was of Arab descent, he helped Lawrence mediate disputes in camp. Like during one raid alone, he settled 12 cases of assault, 4 camel thefts, 1 marriage settlement, 14 feuds, 2 evil eyes, and a bewitchment. Yet it wouldn't be until early 1917 that the Arabs could truly advance north. While this was going on, there were other developments in Arabia. The people of Oman continued to launch a religious rebellion under their imam, believing that the German Kaiser was a Muslim and on the verge of victory. And in 1915, the British also signed the Treaty of Darin with Ibn Saud. This treaty sort of turned the Saudi state into a British protectorate, and it also protected the British colonies as well. In exchange for this, the Saudis would receive money. However, this was the first time in Saudi history that borderlines were agreed upon. Yet there was a huge problem, as the Saudis never agreed to recognize the Sharif's rule over Mecca. With the new money and weapons though, the Saudis tried again to strike at Jabal Shammar, the ally of the Ottomans in Arabia. The Ottomans though helped Shammar crush the Saudis at Jarab, and during this battle, William Shakespeare, a British officer, was killed. He had been a military advisor for the Saudis since 1910, and some speculate if he didn't die, maybe the British would have supported the Saudis instead of the Sharif. But in the battle, Daydan bin Hithlain and his Ajam tribe refused to meet the Shamar enemy, and after the battle, they launched a rebellion against the Saudis. They, though, had long been a troublesome ally for the Saudis. Like going back to 1854, they rebelled against Faisal bin Turki and provided refuge to rival claimants to the throne. At this time, they largely lived in Al-Hassa, a land which the Saudis had just conquered in 1913, and they were raiding the lands of Mubarak of Kuwait, a supporter of the Saudis. Mubarak appealed to the Saudis to help stop them, and in June 1915, they met the Ajman at the Battle of Kanzan. The Saudis, however, were again defeated, and a brother of Ibn Saud was killed. Mubarak then began to criticize Ibn Saud as a leader to the British, but Mubarak died later that year and was succeeded by his son Jaber II. The Saudis were able to finally defeat the Ajman at Suwaydara. The Ajman then fled into Kuwait, where they were strangely protected by the new king Jaber II. But Daydan bin Hithlain would come back and join the Ikhwan movement, a group of Islamists who believed that the Saudi rulers weren't going far enough. The Saudis, though, would continue to fight during the war. Like in 1917, they began to fall out with the new king of Kuwait, Salim, after he declared their protection over the Ajman. Small clashes ensued, but most of the conflict revolved around controlling caravans passing through Arabia. But, for now at least, the Saudis were halted on their advance. Meanwhile, the British were on the verge of gaining more allies within the Shamar tribe, including Sheikh Dari ibn Tawala, who headed the Aslam branch of the tribe, and Saud ibn Salah al-Subhan, the brother-in-law of the ruler. Now the British could possibly replace the leadership of the state with their own allies. However, the region was also claimed by many, including the Saudis. The India office, though, planned to draw in Euphrates tribes below Najaf and defeat bin Rashid, thus releasing bin Saud to move against Medina. Or Percy Cox wanted the Saudis and Shamar to unite and push north into the Euphrates. Otherwise, the start of the Arab Revolt helped alleviate the pressure on British Aden and prevented any real help coming to the rebels in Oman as well. Plus, given the turning tide in the region, Qatar also switched over to the British. They had, just a couple of years earlier, fought off the Ottomans and became largely independent. Then their new Sheikh Abdullah bin Jassim Thani forced the last Ottoman troops out of his country at the outbreak of war. And in November 1916, he signed a treaty of protection with the British, bringing his nation into the Trucial system. But the Entente were having problems elsewhere, particularly in North Africa. As the Italians joined the war to claim territory in the Mediterranean, this brought the Senussi order into the equation. Enver Pasha's brother and Jafar al-Askari went to Libya to meet the Grand Senussi and discuss the possibility of opening up another front in Egypt. Jafar would actually be one of the many Arab leaders who would turn against the Ottomans after Arab repression, and would be a future Prime Minister of Iraq as well. But for now, the Turks helped train the Senussi until, in late 1915, they struck at Egypt. The few British troops in Western Egypt fought the Senussi a couple times that December, in a campaign some survivors described as similar to the Boer War. So there were many raids and ambushes in a hostile environment. But it was only when the Gallipoli campaign ended that the British could finally throw more troops at the Senussi. Travelling on camels, planes and light armoured cars, they drove the Senussi back into the deserts, and by 1917 the uprising had largely been crushed. But the Germans had, even before the Turks, tried to make some sort of alliance with Ahmad Sharif, the leader of the Senussi. So maybe if the Germans had won, there would be an independent Senussi state. Yet Ahmad abdicated during the war in favour of Idris, who would later be made king of Libya anyway. The Italians, tied up in Europe, decided to make a deal with him in 1917. This was the modus vivendi of Acroma, or in other words, they just agreed to live in peace with one another. Neither side recognised each other's claims, but neither side could win the war. So prisoners were swapped, Idris withdrew his support for Senussis in Egypt, and he was given arms to govern over his own lands. To the south of them, in Darfur, the British had helped Ali Dinar come back to power after they crushed the Mahdist rebellion. But he too decided to throw his support behind the Turks after their jihad, and his 10,000 soldiers, most of which were slaves, rebelled. Reginald Wingate was then tasked with leading an invasion force into Darfur to oust him. Poor supply lines stalled their march into Darfur, but planes dropped leaflets to encourage the population to denounce Ali Dinar and assure them that religious freedoms would be protected. By late 1916, they were defeating his forces quite easily. Like at Dibis, the slave soldiers charged at machine guns and aerial bombardments with spears. Finally, the British discovered Ali Dinar's body, already having been shot in the head. With that, the Darfur Sultanate came to an end, and it was absorbed into Sudan. But the French were having even more problems. In Morocco, the Zayan rebellion had been going on for years. There were even rumours of German involvement in the rebellion, so the French tried finally to destroy them. But at Gauze in 1918, they were crushed, and the rebellion continued until after peace was made in Europe. Otherwise, in 1916, the Kouachen revolt broke out in northern Niger. Their leader, known as Kouachen, led the Tuaregs in a jihad against the French colonists. Here they once again established links with the Senussi, and they completely caught the French off guard, as the Sultan of Agadez had assured the French that the people remained loyal. But really, he was working in coordination with the rebels. They quickly seized towns in northern Niger and threatened Algeria. But in early 1917, the French sent troops south and brutally crushed the rebellion. In some cases, they were even executing people in public. There was even a more serious threat to their rule further south, when in the Volta Bani War, 20,000 people rebelled around Burkina Faso and southern Mali. They largely rebelled against conscription, but in the wider context of the war, they could well have succeeded and demanded more. But they again received no international support and were crushed. Yet much of the war, in the Middle East anyway, was slowly turning against the Central Powers. Like Frederick Stanley Maude was rebuilding British forces in Mesopotamia after their loss of Kut. In early 1917, he struck once again at Baghdad and issued a proclamation saying, "Our armies do not come into your cities and lands as conquerors or enemies, but as liberators." The Ottomans fled and began to refocus their defences on Mosul. The British, however, were divided over what to do with Iraq, as the governors of India and those in London fought over the future of the country. Percy Cox, for instance, wanted the Indian colonial government to take control of it, but the British government appointed Lord Curzon as the head of a committee to determine the future of Basra and Baghdad. They appointed governors along with Arab aides to the different provinces, but they were ill prepared for the challenges. For instance, their local police force, known as the Al-Shabana, was far too small for the role. Arnold Wilson then described the situation. Only the Nasiriyah district and that of Suk ash-Shuyuk were fully pacified. The vast majority of the inhabitants are tribesmen, warlike by nature, jealous of their freedom, and unwilling to undertake any manual labour not directly connected with agriculture. And his book called Loyalties of Mesopotamia talks of many smaller issues, like changing the sheikh's mind on using the Indian rupee, controlling prostitutes in Baghdad to stop diseases from spreading, and even the arrival of Japanese merchants in Basra selling Asahi beer, plus the epidemics of plague, smallpox, cholera, and the spread of malaria. One of the Shia leaders in Najaf, though, Atiya Abu al-Qualal, was receptive to receiving money and licenses to control trade. However, it became clear that he was only interested in money, and began smuggling Turkish goods into the city, so the British began to work on limiting his power. The British also asked the leaders of the city to feed members of the Aniza tribe, who arrived in late 1917. But the city was already suffering from a lack of food, and they actually stole goods from the new arrivals. The British were able to restore peace, but in the wake of this, a new political ideology began to emerge among the Shia people of Iraq. The League of Islamic Awakening was formed. Their leaders, people like Muhammad Bahar al-Alum, then led the group in a rebellion in March 1918. The British slowly surrounded the city to stop the rebellion from spreading and cut off their food and water. Inside, some Shia clerics, like Sayyid Muhammad al-Yazdi, began to work with the British to push for peace. Eventually they won out, and the rebellion ended without much violence. But the British would now have to deal with a host of different religious sects, tribes and the likes inside of Iraq. In this environment, they looked to form even more alliances. Like Gertrude Bell reported that the Aniza tribe in the Syrian desert and Jazeera may amount to 250,000 souls. But they were still largely nomadic, and deals had to be made with the various branches, so support could only be limited. Or there was Nuri bin Haza al-Shalan, who ruled over the Ruwala tribe. They had migrated to Syria after Wahhabi attacks, and Nuri had to kill his own brothers to secure leadership. He then managed to take over northern Arabia before the war. However, he was exiled for attacking Ottoman officials. Then, in 1916, he returned to Syria and began to talk with T.E. Lawrence and Faisal. But he would only really join the Arab Revolt in 1917. There was also Sheikh Order Abu Tayyi, the leader of the Howetat in Jordan. He had long been on the run from the Ottomans for failure to pay taxes, and approached the British for help. And there was Fayez el-Fayez, the leader of the Bani Sakir. He held a secret meeting with Lawrence in June 1917, and as Ottoman persecution of Arabs intensified, he managed to unite his tribes in support of the British. So in many cases the Ottomans had made the situation worse for themselves. Jamal Pasha continued to persecute the Arabs in Syria, or ignore their plight, during the Mount Lebanon famine. This disastrous famine in Lebanon was caused by many things, including an Entente blockade, the redistribution of crops to the front, and even the arrival of locusts. Yet the Ottomans still received a lot of blame. As the American consul wrote, "The streets are filled with starving women and children. The government is absolutely callous to the suffering of these poor people, nor will it allow the American Red Cross to assist them." So they began to deny aid, and mismanagement made the situation worse. Some went even further with their blame though. Lebanese writer Khalil Gibram said, "The famine in Mount Lebanon has been planned and instigated by the Turkish government. Already 80,000 have succumbed to starvation. The same process happened with the Christian Armenians and applied to the Christians in Mount Lebanon." Or the Times reported, "There is a new terrorization of the Arabic-speaking Muslims. It is estimated that from 60,000 to 80,000 have died of starvation in northern Syria." One often quoted piece of evidence was said by Enver Pasha, "We have done away with the Armenians by the sword. We will reduce the Christians of Lebanon by hunger." However, this quote is actually attributed to a Maronite priest working for French intelligence. Yet it does show some of the feelings the locals had for the Turks. In total, maybe over 200,000 out of a population of 400,000 died, while many of the survivors had to resort to cannibalism. Jamal Pasha would continue persecuting Arab leaders as well. Many were beaten and starved, flogged every day, or executed in public. Like on May 6, 1916, dozens of Arab leaders, MPs and journalists were executed in public squares in Damascus and Beirut. Today the sites of these executions are called Martyrs' Squares in both cities, and May 6th is known as Martyrs' Day. The persecution in fact got so bad that Faisal wrote to Jamal Pasha saying that for any Arab found killed, he would execute 10 Turkish soldiers. Many therefore continued to join the Arab Revolt, including Ottoman officers, like Nuri as-Said and Jafar al-Askari, both of whom would be prime ministers of Iraq later on. So in 1917, the Arab Revolt was on the move again, as Faisal led troops to Wedge. In March, the Ottomans, along with Ibn Rashid of Jabal Shammar, would try to stop their advance. But Sheikh Order Abu Tayyi, along with Lawrence, then quickly took Aqaba in July. After this victory, the British and Egypt launched an offensive into Palestine and captured Beersheba. This campaign would have their greatest success in late 1917, when they took over Jerusalem. This then put the British in prime position to unite with a variety of other groups. Like Lawrence looked into aligning with the Druze in Lebanon, who had long rebelled against the Ottomans. Yet now with the British in Palestine, the future of this region came into question, and the British would announce the controversial Balfour Declaration, which set the stage for Israel becoming a state. In some regards, this could be seen as an attempt to get Jewish leaders on their side, as many in the British Parliament believed in the old anti-Semitic ideas of world Jewry and the likes. Even when Balfour himself was Prime Minister, he passed the Aliens Act, which limited the number of Jews that could migrate to England from Russia. Yet he did meet with Zionists in the past, like Chaim Weizmann. However, Balfour was initially more keen on establishing a Jewish homeland in Africa as part of the Uganda scheme, something Weizmann refused to consider. Now, some say that Weizmann almost single-handedly convinced the British to follow this path. Yet others speculate that with the notion of Jewish influence worldwide, the Balfour Declaration could have turned the tide of the war. The British believed Russian Jews could pressure the new Russian government to stay in the war and also pull the Americans in. As Balfour stated, the vast majority of Jews in Russia and America, as indeed all over the world, now appeared to be favourable to Zionism. If we could make a declaration favourable to such an idea, we should be able to carry on extremely useful propaganda both in Russia and America. Then there was also the possibility of creating an Allied buffer close to the Suez Canal. After all, this had been threatened during the war, so it would be beneficial to the British. Weizmann, meanwhile, had connections with the Rothschilds, but this family was divided on the idea. Like Nathan Rothschild was opposed to Zionism, while Walter and James were far more keen. One member of the British Parliament as well also began to champion the cause, Herbert Samuel. He was a secular Jew who penned The Future of Palestine. In it he wrote the best solution believed by the leaders and supporters of the Zionist movement throughout the world would be the annexation of the country to the British Empire. Palestine had also not been mentioned in any discussions with the Sharif of Mecca, but early on, the plan was still to place it under international control. Sir Edward Grey then began to put forward the Zionist idea to his allies, arguing that Jewish colonists could grow strong enough to cope with the Arab population. They may be allowed to take the management of the internal affairs of Palestine, with the exception of Jerusalem and the holy places, into their own hands. But still, they got bogged down in discussions and no concrete plan came forward. So Sykes tasked Zionists like Nahum and Sokolov to persuade the French and Italians, and even the Pope. But still, the plan was far from concrete, as Kitchener continued to push for Egypt to take control of Palestine, with Jerusalem as a free city. And in his words, this would make Jewish infiltration into Palestine less obvious and annoying to the susceptibilities of the Muslim, and even certain elements of the Christian world. And when America entered the war, the Balfour mission to the United States brought the cause to Woodrow Wilson. In some of the records, it records the discussions. There was a very strong and enthusiastic organization, more particularly in the United States, who were zealous in this matter. To do nothing was to risk a direct breach with them. So the British pushed on, and after many drafts, they came up with the Declaration, which was deliberately vague. Like it called for a Jewish homeland in Palestine, making no real mention of size or geography. And Weizmann even said, "No reference must be made, I think, to the question of the suzerain power, because that would land the British into difficulties with the French." However, after the war, the Palin Commission reported that this vagueness caused many prominent people to make bold assertions. Wilson, Churchill, Teddy Roosevelt, Bonar Law and others all made references to a Jewish state, and many papers called for a Jewish republic. But all of that was left to be discussed later on. There was, however, another threat of inaction, the possibility of Germany championing the cause. Balfour himself once stated, "The German government were making great efforts to capture the sympathy of the Zionist movement." And the British were sort of right in assuming the Kaiser was open to the idea of Zionism ever since his trip to Jerusalem in the late 19th century. But also German commanders were instrumental in protecting the Jewish population in Palestine. In April 1917, Jamal Pasha ordered that they evacuate Jaffa alongside many Christians and Arabs, believing that they would work alongside the advancing British. Tens of thousands were once again forced to march through the desert up north, and again many died of starvation. There were further plans to evacuate residents, yet as von Kress said, the terrible incident of the Armenian exodus would have been repeated, and we Germans would have again been made scapegoats for this senseless measure. The evacuation of a town in Turkey is tantamount to its complete annihilation. History will burden Turkey's allies with the responsibility of this act. So he stepped in and pressured the Ottomans to avoid any further deportations. Deportations had actually begun back in December 1914, and sometimes they targeted potential allies, like the future Israeli leader David Ben-Gurion. He had created a militia of 40 men to aid the Ottomans, but was sent to Egypt in March 1915. He still, however, sided with the Turks, and travelled around the world trying to recruit an army for them. However, the Zionist movement, as always, was divided. Like there was the Poali Zion groups, which had bases around the world. This group was founded in the Russian Empire, and hoped to turn Israel into a Marxist state. There was also the Haluts, or the Pioneers, which Ben-Gurion tried to recruit from. This was a Zionist youth movement, which tried to train would-be settlers in farming and the likes. Sometimes these movements overlapped, and sometimes not. So Ben-Gurion could not recruit many people, and when Balfour declared his support for a Jewish state, many Jews quickly switched allegiances and joined the newly formed Jewish Legion. It is said that out of the 5,000 members of this unit, a third came from America, a third from Palestine, 28% from the UK, and smaller groups came from Canada and even Argentina, and this group would see action in the Levant towards the end of the war. Now though, I've mentioned that Britain was trying to keep the Russians in the war. This is because in 1917, the February Revolution brought in a new government, and in the ensuing chaos, troops were being pulled out of Persia. The leader of the Assyrians, Aga Petros, continued to meet with the Russians in Urmia to discuss an independent state. But by now, the Russians in the region could barely put together an army. So as Russia was poised to leave the war, the British and the Italians met at St. John de Maurienne to discuss new claims. Here they agreed that France could take lands in southern Turkey like Adana, while the Italians would take Izmir and Antalya. However, at the same time, the Entente were also in negotiations with the Greeks, who, up until this point, had provided a base for Allied troops, but remained neutral. Inside Greece, Venizelos and the king were both divided on who to align with, and both ran sort of independent countries. Venizelos, for instance, allowed the Allies to land in the country and send troops across the border into the Macedonian front. But in 1916, the Romanians entered the war, and a panicked Bulgaria sent troops into Greece to defend their southern border. The pro-German king, however, told his troops to stand down, and the Greeks lost land. So the Allies helped topple the king and put Venizelos in power. He brought the Greeks fully into the war, and way back in 1915, he had actually been promised sections of Asia Minor by the British, but this was never really expanded upon. The Greeks, though, had long been wanting to expand east, as part of their Megali idea. This would bring many regions that were majority or historically Greek under their rule. This would include Izmir and ideally Constantinople. And in the aftermath of the war, they would actually land troops in Izmir or Smyrna to claim it. Yet while in the west, the Macedonian front put pressure on the Ottomans, Bulgaria and Austria, in the east, the Bolsheviks would take power in Russia and pull them out of the war. In Russia, in the chaos between the revolutions, new nations started to appear, like Tapar Chermoyev declared the independence of the Muslim mountainous republic of the Northern Caucasus. South of them, the Russians had created the Special Transcaucasian Committee to oversee the region. But when the Bolsheviks took over, they began to act independently, ruling over Azerbaijan, Armenia and Georgia. They signed the Armistice of Erzincan with the Ottomans late in the year, but peace was never fully achieved. For instance, the Russian withdrawal had left the Armenians alone to defend themselves. And in January, they were accused of massacring Muslims, and the Ottomans began to advance once again. However, it's probably safe to assume that the Ottomans were more concerned with establishing some sort of presence in the Caucasus. As Rauf Bey said, they could consolidate the unity between kindred nations, not only historical and geographical, but rather ones of blood, flowing from their common past. They therefore hoped that the committee would formally declare independence from Russia and then enter into Turkey's sphere before the Bolsheviks re-emerged as a threat. And it should be said that the Germans hadn't agreed to full peace with the Russians, so they launched another assault in early 19, and finally they forced the Russians to sign the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. With this, Russian claims to Istanbul and the likes were off the table, and many of the past agreements were declared almost void. However, in the peace treaties, the Ottomans were only able to take Kars and little bits of land in eastern Anatolia, which had all been agreed upon by the Germans. So Enver Pasha believed that all of his goals were ignored, and many like Ibrahim Haki Pasha were still worried about the Russians. As he wrote, although Russia may be in a weakened state today, it is always an awesome enemy, and it is probable that in a short time it will recover its former might and power. Enver therefore sent an army into the Caucasus, and fortunately for him, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk had caused divisions within Transcaucasia. Some were happy to accept terms and surrender land to Turkey, but the Armenians in particular were not as keen. So hostilities broke out again in April, and the Ottomans demanded more lands, including Tbilisi. They arrived just a few kilometers from Yerevan and signed the Treaty of Batum, annexing further lands in the region. Once again, more crimes were reported, including the use of Armenian prisoners as bayonet practice, the enslavement of thousands of young men, villages were looted, and even their livestock was driven back to Turkey. The Transcaucasian Union, however, was already breaking down, as in March 1918, ethnic and religious clashes broke out in Baku. Members of the Azeri Musavat party promoted pan-Turkism, while the Bolsheviks began to infiltrate the countryside and gain a following. These Bolsheviks joined other non-Azeri militias and launched an attack on the Muslims, massacring up to 12,000 people during the March days. And in the aftermath of this, Muslims were expelled from Baku. The Bolsheviks therefore had taken power and created a commune. They then claimed the Musavat party had set the Tatar and Turkish populations, led by their reactionary bourgeoisie, against the Soviets, which consisted of Russians, with the support from the Armenians. The races began to slaughter each other in the streets, so the Azeris left the Union in May 1918. But they weren't the first to do so. In fact, the Georgians long believed that they should be an independent nation, and were worried about further Ottoman and Bolshevik encroachment, so they turned to the Germans for help. Although the Germans were still allied with the Ottomans, relations had grown worse, largely due to the oppression of Christians. Plus, a base in Georgia would allow the Germans to push east and control the oil in Azerbaijan, especially after the war. So Noah Jordania, a Georgian Menshevik, approached the Germans for protection and declared independence. Armenia and then Azerbaijan then followed suit, while the Germans made their way to Tbilisi. They arrived in early June and actually clashed with the advancing Ottomans. Hans von Secht demanded that Enver Pasha withdraw his men, cutting off Turkey's route to Azerbaijan. So Enver tasked his brother Nuri with creating a new army, the Islamic Army of the Caucasus, and finding a new route via Persia. This army consisted of many Turks, Chechens, and Circassians, and together they advanced on Baku. However, the situation in Azerbaijan continued to grow even more complicated. The British had sent Lionel Dunsterville and his Dunster Force north to Armenia. On the way, he received support from Russians that had remained in Persia, like Lazar Becherikov. He commanded a few hundred Cossacks and made a deal with the Bolsheviks to help defend Baku from the Islamic army. This force, though, had to fight their way through quite a lot of land. Like in Gilan, Mirza Kuchuk Khan vowed not to let them past. His forces were being supplied by the Central Powers and were being trained by a German known as von Paschen. His armies were also bolstered with the arrival of many pro-Bolshevik Russians, but the British drove them out of Resht and pushed on. Meanwhile, British officers were sent to bring weapons to the Assyrians, who were still in Persia. They were trying to prevent the Ottomans from moving on to Tabriz, while the Allies continued into Azerbaijan. But in Baku, a group of left-wing leaders, including Mensheviks, led a coup against the Bolsheviks and created the Central Caspian Dictatorship. They asked the British for assistance and infamously arrested 26 leaders of the commune and had them executed. But the Islamic army was not stopped, and they conquered the city in September. Many Armenians tried to flee, but at the harbour, Ottoman troops massacred up to 30,000 of them, in revenge for the Azeri killings in March. The Islamic army then proceeded north onto Derbent and into the lands belonging to the Mountainous Republic. Here they remained, defending the Republic from any Bolshevik advances. So Bolsheviks, British, Islamic army soldiers, White Russians and independence groups were all fighting to claim the Caucasus, especially in Baku. To make matters even more complicated though, as the British pushed north, they got involved with the Russian Civil War. Over in Central Asia, thousands of German and Austrian prisoners of war were freed, and the Ottomans were on the advance. So Wilfrid Malleson was sent to the region to stop their propaganda attempts. The British also hoped to support the White Army, in this case the Trans-Caspian government. Malleson crossed the border and, with his largely Indian force, helped the Trans-Caspians occupy Merv, and they would remain in the region until after the war. But as foreign troops continued to pass through their lands, Persia continued to suffer. Food was being sold off to the foreign soldiers, major food-producing regions were turned into battlefields, and the transportation of crops became incredibly expensive. Droughts then struck the country, and famine followed. Looting became commonplace, and there are reports of cannibalism. To make matters even worse, foreign troops brought diseases with them, and typhoid in particular would strike the major cities particularly hard. Spanish flu would also arrive, killing somewhere between 8 and 20% of the entire population. Poor healthcare and understanding of diseases seemingly made the situation worse. Yet, it should be said, historians like Goli Majd, an Iranian, have deemed this famine and others to be a genocide. However, most people disagree with this, as there's no real proof of motive, and most of the deaths were caused by disease rather than famine. Yet, throughout it all, a more nationalistic sentiment began to grow. People flocked to join groups like the Gilan Jungle Movement, and the Qajar dynasty, which had left the country in this state, wouldn't rule for long after the war. Nevertheless, foreign troops continued to fight in Persia. Like the Assyrians under Aga Petros and Malik Kosheba, had been left in a volatile position ever since the withdrawal of Russia. In February 1918, they were ambushed by regional Persian forces, and clashes intensified in Urmia. The Assyrians fought in the streets and forced the Muslims within the city to surrender. But just a month later, they'd find even more enemies, like the Kurdish leader Simko Shakak. He had taken part in massacres of Christians throughout the war, and in March 1918, he assassinated Mar Benjamin Shamun, the patriarch of the Assyrians. The Assyrians retaliated and defeated him at Jarrah, and then they defeated a much larger Ottoman force at Suldoz. They would then proceed south towards Mosul, where they hoped to meet up with the British. As for Simko Shakak, he decided to launch a rebellion against the Persians, with an army that was probably stronger than the central government's. This rebellion would continue into the 1920s, and he has become a hero of Kurdish nationalism. However, by most reports, he was seemingly more concerned with plunder rather than establishing a national state. Also, the Armenians and Assyrians who had remained in Van after the Russians left finally decided to leave in early 1918, moving to Iraq and Persia. The Ottomans pursued and moved into Urmia in July, wiping out a number of them. So, in short, people continued to move freely across Persia's borders. However, all of this largely came to nothing. By late 1918, it was becoming more and more clear that the Germans were on the verge of defeat, and they pulled most of their troops from the Caucasus. The Ottomans were also growing more worried about the Macedonian front. After a long stalemate, the Entente launched the Vardar offensive and forced the Bulgarians to surrender in late September. Kaiser Wilhelm wrote to the Bulgarian Tsar saying, "Disgraceful, 62,000 Serbs decided the war." And partially this is true. The Serbians could push north alongside the French to liberate their lands in Albania, while the British and the Greeks marched east onto Istanbul. Meanwhile, over in Iraq, the British created a new force out of the Assyrians and Armenians. Together they took towns like Kifri, but really, the fighting had died down for a long time. With war coming to a close though, the troops in Iraq were told every effort was to be made to score as heavily as possible on the Tigris before the whistle blew. So late in October 1918, they made a huge push north to the Little Zab River. The French were also keen on establishing some sort of presence within the region and sent troops to fight in Palestine. Many of these troops, though, were from the French Armenian Legion, a force made up of refugees. And nearby, the Arab revolt continued to grow. Al-Said attacked the Ottomans in Marne and forced the Ottomans into a full retreat. However, the Turks again began to massacre local populations, most notably at Tafas. Here, Lawrence of Arabia remarked how pregnant women had been assaulted with bayonets. He then addressed the Arabs saying, "The best of you brings me the most Turkish dead," and they would proceed to shoot enemies on sight, even those who surrendered. The British regular forces also advanced, winning a crucial victory at Megiddo in September. With this, the Ottoman army collapsed, and when the British arrived in Damascus, they found the locals had raised the flag of the Arab revolt, and Aleppo would then follow suit in late October. The Ottomans at this point had a new sultan, Mehmed VI, but he wouldn't rule for long. Talat Pasha visited Berlin and realized that the war was lost. He believed that the leaders must resign in order to secure a more favorable peace treaty. Enver then fled to Germany and would establish links with German communists like Karl Radek. Jamal Pasha would join him in Germany, and then he went on to Central Asia, and Talat himself resigned on the 13th of October. Ahmed Izzat Pasha took over the country and brought them out of the war with the signing of the Armistice of Mudros. He filled much of his cabinet with anti-war members of the CUP, and even allowed many of the deported Greeks to return to their often looted or occupied homes. Importantly though, the Ottomans allowed the Allies to occupy their lands in case of disorder, but essentially this just meant the Allies could place troops wherever they'd like. Some, however, still refused to surrender right away. Like in January 1919, Feyreddin Pasha still held out in Medina, but the Allies just bribed some soldiers and he was betrayed, allowing Abdullah, the son of the Sharif, to enter the city. At the end of World War I, the Ottoman Empire had collapsed, and the Sharif of Mecca was given control over the Kingdom of Hejaz. He, however, felt betrayed, refusing ever to sign the Treaty of Versailles, saying he would not affix his name to a document assigning Palestine to the Zionists and Syria to foreigners. But he had threats closer to home, as he clashed with Ibn Saud over control over the Al-Qurma oasis. The Sharif sent his son Abdullah with an army to meet the Saudis, but he was crushed at Turaba. The Saudis were then poised to strike at Hejaz with 10,000 men, and the Sharif was set to lose everything. But the British stepped in and issued an ultimatum to Ibn Saud in July 1919, demanding that he stop his advance. Ibn Saud for now obliged, but later would challenge the Sharif again. To the south there was also a new state. Yahya Muhammad Hamid ad-Din declared his legal independence from the Ottomans when they collapsed, and founded the Kingdom of Yemen without much issue. Nearby, the British finally subdued the Muscat Rebellion, and Timur bin Faisal would continue to rule under their influence until the 1930s. While in the north, the old Ottoman ally Jabal Shammar, led by the Al-Rashid dynasty, was left alone for a while, but they too would soon be conquered by the Saudis. However, most of the focus at the Paris Peace Conference was on the Levant, Iraq, and the Caucasus. The Assyrians, Zionists, Arab nationalists, Armenians, Georgians, Kurds, Azeris, Lebanese, people from the short-lived Tripolitanian Republic, and the mountainous Republic of the Caucasus all attended. On top of that, the Allies all had different demands. And even within these countries, there were all sorts of disagreements. For instance, within England, there was the Anglo-Ottoman Society, which tried to pressure the government to not deprive Turkey of Thrace and Asia Minor, with Constantinople as her capital. Or there was also a movement in India known as Caliphate, which saw many Muslims try to pressure the British to protect the Ottoman Caliph. They also made an alliance with the Indian National Congress and engaged in protest emigration, all moving to Afghanistan. So looking at the potential new countries, let's start with the short-lived Tripolitanian Republic. During the chaos of the First World War, the Senussis had managed to gain ground in Libya, but in 1917, they agreed to make some sort of peace with the Italians. But there was, however, another growing sect, the Abadis, which Suleiman al-Burani belonged to. He had been exiled years earlier by the Sultan, but was invited back during the war in an attempt to stir up rebellion among his fellow Berbers against the Europeans. And the Turks offered him the hopeful title of Governor of Tripolitania, Tunisia, and Algeria. He would join forces with Ramadan Ashwali and others to declare independence and Izizya. However, they had huge ideological differences, and when Ramadan died in 1920, they began to descend into civil war. To make some sort of peace, the Italians offered Idris, the leader of the Senussi, autonomy in Cyrenaica in 1920, along with a stipend. But the civil war in the new republic continued, and al-Burani was sent into exile. They continued to fight on, even offering Idris control of their state as well. Idris accepted, but the republic quickly fell, and Idris fled into exile in Egypt. Thus he saved himself, but still on paper, he was seen to be the leader of Libya. And he was also fortunate to escape, as shortly after this, Mussolini would come to power and launch a huge pacification campaign in Libya. But in general, North Africa remained the same after the war. Over in the Caucasus though, a whole host of nations appeared. The Ottomans and their allied Islamic army were forced to retreat, allowing the British to occupy most of the major cities like Baku. Here William M. Thompson reported, "The fact is that in Azerbaijan, some Armenians are much disappointed that the British occupation is not an opportunity for revenge. To the north of them there was the Islamic Mountainous Republic, and further north, Denikin and his White Army soldiers were in control. For a while his army seemed poised to succeed, right up until their advance on Moscow collapsed in November 1919. So in this period at least, the British had no initial great worries about the Bolsheviks. The Armenians had also prepared for the Ottoman withdrawal and pushed forward to take their claimed lands. However, they quickly came into contact with the Georgians and their German allies, who claimed Lori. Clashes ensued, and in the end, the Armenians were pushed back. Armenia was also suffering due to the arrival of over 300,000 refugees, and were therefore desperate for new lands. So when the Ottomans finally withdrew from Kars, the Armenians tried to move in. But the Turks helped create a brand new country, known as the Southwestern Caucasian Republic. Ethnic clashes though broke out quickly, and the British were sent in to occupy Kars in April 1919, and a year later it would be given to Armenia. Oliver Wardrope was also appointed Commissioner of the South Caucasus, and he had to draw up new borders. But he included Nakhchivan as part of Armenia. So the Muslims under Jafar Gulu Khan revolted and declared the Republic of Aras to be independent, starting yet another war. The British though would soon pull out of the entire region, encouraging the Azeris and Turks to aid rebels within Armenia itself. The Armenians got some support from Anton Denikin and his White Army, but largely they were left alone, and once again, thousands were massacred. There was also the issue of Nagorno-Karabakh. The British had allowed Khosrow Bey Sultanov from the Azeri side to become governor, but the Armenians within the region launched a rebellion against this decision. Massacres would again take place as the nations fought one another. Like General Andronik led Armenian troops in destroying Muslim villages. Khosrow would then launch his own massacres, especially in places like Shusha. In total, it's estimated during these 2 years after the war, the region lost 20% of its population and hundreds of villages. While all of this was going on though, the Armenians sent a delegation to Paris to take back their historic lands. The mountainous Republic of the Caucasus, headed by Tapa Chomeyev, had also wanted to be recognized. And a new Islamic nation also appeared, known as the North Caucasian Emirate, theoretically under the protection of the Ottoman Sultan. However, all of this would soon become redundant, as the Bolsheviks moved south all the way into Azerbaijan in late April. The next month, Armenian communists tried to rise up to turn their country into a Soviet republic as well, and soon Turkey and Russia would unite to take over both Georgia and Armenia. But the Turks were having their own problems. The Allies occupied Istanbul and most of the country after the war. They also tried to bring those responsible of war crimes to trial, including Halil Kut, who had fought the British in Mesopotamia and took part in the Armenian genocide. However, many of the top leaders like Enver Pasha had fled, and those who were exiled to Malta were freed without punishment. This was largely because many of the documents were destroyed, and with no real legal precedents, the trials were a disaster. Meanwhile, the Italians were determined to gain land promised to them and move troops into Antalya. The Greeks also got support from Britain to occupy Izmir, then known as Smyrna, a couple months later. They had claimed that they were defending Christians, but Venizelos was more concerned with claiming this land before the Italians did. And they also pushed into lands in eastern Thrace, near Istanbul. The Italian foreign minister, Tommaso Tettoni, then met with the Greeks, and they agreed to divide their zones of influence at the Meander River. As part of this, the Greeks also agreed to support an Italian invasion of Albania in exchange for northern Epirus. However, when Carlo Sforza took control of foreign affairs in Italy, he renounced the treaty after revolutionaries in Albania chased the Italians out during the Vlora War. So this whole region was not really agreed upon. But the arrival of Europeans prompted thousands of Turks to join new groups like the Karakol Society, which wanted to assassinate the Sultan and oust the foreigners. While over in Anatolia, Mustafa Kemal, or Ataturk, came to prominence. He met with other military leaders, including former Navy Minister Rauf Bey, and signed the Amasya Agreement. This claimed the Istanbul government is unable to carry out its responsibilities. It is only through the nation's effort and determination that national independence will be won. These leaders would go on to have further meetings in Sivas and Erzurum, drumming up support. However, one British diplomat known as Richard Webb said, "Up to the time of the Smyrna landing, we were getting on quite well. But now things are quite changed. Greeks and Turks are killing one another wholesale in the Aydin Vilayet. Mustafa Kemal is busy round Samsun, and so far refuses to come to heel." The Allies in Istanbul were also growing more concerned about the nationalist movement. So in March 1920, they launched raids on their headquarters and drove them from the capital. Ataturk therefore decided to create a new nationalist parliament the next month in Ankara. This was backed up by a brand new army, which was supported by volunteers from the Caucasus who formed the Green Army Society, led by Cherkes Ethem. As he wrote, "As Circassians we fought in the name of God bravely against the Russians, and in the service of the Caliph we fought in the Balkans. Now the lands of Islam depend on us again." But on the other side was the Sultan's forces of order, or the Caliphate army. This also had Circassian leaders, like Anzavur Ahmed Pasha, who believed Ataturk was blasphemous for working against the Sultan. These two sides clashed at Izmit, but neither side could make a breakthrough. So the British turned more to aiding the Greeks, hoping they could defeat the nationalists. They had managed to occupy Izmir relatively unopposed, as it's estimated around half of the population was Greek anyway, while the rest has been disputed, but it was largely divided between Jews, Armenians and Turks. Now though, the Greeks began rounding up Turkish civilians, shooting many and throwing some into the sea. They then fought their way into towns like Aydin, and usually proceeded to loot and destroy Turkish homes. Then, in the summer of 1920, they went on the offensive again and captured Usak. The Turks, though, were also at risk of losing land in the east. Sharif Pasha and his Kurdish groups attended the conference in Paris and pushed for independence. However, nobody could really agree on what a Kurdish state would look like and which lands could be included. And this issue, along with Kurdish rebellions, would spread across the border into Iraq, but I'll get onto them later. For now though, in the Caucasus and Turkey, the war hadn't really ended, and everything was set to change with the signing of the Treaty of Sèvres in August 1920. But first, in the Levant, this entire region was placed under the Occupied Enemy Territory Administration, and again, no one really knew what to do. Although many say that the Sykes-Picot Agreement changed the Middle East, at this early point in time, it wasn't even recognised, and almost as soon as the war was over, the Allies began to try to undermine each other. For starters, the Sharif's son, Faisal, had led armies into the Levant, and was set to take over a huge state, including Jerusalem, Jordan, Lebanon and the likes. He largely put this new state in the sphere of Britain, hoping it would counter French designs on Syria during the negotiations. And to some extent he also accepted the Balfour Declaration, saying Turkish intrigue in Palestine has raised jealousy between the Jewish colonists and the local peasants. But the mutual understanding of the aims of the Arabs and Jews will at once clear away the last trace of this former bitterness. This was all part of an agreement he signed with Chaim Weizmann, the leader of the Zionist movement. However, 10 years later, Faisal denied ever signing such an agreement, and some say it could have been Lawrence who created the document. Arab nationalists then met at the Great Syrian Congress of June 1919. Interestingly, Faisal's government and the Congress was filled with future Arab leaders, like Nouri al-Said and Yashin al-Hashimi of Iraq, Jamil al-Ushi of Syria, and Ali Rakabi of Jordan. They declared there should be no separation of the southern part of Syria known as Palestine, nor of the littoral western zone which includes Lebanon from the Syrian country, and later they called for full independence and rejection of Zionism, contradicting Faisal. There was also another congress meeting in Damascus made up solely of Iraqis. They elected Faisal's brother Abdullah as their new king. However, the British pressured him to reject this, which he was obliged to do as he was still dependent on them, and the British were still divided on what to do with the country. Some, like Gertrude Bell, initially believed that the Iraqis would reject such a candidate, and others like DJ Hogarth and the Arab Bureau determined that Abdullah was indolent, pleasure-loving and vicious. Edward Montagu, though, thought that Abdullah could easily be manipulated, and would allow the Raj to take full control. But for now, even though he was Faisal's older brother and had grand ambitions, he had to reject the crown. The Syrian Congress in Damascus also had another purpose. At that time, Woodrow Wilson's 14 points argued that nationalities had the right to self-determination, and the King Crane Commission travelled throughout the region to determine which groups lived there and how they should be divided. They found that only 1% of Palestinians wanted independence, while over 80% of them saw themselves as Syrians and wanted to unite with Syria under Faisal. And of course around 72% opposed Zionism. If necessary, most in Syria supported an American mandate, while in Lebanon they sided with the French. Over 80% of the Syrians and Jordanians, however, had a negative view of the French, far higher than the British, who only 15% in the whole region viewed negatively. This makes some degree of sense, as the French had long been tied to the Christians of Lebanon, and some of these Christians were fearful of being ruled over by a united Muslim state. So around 40% of the Lebanese said that they'd like to see an independent Greater Lebanon, while roughly the same number wanted to become part of Syria. The French had actually already landed troops in Latakia at the end of the war, and they had tried to maintain peace in a region that was usually divided. But they had dismissed the largely Sunni governors of Latakia, and they formed an alliance with the Alawite militias out in the countryside. These Alawites, however, had already been engaged in tribal conflicts against the Shia Ismailis. So, in turn, the Shia formed an alliance with the Maronites. The Alawite leader, Saleh al-Ali, then declared his allegiance to Faisal and launched a rebellion against the French. He actually managed to defeat the French and their Christian and Shia allies, and took over most of Jabal Ansariya. His successes also prompted a Kurdish man known as Ibrahim Hananu to lead a revolt in Aleppo. This city and the surrounding countryside were far more ethnically diverse than in Damascus, and had a large Kurdish, Turkish and Circassian population, so they were not as supportive of the Arab revolt. But Ibrahim Hananu, despite his Kurdish origins, was a founding member of the Arab Club, and he began attacking the French. They received support from Ataturk, who was determined to push the French out of Cilicia, which both the Turks and the French claimed. The French claims to this region date back to 1915, when papers like the Bulletin of the French Asia Committee called for buffer lands around Syria and the exploitation of its cotton and rice. Plus, they could always challenge the British in Egypt and Cyprus with large ports like Mersin, which could also help them recover from the Great War. In Paris, there was also more of an anti-Turkish sentiment. Like Clemenceau declared, massacre is a chronic ailment in Turkey, so reducing the Ottomans to a rump state was far more of a French ambition on paper. But only 20,000 men were sent to occupy the entire region, and many of these men had served in North Africa and would continue to try to rule with an almost paternalistic attitude, or with contempt for the locals. They often launched punitive raids against villages, or armed Armenians to do the same. Then, in Marash, it is said that the Algerians and Armenians often attacked the locals. In one infamous example, an Armenian removed the veil from a couple of Muslim women. Ataturk then moved a small band of troops south, numbering less than 3,000 with antiquated weapons, while the countryside was filling up with partisans. Then, in early 1920, the people in the city rose up and chased the French out. Although the French were able to fight their way back into the city, they were told to retreat. This was a particularly poor decision, as the now defeated Turks were open to seeking a ceasefire. But the mystery of who ordered the retreat and why still remains. When the Turks took over the city, the Armenians were once again targeted, and this success encouraged Turks to rise up in Urfa, where the small French garrison surrendered in exchange for safe passage. But the Turks' Kurdish allies surrounded and massacred the French regardless. The French tried to bolster their position and laid siege to Gaziantep until 1921, while in Adana, the French and Armenians began to commit atrocities against the Turks, forcing thousands of them to flee in July 1920 in an event known as the Kach incident. During this, French planes bombed refugees, killing hundreds. But all of this just drove more to join the nationalists, while the French leader Millerand was ruling over a nation that largely wanted peace, or just believed making peace with the Turks would bring peace to Syria. The French, after all, were far more determined to maintain their claims over Syria, as even in late 1918, Clemenceau informally withdrew claims over Mosul and acknowledged British control in Palestine, hoping to guarantee British support for their rule in Syria. Yet the situation for them continued to grow worse, as the Druze under Sultan al-Atrash also declared for Faisal and joined in the revolts. Internationally, in April 1920, the San Remo Conference sort of settled the issue. There, the British, Italians and French divided the region into different mandates. In essence, this was supposed to be temporary rule until the people were ready for independence themselves. But in reality, this was a new concept, and could mean anything from full rule to influence over a nation. With this, Faisal's hope for British support ended, and he was forced to accept the French mandate, initially in exchange for the withdrawal of French troops. To make matters even worse for Faisal, throughout the peace conference in Paris, Patriarch Hoayek of the Maronites had been promoting the idea of an independent Greater Lebanon, where just over half of the population were Christian. But the famine that occurred during the war also led the Patriarch to ask for more land, agricultural land, to prevent such a thing from happening again. But this decision brought even more Muslims into Lebanon. General Gouraud would then declare Greater Lebanon's independence in 1920, while Faisal's advisors told him to reject the French mandate. So Gouraud issued an ultimatum to Faisal, ordering him to disband his armies. Faisal agreed, but people rioted in the streets, and the war minister, Yusuf al-Azma, refused to stand down. Then another ultimatum was issued, convincing the Syrians that the French were determined to invade regardless. In the north, the French had already reinforced their position and recaptured Aleppo without a fight, while the next day outside Damascus, al-Azma rode out with an army to try to fight the French back. At the Battle of May Salun, a couple thousand Syrians, some fighting with swords, were crushed by an army of 12,000 French with armoured cars and planes. Damascus then fell, and Faisal fled to British lands. Gouraud allegedly went straight to the tomb of Saladin and said, "Awake, Saladin, we have returned. My presence here consecrates the victory of the cross over the crescent." Sheikh Salah and Ibrahim Hananu then united to request their independence be recognised. But Gurod had managed to largely crush those rebellions by 1921. Some tried to continue their resistance, like Adam Kanjar, a Shia who tried to assassinate Gurod. When this failed, he fled to the house of Sultan Al-Atrash and continued raiding until he was captured. Al-Atrash would then attack a French convoy in July 1922, but when this failed, he fled to Transjordan to continue the fight. So the French had crushed the Arab state, but this left Jordan unclaimed. The British had supported Faisal's claim to it, yet now the Zionists also wanted it. And the lands around Man were also disputed, as the Sharif of Mecca claimed them as part of Hejaz. One British official that was particularly keen on the expansion of Palestine was Herbert Samuel, a Zionist and now the High Commissioner of Palestine. The Morning Post, however, reported his appointment as High Commissioner was regarded by everyone except Jews as a serious mistake. Many saw it as a clear move towards the creation of a Jewish state, and despite migration quotas, there was another huge wave of Jewish migrants known as the Third Aliyah. Some of these new arrivals had been part of the Halutz movement, where they trained in skills needed to create a self-sufficient community. All of this allowed the number of Jews to rise to 90,000, which were defended by the new Haganah paramilitaries. Yet this is still in comparison to the nearly 600,000 Arabs. These two groups clashed very early on, like during the Syrian revolt, when Arabs asked to search the town of Tel Hai for French soldiers. The Jews agreed, but misunderstandings led to a firefight and the death of a Jewish hero of war known as Joseph Trumpeldor. In Jerusalem, the Palestinians also began to organize protests, led by the likes of Amin al-Husseini. His family had long held important positions within Jerusalem, and during the war, he raised a small army to fight for the British. But he supported unification with Syria and attended many conferences held at this time alongside many Christians. Like in 1919, where they declared, "We consider Palestine nothing but part of Arab Syria, and it has never been separated from it at any stage." They argued against Zionism, saying that the British broke their agreement with the Sharif of Mecca, and following the logic of Zionism, Arabs should claim Spain since once upon a time they conquered it and there developed a high civilization, and that the British had, under the financial stress of war, had sold their country to the Zionists. The Zionist leadership meanwhile began to argue early on that a pogrom was imminent, especially in March 1920, when Faisal had been crowned king of Syria and protests broke out in Palestine. The next month, the Nebi Musa festival saw thousands of Muslims take to the streets for a religious procession. In the past, the Ottomans would deploy a huge army to keep the peace, but the British just put out a small police force. What happened next has been disputed, but in the end, crowds began to sack the Jewish quarter, shouting, "Muhammad's religion was born with the sword." The British army managed to restore some sort of order, while the Palin Commission then declared both sides were at fault. This included some Zionists, like Ze'ev Jabotinsky, whose impatience to achieve their ultimate goal and indiscretion are largely responsible for this unhappy state of feeling. This accusation led many Zionists to believe that the British were also complicit in the attack. But really, the British were at this point still remarkably divided. Some high-ranking British were anti-Semitic, and some like Colonel Richard Meinertzhagen were both anti-Semitic and a Zionist. He accused Colonel Waters Taylor of meeting with al-Husseini to attack the Jews. Allegedly, he said to Husseini, "If disturbances of sufficient violence occurred in Jerusalem at Easter, both General Bowles and General Allenby would advocate the abandonment of the Jewish home." However, Meinertzhagen was a known liar, and his diary claims that he saved the Grand Duchess Tatiana of Russia, and he could have killed Hitler before the war. But he is right in saying Waters Taylor was an anti-Semite, as he published a book detailing the paramount ascendancy of the Jew in England today. The British at this point also did try to stop the Jews from forming their own militias. Their soldiers withdrew from the area for a little while when violence began, and al-Husseini and other leaders were pardoned, while Jabotinsky, on the other hand, was sentenced to years in prison. So Jabotinsky would say, "The Palestine authorities are acting in a manner which clearly tells the Arabs that the Balfour Declaration need not be fulfilled." The British would actually see him and many Zionists as having too many close ties to the Bolsheviks, and therefore more of a threat to their rule. Botynsky would later begin to look to Mussolini for an alliance later on. Back in London though, Churchill believed that Jews would bring prosperity to the region, turning it into a land flowing with milk and honey, in which sufferers of all races and religions will find a rest from their sufferings. So, once again, the whole idea was still open for debate. The British were also having problems over in Iraq. Here, the British Raj had taken temporary control, but towards the end of the war, they had faced rebellions in Najaf. Plus, their agreements with France put them in full control of Mosul, and therefore a large Kurdish and Assyrian population. The Assyrians had already been promised a state by the Russians, and it's here where Freydun Aturaya wrote a manifesto, hoping for a Marxist Assyrian state. But Russia dropped out of the war, and in the ensuing genocides, their homeland had been completely transformed. Aga Petros continued to lobby for independence, while William Enger Wigram published a book called Our Smartest Ally. In it he said, "Can Great Britain, now that she is responsible for the order in the country, afford to neglect so valuable a military asset as this nation has proved itself to be?" But despite their wishes, nothing came of this. The Kurds also, although historically divided, had a growing sense of nationalism. The British appointed a Sufi sheikh known as Mahmud Barzanji to rule over Duhok, and ideally rule over the entire region. This would allow Kurdish lands to remain under British influence and free them up from any real obligations. Barzanji, however, rallied together the tribes and declared independence in May 1919. The British quickly subdued this rebellion and exiled him, but he would soon return. So once again, the debate over northern Iraq was more or less left open for future discussions. And nobody even really knew what to do with the south either. Britain had been awarded the mandate, but there were still discussions over what this really meant. However, in 1919, Jafar Abu al-Tamam formed the Guardians of Independence Party. He declared they should unite the ranks of the Iraqis in their various communities and sects, and to invest whatever efforts possible in putting an end to all divisive factors in religion and belief. In June 1920, the British tried to arrest one tribal leader called Shalan Abu al-Jun. They did this because he allegedly didn't pay back any debts, but in reality he ruled over the Zawalim tribe and was a member of the new nationalist movement. His tribesmen though quickly broke him out of prison, and the whole incident sparked a huge rebellion across Iraq. The nature of this revolt has been disputed. Abbas Kadim, for instance, argued that it was a fiercely Shia-dominated revolt. Abd al-Razak al-Hassani said that the different sects put aside their differences to fight for a united nationalism, while Hannah Batatu calls it a Sheikh's revolt against British reforms and policies, rather than a nationalist uprising. One of the leaders of the revolt, though, Mushin Abu Tabik, would later call it a sacred revolution, and its highest goal was to give birth to an Iraqi state. He also said, "I raised with my own hands the first Iraqi flag on the building of the city hall." But this raises even more issues, as we don't know which flag it was. Maybe it was a flag bearing the Arab colours, but these colours were chosen by the family of the Sharif of Mecca, or the Hashemites, and they were largely Sunni. Maybe it was a completely new flag to represent Iraq. But we do know that the rebels flew the Ottoman flag when they took over Kanakin. It seems that a lot of the Iraqi nationalism was just entered into his memoirs decades later. So maybe no one was truly fighting for a nation that was essentially only a few months old. But all of that is still open for debate. And I should say that there were both Sunni and Shia representatives that petitioned for independence, while Ayatollah al-Shirazi in Persia issued a fatwa saying, "It is the duty of the Iraqis to demand their rights, but if the English prevent them from obtaining their rights, it is permitted to make use of defensive force." The rebellion spread to towns like Najaf, Karbala, Samarra and Fallujah, and could have threatened British rule. However, the British still had local allies, so Baghdad and Basra never fell. The rebels also began to alienate many by looting and dividing themselves once again along tribal lines. British reinforcements, alongside their Assyrian allies in particular, began to drive the rebels back. Many villages which refused to surrender were subject to aerial bombardment, but this was a costly affair. It was in fact so costly that the British wanted to step away and install a puppet ruler in their place. As Churchill said, it was an immense expense for military establishments and development work far exceeding any possibility of return. And of Palestine he said, the Palestine venture is the most difficult to withdraw from, and the one which will certainly never yield any profit of a material kind. But keeping on Churchill, there has been the accusation that Churchill used deadly gas on the Iraqis to quell the rebels. Noam Chomsky and others often quote Churchill when he said, "I am strongly in favour of using poisoned gas against uncivilized tribes." But they often ignore the passage beforehand. It is sheer affectation to lacerate a man with the poisonous fragment of a bursting shell, and to boggle at making his eyes water by means of lacrimatory gas. So, although he is clearly racist, he is here talking about tear gas, and there's no indication that chemical weapons were used. But to explain the situation so far, nobody ruled in Jordan or Iraq, and the British wanted to step away. The British then believed that the solution for the entire Middle East was the Sharifian solution, or in other words, they'd take the children of the Sharif of Mecca and place them on different thrones. Lawrence of Arabia had proposed this earlier on, but he drew very strange borders. Like one son, Zayd, would take over a small, mainly desert Arab state in eastern Syria. Armenia would be given a lot of land, and Palestine would again be left open. But in the middle, the map just sort of fades out when it comes to Kurdish and Assyrian lands. However, as the French had kicked Faisal out of Syria, this was no longer possible. However, I'll come back to the Sharifian solution later on, as in August 1920, the Treaty of Sèvres was signed. Many show this treaty as partitioning up Turkey, but this isn't exactly true. The Ottomans had to accept foreign control over their national budget in order to pay back their huge international loans. They had restrictions placed on their armed forces, and those guilty of genocide were supposed to be handed over. However, this last one never really happened. But in terms of land, France would get a little of southern Turkey, and the Greeks were given eastern Thrace. In Izmir, though, they would need to hold a plebiscite, and all Kurdish lands were supposed to hold referendums. There was also an international zone around the straits, but this wasn't set to break free from Turkey, rather just be open to all nations. There were no great calls for partitioning up the rest of Turkey at Sèvres. In fact, it even said, the French and Italian governments will withdraw their troops from the respective areas where their special interests are recognised. So most of the maps showing the partition of the empire come from the tripartite agreement, which developed zones of interest. Yet, in the words of this agreement, being anxious to help Turkey to develop her resources and to avoid international rivalries which have obstructed these objects in the past, in the event of the Turkish government, or the government in Turkestan, being desirous of obtaining external assistance in the local administration or police of the areas in which the special interests of France and Italy are respectively recognised. Or, in other words, if the Turkish or Kurdish governments wanted help in a certain region, these regions would be divided between the Italians or the French. Maybe it could be argued that this would start the eventual annexation, but that would just be speculation. But given that they all agreed to withdraw their troops and the Italians would even aid Ataturk's army, it's hard to believe that this was a stated goal at this point. Maybe it was in 1915 or 16, but not by 1920, with the exception of French Cilicia. So this could more likely be compared to what was actually prevalent before the war, when the Germans gained concessions around the Baghdad Railroad and the French kept to Lebanon and Syria. One nation that was set to gain land, though, was Armenia. Here, the Americans were given a mandate to help guide the country to stability, yet when Wilson brought the idea to Congress, the idea was defeated and Armenia was left alone. The Turks had already been looking to expand into Armenia for months, and Lenin even began supporting Ataturk to, in his words, fight against imperialist governments. Ironically though, they would both coordinate invasions of other countries themselves. In September, realizing their opportunity that Armenia had been left alone, the Turks attacked and moved on to Kars. The Bolsheviks meanwhile held the Congress of the Peoples of the East in Baku, and there they decided that they should work alongside the Turkish nationalists to spread communism in the region. The Red Army then moved into Yerevan relatively unopposed, and Armenia became a Soviet republic. Following this, the Bolsheviks would move into Georgia in early 1921, and the new borders were established. The Armenians, however, did manage to get some degree of revenge through Operation Nemesis. Revolutionary groups successfully assassinated many high-ranking people, including Talat Pasha in Berlin and Jamal Pasha in Tbilisi. Enver Pasha, however, escaped and began working with Turkic rebels in Central Asia against the Soviets. However, there was still the issue of Greek troops in the west, and they launched another offensive deep into Anatolia to force the Turks to finally accept the treaty. The Turks, however, just fell back, never meeting them in battle early on. Greece was then thrown into a political crisis, when King Alexander was killed by a monkey bite. The Greek population, now tired of war, joined together to oppose Venizelos and the continuation of the war in the next election. They even voted to bring back King Constantine, the deposed pro-German monarch. The ensuing political factionalism seeped into the army's higher command. They were, however, still better equipped than the Turks, and in early 1921 tried to continue on, but were stopped at Inonu. By this point, many of the allies were beginning to look to make peace and renegotiate the Treaty of Sèvres, so they held a conference in London, with representatives from Istanbul and even Ankara. The Turks were incredibly fortunate again, as many of the allies seemingly did everything they could to undermine one another. For instance, Britain supported the Sultan, but the Italians were providing oil and weapons to the nationalists. Why they supported Ataturk is hard to pin down, as they initially wanted a colony in Turkey, but their generals were told to avoid confrontation at all costs. Maybe they just watched the French defeats in Cilicia and didn't want to get involved. Maybe they knew a large war would cripple their bankrupt nation. Maybe they wished to turn the nationalists into a future part of their sphere of influence, or maybe they just wanted to spite their allies. It's quite hard to tell. The French in Cilicia were also in a weak position with limited men. Franklin Bouillon tried to demand concessions in exchange for withdrawal, but in the end, unwilling to pay for further occupation, the French just pulled out as well. After the following treaty with the French, the Treaty of Ankara, Ataturk said, "The fact that one of the most powerful states that had signed the Treaty of Sèvres, i.e. France, had come to a separate understanding with us, proved to the whole world that the treaty was merely a rag." However, some, including French historian Marcel Homais, asserts that the Treaty of Ankara was primarily to embarrass the British, as the French could now position themselves as champions of Turkish nationalism to challenge the British and their Arab nationalists who continue to threaten their position in Syria. Brits like Lord Curzon saw the whole thing as treachery, many Syrians were angry that their claimed land was being signed away, and French right-wingers saw it as a capitulation. However, in general, most of the French public were apathetic. Regardless of all of this, the Greeks continued on. They won at Kütahya Eskişehir, forcing the Turks to withdraw again to the Sakarya River. But their delays in pursuing the Turks allowed Ataturk to regroup. The two sides clashed at Sakarya for a couple of weeks, until the weakened Greeks retreated and a stalemate ensued. We'll leave this, though, the Greco-Turkish war for now, though, and return to the Sharifian solution, beginning with Jordan, the place which was left in a political wilderness. Here, the British sent Herbert Samuel to meet with the leaders of al-Salt in July 1920, and they declared that Jordan would not become part of Palestine. They also promised that they would aid in the creation of local governments. For instance, they gave Rashid ibn Durgam control over Jabal Ajloun. In September that year, at Qais, the locals demanded an Arab prince to take over, to stop the sale of land to Jews, and a national army funded by the British. The capital of Amman was still made up of many Circassians, and one of them, Sayyid al-Mufti, would change the whole situation. In early 1920, he asked the Sharif of Mecca to send one of his sons to take control. Abdullah took up the offer and arrived in Amman with a few hundred men. The British offered no resistance to his movements as he took over Amman. Instead, Churchill brought him to Cairo to discuss the situation once more. Here, he was told to stop his campaigning before ever arriving in French Syria. Then, he would also greatly improve his own chances of personal reconciliation with the French, which might even lead to him being instated as the Emir of Syria in Damascus. The British therefore still supported his family's claims to Syria, but they didn't want a war. Faisal, meanwhile, was in London, discussing the future of Palestine. But the British put forward the argument that only the Vilayet of Syria was promised, not Jerusalem. In early 1921, Lawrence wrote to Churchill saying, Faisal had agreed to abandon all claims of his father to Palestine. In return for this, he was offered the throne of Iraq. But this once again has been disputed. Nevertheless, Faisal journeyed back to the Middle East, and for the first ever time, Iraq, where he was crowned king in August 1921. There were opponents to this plan, like Talib al-Naqib, an old nationalist who wanted power for himself. But a referendum was held, and 96% of voters supported Faisal being appointed king. Yet this number does suggest some sort of foul play, and had the voters been given another contender to the throne, maybe the number would be lower. But the Sharifian solution had put Faisal in power in Iraq and Abdullah in control of Transjordan. Abdullah in particular would continue trying to unite with Syria for decades, even controversially agreeing to the partition of Palestine in order to claim more land for himself. In Hejaz though, the Sharif still refused to recognize any peace treaties, believing he had been betrayed. But he wouldn't rule for much longer, as the Saudis would take over Mecca. The British also largely stepped out of Egypt at this time, at least on paper. The country had been under military occupation during the war, with Hussein Kamal I as a puppet ruler. When he died, Fuad I took over, but he was unpopular and the country suffered during the war. Like over 1 million Egyptians were used in labour corps on the front lines, which some began to call slavery. And Russell Pasha, the British commander in Cairo, was concerned about the drug epidemics in the country. Saad Zaghloul and his Wafd party then led a delegation to Paris, requesting British rule formally end. The British then tried to stop the movement by sending him to Malta, but this just led to riots. All elements of Egyptian society took part, attacking railway lines, homes, and even British soldiers. Zaghloul was released to try and stop the revolutionaries, but he just took control of the movement. Another inquiry was commissioned to determine the cause of the disturbances, and Lord Milner reported that the protectorate status should end. The British even offered Zaghloul the throne, while hoping to keep some sort of oversight in the country. This, however, was rejected, so he was exiled once more, this time to the Seychelles, where he was joined by an exiled Somali leader, Mohammed Ali Shire. Edmund Allenby, the governor of Egypt, continued to put down protesters, in one case executing 16 rioters. But he argued in favour of Egyptian independence, even threatening to resign over the issue. So in early 1922, Fuad became the new king of an independent Egypt. Yet an independent Egypt which was still under British influence, and they shared administration over Sudan. And the end of the war also saw the end of British dominance in Afghanistan. Here, Habibullah Khan had remained loyal to the British and refused to join the Central Powers. However, many in his court believed that this was a betrayal, and some in his own family were far more open to the idea of fighting the British. This included his brother Nasrullah and one of his sons, Amanullah. Then, in early 1919, Habibullah Khan was assassinated in his tent by one of his own pages. Who ordered the assassination, though, is still a mystery. As Habibullah did not name a successor, it was believed that his eldest son, Inayatullah, would succeed him. He, however, refused the throne and supported his uncle, Nasrullah. In Kabul, though, Amanullah quickly staged a coup and arrested Nasrullah, accusing him of assassinating his father. Now in power, Amanullah quickly set about trying to make Afghanistan a fully independent state, and hopefully reclaiming some of their lost territories. He was also pretty fortunate, as the Great Game had reopened, and the Russians were once again looking to expand south. The Soviets met with Amanullah to discuss the possibilities of an alliance as part of the Kalmyk project. And they would also meet with the remnants of the Indian Provisional Government under Mahendra Pratap, which had remained in Kabul. Although no true agreement was reached, Amanullah was still determined that he could strike at a weakened British Empire, especially at this time as Indian calls for independence were growing louder, like in Punjab in particular, where the infamous Amritsar massacre took place in April 1919. Here, Reginald Dyer surrounded protesters and killed maybe 1,500 of them. The British government condemned Dwyer, with Asquith saying it was one of the worst, most dreadful outrages in the whole of our history. So the Afghans crossed the border in May 1919 and captured Bagh. Their army, however, was still in a poor state, and the British, with their local allies, quickly drove them back to the border. The British, however, couldn't proceed far over the mountains though, so they just bombed Afghan positions, resulting in a stalemate. Eventually peace was just made, and Afghanistan was given freedom to conduct their own diplomacy. However, they still depended on British aid, and internationally, the British would force countries to acknowledge their authority in Afghanistan. But in Kabul, Amanullah was seen as a hero and cemented his control. The war, though, had encouraged tribes in Waziristan to rebel, and the British campaigns against them would continue until 1920. Also, the Great Game began to reignite within Persia as well. In the north, Mirza Kuchuk Khan still led the jungle movements. The motives of this group, though, have been debated, as they could have sought independence, maybe a communist state, or were just Persian nationalists. But in May 1920, the Soviets sent ships to Anzali on the Caspian Sea. Initially, they were only there to try and pursue Denikin's forces, but they quickly began to make approaches to Kuchuk. Many there, including Ehsanullah Khan Dustar, the second in command, were already communists, and the Bolsheviks agreed to grant them their autonomy. So in 1920, the jungle movement became the Persian Soviet Republic. Kuchuk, however, didn't implement the more radical communist reforms, like the redistribution of lands. This caused splits within his party, and rather than face a conflict with the communists, he left, and died of frostbite in the mountains. Ehsanullah took over alongside Soviet advisors, and angered most of the population by infringing on their centuries-old property rights. And this is when rumours began to circulate that the Bolsheviks were equipping a small force to move on to Tehran. Meanwhile, the British still had an ally in the south, in Khuzestan, and the Anglo-Persian Agreement was set to place the rest of the country under British influence. The British would take control of all oil fields, training and supplying the Persian army, the construction of railroads, and a lot more. Many, of course, refused to accept this, like Muhammad Kiabani, a Shia cleric and supporter of the constitutional movement. He revolted and took over Tabriz, creating a state which he called Azadistan, or the Land of Liberty. Yet it only lasted until 1920. The treaty was also denounced by the Iranian parliament and was never fully implemented. The British now, though, hearing the rumours, were far more fearful of Bolshevik expansion. So General Ironside handed a young Persian commander control over a battalion of Cossacks. He was Reza Pahlavi, and was seen as a capable commander, and, in the words of General Ironside, would solve many difficulties and enable us to depart in peace and honour. Or, in other words, he would stop the Bolsheviks from expanding and allow the British to withdraw. Ironside then clarified some of the conditions he set to Reza. Like 1, I told him not to strike us in the back with guns and ammunition we provide him with. Such action will result in his demise. 2, he must promise not to oust the king after his arrival into Tehran. However, Ironside's true role in all of the future events has been disputed. Nevertheless, with just over 3,000 men, Reza Pahlavi marched into Tehran in 1921. As promised, he didn't remove the Shah from power. Instead, he just demanded that Zia al-Din be made prime minister. Together, they quickly signed a treaty of friendship with the Soviets to secure their northern borders. In exchange for the withdrawal of Soviet support for the jungle movement, the Persians promised that neither the White Army nor the British could use Persia as a base to invade Russia. But the new Prime Minister wouldn't last very long. He quickly made many enemies by declaring, "All the residents of the city of Tehran must keep quiet. All newspapers and prints will be stopped. All shops where wine and spirits are sold, as well as theatres, cinemas and clubs where gambling goes on, must be closed." On top of that, he tried to make huge changes to the nation, angering many religious leaders and landowners, and Persia would be very close to disintegration once again. By 1922, most of the Middle Eastern borders had been agreed upon. Iraq, Jordan and Hejaz were being ruled over by different members of the Sharifian family. The French took over Syria and Lebanon, Armenia, Georgia and Yerevan were taken over by the Soviets, and Egypt, on paper at least, became an independent country. There was, however, one major ongoing war, the Greco-Turkish War. This had reached a stalemate in late 1921, but Ataturk was able to build up his army in the following months. By August 1922, he had around 90,000 men and launched the Great Offensive. The Turks still had very little in the way of modern vehicles, but still they defeated the Greeks at Dumlimpana in late August, and this battle largely routed the Greeks, opening up the route to the coast. By September the 9th, the Turks entered Izmir, or then known as Smyrna, and this brings us to possibly another genocide committed by the Turks. Deportations of Greeks had already begun in 1913, and violence continued for a while. Greeks beforehand could actually be found across Anatolia, from Izmir and Istanbul in the west to the Cappadocian Greeks and the Pontic Greeks in the east. In Istanbul, Adrianople and Izmir they numbered around 1/3 of the population, but their proportion elsewhere was declining. Like if you include the countryside of the provinces, in Kayseri only 10% were Greek, and in Trabzon only 8% were in 1914. The Germans though managed to prevent the Ottomans from conducting any large-scale massacres, similar to what happened to the Armenians early on. This though was partly a diplomatic move, as it was one of the conditions of Greek neutrality. As the war progressed though, this policy changed, with Talat Pasha ordering Greeks to be deported from the coast. This was often followed by killings and forcible recruitment into labour battalions. Then George W. Rendell reported by 1918, over 500,000 Greeks were deported, of whom comparatively few survived. Rafet Bey also allegedly said to the Austrians, "We must finish off the Greeks as we did with the Armenians. Today I sent squads to the interior to kill every Greek on sight." Some of the Pontic Greeks in the east fought back, forming their own militias and volunteering to serve in the Russian army. Yet, the Greeks did commit atrocities of their own around Izmir, like in Menemen and Izmit, where potentially thousands of Turks were massacred. One Greek, Elias Venices, even reported how Greeks would launch retaliation campaigns, capturing Turkish civilians, gouging out their eyes, or cutting open their skulls with a saw. And then there were many reports of the assault of women, looting villages, and even reports of torture. Like they would hang people upside down and light a fire below them to extract information. The Yalova Peninsula massacres even prompted the Allies to launch a report on the issue, and they reported that there was a systematic plan of destruction and extinction of the Muslim population, and the situation of the Turks in Smyrna city had become what they called, without exaggeration, a reign of terror. Even future Prime Minister Colonel Kondalis seems to have encouraged massacres against the Turks. While at Aden, they killed women and children, burnt down the city, and shot those who fled with machine guns. Or in Usak, they assaulted women inside of a mosque and then set it on fire with people inside. However, the Allied reports also indicated that the Turkish crimes have been considerable and more ferocious than those on the part of the Greeks. Even reporting, the Turkish inhabitants of the occupied zone have, in most cases, accepted the advent of Greek rule without demur, and in some cases undoubtedly prefer it to the nationalist regime, which seems to have been founded on terrorism. In Thrace, Sturgiadis was able to stop many atrocities from being committed. Yet, in total, some say that 1.5 million Muslims were killed or deported from Greek zones, while some, like R.J. Rummel, said there were only around 15,000 killed. But again, this is a remarkably political issue, so the true number may lie somewhere in the middle. The Greeks on their retreat adopted a scorched earth policy, burning fields and villages and even people, with one Greek officer reporting, "The destruction in the cities and villages through which we passed, the arsons and other ugliness, I am not able to describe, and I prefer that the world remains oblivious to this destruction." On the other side though, the Turks also continued their campaigns, and many, like Churchill, argued that they were far worse than the Greek atrocities. Or George Horton, the US consul, said, "One of the cleverest statements circulated by Turkish propagandists is to the effect that the massacred Christians were as bad as their executioners, that it was 50-50. For instance, the Turks during the Amasya trials executed many members of the local football team that wore blue and white shirts, and the army under Nuruddin Pasha and irregular forces under Topal Osman continued to deport and massacre much of the population. Or, in one report it said, "The soldiers ran a bayonet through one ear to the other, a long stick was placed through each head, and then the soldiers paraded before the officers with these heads." These two women also saw 4 girls from 15 to 18 years of age taken by officers for immoral purposes. While in Iznik, the British found hundreds of mutilated corpses. Theobald von Bethmann Hollweg, the German Chancellor during the war, said, "The indications are that the Turks plan to eliminate the Greek element enemies of the state, as they did earlier with the Armenians." Or Henry Morgenthau, the US ambassador, said the Turks were terrorizing, cruel torturing, driving of women into harems, debauchery of innocent girls, the sale of many of them at 80 cents each, the murdering of hundreds of thousands, and deportation to and starvation in the desert. And it was a scheme to annihilate the Armenian, Greek, and Syrian Christians of Turkey. And they did succeed in all but wiping out the Pontic Greeks, with somewhere between 300,000 and 700,000 being killed, and many more were deported. Throughout all of this period, Ataturk received admiration from the growing Nazi party in Germany. Hans Trost, Himmler and Hitler were all keen admirers of Ataturk. Trost in early Nazi papers would often write about the Turkish methods and national purification. Hitler even wrote to Trost early on saying, "What you have witnessed in Turkey is what we will have to do in the future as well in order to liberate ourselves." But all of this killing would culminate in the burning of Smyrna, or modern-day Izmir. But who set fire to the city is, once again, disputed. The Greek army had evacuated the city on the 9th of September, and 4 days later, Ataturk arrived. The Greeks, as I mentioned before, had already been torching villagers on their retreat, and even set fire to Manisa a few days earlier, destroying the vast majority of the buildings. The American Vice Consul James Loder Park reported, "The burning of these cities was not desultory, nor intermittent, nor accidental, but well planned and thoroughly organized. It may safely be surmised that the atrocities committed by retiring Greeks numbered well into thousands." However, it does seem that the Turks were responsible for the burning of Smyrna. Turkish mobs had already tortured and lynched the Chrysostomos of the city, who refused to flee with the Greek army. Then an American, Miss Minnie Mills, said, "I saw with my own eyes a Turkish officer enter the house with small tins of petroleum and benzine, and in a few minutes the house was in flames." But she wasn't the only person who would back up this version of events. The fire also did begin in the Armenian quarter and quickly spread, while the Cathedral of St. Fotini was blown up with dynamite. Many Greeks and Armenians were then cordoned within the fire zone, and the Turks prevented many ships from aiding the refugees trying to flee by sea. The defeated Greek government, meanwhile, were in the midst of a revolution, so they could not help. Some foreign ships, including a Japanese one, did help out, rescuing anywhere between 50,000 and 200,000 people. Another 20 to 100,000, though, were deported into the interior of Anatolia, and around the same numbers died within the city. Yet this fire largely marked the end of the violence, as the two governments agreed, controversially, to exchange their populations. 400,000 Muslims living in Greece were sent to Turkey, and 1.2 million Greeks in Turkey were moved over to Greece. Fridtjof Nansen was the architect of the scheme, and as a supporter of the Armenians and Christians in Turkey, he believed that this was the best solution. However, many people have called it a mutual ethnic cleansing. Plus, the exchange wasn't based on ethnicity, it was a religious exchange. So Greek Muslims like the Valahais, and even many Roman people, were told to move to Turkey, while Armenians joined the Greeks leaving Turkey. Greeks inside of Istanbul were allowed to stay, but this meant that only 700,000 Christians remained in all of Turkey. Before the war, they numbered 4.4 million, or 20% of the population. By 1927, it was around 5%, and today it's less than 0.5%. While in Greece, cities like Thessaloniki were once predominantly Jewish, but now it's mainly Greek. It was planned that the possessions left behind would be compensated for. But in Turkey, many of the Greek homes were looted, and towns like Kayakoi were left abandoned. Then a lot of the abandoned land and homes were taken over by the government and sold to make some money. Plus, the numbers and types of immigrants provided more issues. For instance, many Muslims in Greece had been peasant farmers, while many Greeks in Turkey had been businessmen. So it's estimated that Turkey lost up to 90% of their commercial class, and this potentially allowed them to become more authoritarian. While the new arrivals in Greece were middle class, and were more likely to be Republican and staunchly loyal to Venizelos and opposed to the monarchy. So violence often broke out between them and the locals, who were more royalist. Greece also only had around 5 million people, and now they had to find room for another 1 million. Some were sent to Macedonia, but many more were put into squalid shantytowns, and here their children began to develop communist sympathies as they grew up. The Turks, though, continued to pass reforms targeting the Greeks that stayed. Like in the 1930s, they banned them from holding certain jobs, like in law, and later there would be a number of pogroms. But as of yet, Ataturk had not taken Istanbul. He continued to reiterate, Our demands remain the same after our recent victory as they were before. We ask for Asia Minor, Thrace up to the river of Marista and Constantinople. We must have our capital. I much prefer to obtain possession by negotiation, though naturally I cannot wait indefinitely. However, British troops still remained around the capital to enforce the previous treaties. So the nationalists began to prepare for an attack. Even Ernest Hemingway reported, another night a destroyer stopped a boatload of Turkish women who were crossing from Asia Minor. On being searched for arms, it turned out that all the women were men. They were all armed and later proved to be Kemalist officers. Meanwhile, Raymond Poincaré had already ordered that the French leave to Chanak, while the British coalition government was divided on the issue. Churchill, for instance, said, "If the Turks take the Gallipoli Peninsula and Constantinople, we shall have lost the whole fruits of our victory, and another Balkan war would be inevitable." But many objected to fight a war to defend the Sultan and the Balkans. Churchill then sent a telegram to Mackenzie, King of Canada, asking for troops. This almost caused a huge diplomatic incident within the British Empire, as Canada was poised to ignore the British requests and therefore embark on their own foreign diplomacy. In the end, in late September, the British just told the Greeks to leave and Eastern Thrace became Turkish. By this point though, the Allies were already negotiating a new treaty with the Turks at Lausanne. In it, most of the modern-day borders were established with a couple of exceptions, and the Turks had to cede all claims to the Dodecanese, Cyprus, Egypt, Syria and Iraq. They also agreed that the straits should be demilitarized, but this would change in the 1930s. However, the Turks would later claim lands in many of these places, and a lot of this came down to the Misak-i Milli, or the National Oath of 1920. This declaration, which was made by the defeated Ottomans, set the border to what they believed to be Turkey. Whether or not this was passed in Parliament, though, is unknown, but the concept has been brought up more recently. Erdogan, for instance, said, "Turkey is not just Turkey. Certain historians believe that the borders set by the national contract, in addition to the current Turkish border, include Cyprus, Aleppo, Mosul, Erbil, Kirkuk, Batumi, Thessaloniki, Kardzali, Varna, and the islands of the Aegean," forming the basis of what we'd call Neo-Ottomanism. But going back to the conference, the Allies had invited the Sultan to attend. However, in November 1922, the Grand National Assembly, centered in Ankara, declared that the Sultanate was abolished, ending the Ottoman Empire. The conference at Lausanne therefore confirmed that Ataturk was the legal representative of the new Turkish Republic, and Mehmed VI departed from Istanbul shortly afterwards. But the House of Osman still held the title of Caliph. In November 1922, Abdul-Majid was given this title in Ankara to serve in a ceremonial role, uniting Muslims around the world. Ataturk, however, declared, "Your office, the Caliphate, is nothing more than a historic relic. It has no justification for existence." But around the world, Muslims still celebrated the Caliph. Like in India, Muslims formed the Khilafat movement in support. This could have provided challenges for the new Turkish Republic, so in 1924, the title of Caliph was also abolished. There were, of course, other reasons for this. As Ataturk said, "The Turkish army will have done its duty when it defends the country from foreign aggression, and frees the nation from fanaticism and intellectual slavery." He then set out on a huge campaign of reforms to make the nation a secular one, almost a radically secular one. His main ideas, though, were summarized with 6 arrows, which formed the basis of Kemalism. These were republicanism, populism, nationalism, secularism, statism, and reformism. These vague notions, though, are very hard to pin down, and his policies were praised by both the Bolsheviks and Nazis alike. Some in the Islamic world also celebrated his achievements, but disagreed with the abolition of the Caliphate, and they looked for a new one to lead them. The Sharif of Mecca quickly tried to take the title for himself, but received no support. Then, allegedly, Ataturk offered the title to Ahmed Sharif of the Senussi movement, if he would remain outside of Turkey. But his old ally in battles against the Italians refused the title. Other possible candidates included Ibn Saud, King Fuad of Egypt, and even Amanullah Khan of Afghanistan, who had just fought against the British. International conferences were held in Indonesia, Cairo, and Jerusalem to try and pick a new caliph. But just taking Cairo in 1926 as an example, many didn't support Fuad as their king, let alone their caliph. So a rival conference sent delegates to Mecca. Or in 1931, al-Husseini helped organize a conference in Jerusalem. Jerusalem was at the time seen as neutral territory, and it could have been a new centre of Islam. Plus, if the caliph was in Jerusalem, they could have more fiercely opposed Zionism. But again, nothing came of this. There was, though, another contender, Cesarii Mehmed Selim, the son of Abdul Hamid II. He was living in exile in French Syria, and he became the centre of a plot to remove Ataturk from power. However, to understand this, we also need to look at the Sheikh Zayed rebellion in Kurdish lands. The Kurds were once again trying to establish their own state, led by the likes of Abdul Qadir Abidullah and Nuri Dasimi. Around Dersim, they raided warehouses, and by late 1920, they made their demands, including the withdrawal of Turkish troops from Kurdish lands. By 1921, though, Ataturk sent Nuruddin Pasha to deal with them. He was so brutal that even those in the Turkish government were shocked, and he was removed from his post. The opposition to Ataturk continued to grow in Kurdish lands, though, especially as he was deemed to be anti-religious. Ataturk, meanwhile, feared losing even more lands, and realised the problem of even allowing Kurds to have freedom in Iraq, saying the British wanted to establish a Kurdish state there in northern Iraq. If they do, this thought spreads to the Kurds within our own borders. To prevent this, we need to cross the border south. But the Kurds began to organise a secret society known as the Azadi. At their first congress in 1924, many former commanders of the Ahmadiyya cavalry were present, and so too was Sheikh Zayed, and together they decided to rebel. Kurdish soldiers mutinied under Khalid Beg Shibram, but they were quickly suppressed. The Turks then began rounding up Azadi leaders, so Sheikh Zayed appealed to all Muslims to join him, and around 15,000 people did so. They created a new Kurdish state and laid siege to Diyarbakir. But there, under machine gun fire and aerial bombardment, the rebellion was largely crushed. Many were sentenced to death, and once again, the Turks looked to eradicate a possible threat to their rule. In this case, the Report for Reform of the East said, "Forbid both the use of non-Turkish languages and the employment of Kurds in second-level offices." Then resettlement, martial law and more would try to Turkify the Kurdish populations. As Ismet Inonu said, "We are frankly nationalists, and nationalism is our only factor of cohesion. At any price we must Turkify the inhabitants of our land, and we will annihilate those who oppose." But going back to Selim, as it was during this revolt that the rebels actually proclaimed him to be their new caliph. However, he really had nothing to do with the rebellion and lived peacefully in exile. Otherwise, this rebellion also allowed the law for maintenance of order to be passed, giving the government further powers. This, along with the abolition of the caliphate, angered many. They founded the Progressive Republican Party, which wasn't necessarily opposed to the ideals of Kemalism, but rather its implementation. Ataturk, however, disbanded the party regardless, and many fled into exile. Some within this party were even accused of plotting to assassinate Ataturk in 1926 in Izmir. Many old party members were accused of working with the Kurds or Islamists, including the founder of the CUP, Mehmed Kavid, and were either exiled or killed. Ataturk was then free to proceed on his secularization campaigns, closing down Islamic courts, desegregating men and women, and discouraging the veil. The Turkish language was also switched over to the Latin alphabet. The following education campaigns helped double literacy rates from 10% to 20% by 1940. Other reforms may have seemed quite trivial, but they resulted in deaths. Like he wanted Turks to wear more European hats, so passed a law banning the fez in 1925. In Erzurum, Maraş, Rize and elsewhere, people protested against it, martial law was declared, and people were executed. However, despite his calls for republicanism, he had transformed Turkey into a one-nation state, and a cult of personality was born. His name, after all, was Mustafa Kemal, but this was changed to Ataturk, or the Father of the Turks. And even today, insulting Ataturk has been made a criminal offence. There were some challenges to this one-party system, like in 1930 when the Liberal Republican Party was allowed to form. This was after the stock market crash brought chaos around the world, and in Turkey,
There were plans to change from the statist economy to a more liberal one. However, this party soon became the centre of all opposition within Turkey, and in Menemen, further disturbances would break down the multi-party system again. Here, people from the Naqshbandi school of Islam organised a protest against secularism. They then shot soldiers and even beheaded one. While over in Kurdish lands, the situation had never really been settled. Like Ibrahim Heski from the Jalali tribe, had continued to resist Turkish encroachment. But an even greater threat emerged in Lebanon, where exiled Kurds founded a new group known as Hoybun. They returned back to Turkey and declared independence for the Republic of Ararat. Their small army around Mount Arafat held out for a while, but by 1930 Turkish planes were bombing their position in Kurdish villages, and even again more massacres were committed, like at Zilan, where 15,000 people were killed. Even Turkish papers reported, cleaning started, the ones at Zelan Valley were completely annihilated. The Kurds were quickly forced to surrender, while Ataturk became convinced again that the new Liberal Party were working with the Islamists and the Kurds, so again had them disbanded. There was therefore no democracy in his republic, but in his defence he said, "Republic means the democratic administration of the state. It should enforce all the requirements of democracy as the time comes." This justification allowed Turkey to remain a one-party state. Ataturk also became more concerned about the Turks' pre-Islamic history, believing that they were tied to the ancient Hittites and a new racial theory around the Turks. This was as bold and as inaccurate as the Nazis' Aryan idea, but in short, they believed that the Turks came from Central Asia thousands of years ago, and they helped create the Indus Valley Civilization, China, Egypt, Mesopotamia, Greece, and even Rome. As in the main book on the topic, An Outline of Turkish History said, the true natives had no civilization. This book, by the way, was also taught in schools. However, Ataturk never allowed Enver Pasha to return to Turkey, despite his pan-Turkish beliefs. Enver had first fled to Germany, and then was asked by Hans von Seeckt to negotiate a Soviet-German alliance in 1920. He even appeared at the Congress of the Peoples of the East in Baku, hoping to rally the people to the Bolshevik side. However, he was seen as a destructive figure by Ataturk and a personal rival, so he was never allowed to return home. Instead, Vladimir Lenin sent Enver to Central Asia to meet with the leaders of the Basmachi revolt. They had been rebelling against Russian rule ever since 1916, opposed to conscription, corruption, and the arrival of even more Russian settlers. The Tsar, however, responded brutally, leaving over 200,000 dead through massacres or disease. Many more would flee to China, where they would die on the way. Then, when the Tsar was toppled, many of the Muslims in the region began to unite under the Jadids. These were Muslim scholars who had tried to modernize in order to protect Islam. They had first tried to align with the Bolsheviks, but the Tashkent Soviet prevented Muslims from participating in government. So instead, they aligned with more conservative Islamist leaders and formed a new government in Kokand. The Red Army had already carried out massacres in Kokand in early 1918, encouraging further uprisings under the command of Ergash Bey, who declared himself the supreme leader of the Islamic army. There were also the remnants of the once powerful Central Asian states under Russian rule, like Khiva and Bukhara. The Red Army, though, moved into these states and deposed their leaders. But Sayyid Alim Khan of Bukhara continued to lead his men from Afghanistan, and Junaid Khan fled with his Khivan forces to Khorasan. These leaders formed the basis of the Basmachi movement. Then Enver Pasha arrived in late 1921 to initially help quell these rebellions. But he quickly defected and tried to unite the various movements into one state. His calls for jihad encouraged many to join him, including those from Western China. So there was a possibility of creating a huge Turkic state. However, no help came, and Enver was killed in August 1922 in a cavalry charge into machine guns. Many of the fighters would cross into Afghanistan, which would fall into chaos once more. But first, in neighbouring Persia, another dynasty would also fall. Here, Reza Pahlavi had marched into the capital, probably with British support, and demanded a new prime minister be appointed. This was Zia al-Din Tabatabai. He, however, proved to be incredibly unpopular as he tried to make too many reforms. He also made the Shah angry by ignoring royal protocols and nearly oversaw the breakup of the country. For instance, he sent Colonel Persian to arrest the governor of Khorasan, Ahmad Kavam, who he believed was his opponent. Colonel Persian, by the way, was a very popular leader, as he had opposed the Allies during World War I. However, back in Tehran, Zia was told to resign in May 1921, but there was no one who would accept the title of Prime Minister, except for Ahmad Kavan. He was released from prison and tried to remove Colonel Persian from Khorasan. Persian's autonomous government tried to fight back, but Kavam had the support of Reza and many tribal leaders. So by the end of the year, Persian was beheaded and his head was placed in the capital. On the opposite side of the country, Khuzestan was also virtually an independent state. Here, Sheikh Khazal was supported by the British, and in return, he allowed them to exploit the oil in the region. But in July 1922, Reza dispatched a small force to try and bring the Sheikh back into the fold. The Sheikh, though, had already formed an alliance of sorts with the Bakhtiari tribal leaders, and they attacked Reza's army. The Bakhtiaris claimed it was all a misunderstanding, but Reza was determined to get his revenge. However, we'll leave this one for now, as in the north, there was yet another rebellion. Simko Shakak, who had fought against the Assyrians during World War I, now had a force of 20,000 Kurds, and with them, he took over Urmia and the surrounding lands. Then he pushed on to cities like Baner and Sardasht by 1922. Reza Pahlavi responded quickly, and at the Battle of Saritaj, he forced him into exile in Turkey. However, he would soon return in 1926. Now, though, with the Kurds defeated, Reza could move south. But first, Ahmed Shah Qajar set off on a tour of Europe in November 1923, and before he left, he discussed with Khazal the threats that Reza Pahlavi posed to the nation. For instance, Reza had pressured Parliament to award him dictatorial powers and a new title of His Serene Highness. With the Shah's blessing, Khazal gathered together an alliance of tribal and religious leaders into the Committee of the Rising for Happiness. They demanded Reza Pahlavi step down to allow the Shah to return, and the restoration of traditional rights and return to constitutionalism. In return, Sheikh Khazal was issued an ultimatum to hand over his possessions to the government. He refused and tried to gain some international support, even going to the League of Nations to gain recognition for his state. Reza then ignored Britain's calls for peace and invaded, forcing Khazal to accept Reza's rule. Then, in April 1925, Reza arrested Khazal, liquidated his possessions, and abolished the emirate. With all of the rebellions crushed, Reza returned to Tehran and pressured Parliament to officially depose the Shah, who was still in Europe. There was some debate as to whether or not he would transform the country into a republic like Ataturk had done, but instead he took the crown for himself, becoming Reza Shah of the Pahlavi dynasty. Much like Ataturk, though, he was a reformer and almost a radical secularist. Like in 1936, he would actually ban women wearing the hijab, and those who wore it in public could be beaten. Otherwise, there were huge infrastructure projects like the Trans-Iranian Railway, and thousands of kilometers of highway were also built. Like with Ataturk, schooling became incredibly important, with it being free and compulsory for both boys and girls. Religious authorities were diminished, their land was taken away, and he even broke into a shrine in Qom to beat a cleric who criticized the Shah's wife for showing her face. So many people did oppose these reforms. In 1935, in the Imam Reza shrine in Mashhad, a cleric decided to lead some protests. But Reza just called in the Azeris to break into the shrine and crush them. Meanwhile, in the capital, power was also taken away from Parliament through his constant removal of prominent ministers. And tribes also lost their power when he created a brand new centralized army of over 100,000 men. But to do this, he had to rapidly increase military spending. Yet, many tribes were forced to accept centralized control for the first time and a sedentary lifestyle, meaning Reza Shah had actually managed to cement his control. However, going back to Afghanistan, King Amanullah had previously fought against the British and, on paper, managed to secure his country's independence. He then brought in Mahmud Tarzi to his government. Now, previously, Tarzi's family had been exiled, but this just allowed him to travel around the world, going to Mecca and Paris, and meeting many of the great intellectuals of the late 19th century, like Al-Afghani. When he was invited back in the early 20th century, he began to publish his own newspaper, advocating for a secular, modern nation with a constitutional monarch. He was then made foreign minister after the Third Anglo-Afghan War, and helped draft the first constitution of Afghanistan. In fact, he officially turned the country into a kingdom, hoping to unite the tribes. Plus, to further unify the nation, the old official language of Dari was slowly replaced by Pashto. They also constructed new schools, allowing boys and girls to attend, and liberalized the laws on dress codes for women. Further gender reforms were also championed by his Syrian wife, Soraya Tazi. There was, however, again, almost immediate backlash. Like in 1923, in Alatzai, the people rose up to fight against taxation and conscription. And in Khost the following year, the people were angered by modernization, taxation, and his cultural reforms. For instance, the abolition of child marriage and the freedoms for women. The British consul then reported, with the new code in one hand and the Quran in the other, they called the tribes to choose between the word of God and that of man, the acceptance of which would reduce their sons to slavery in the Afghan army and their daughters to the degrading influence of Western education. In Kabul, Amanullah called an assembly of nobles, known as the Jirga, hoping to get support. But they also denounced his modernization reforms, and to make matters worse, Abd al-Karim arrived in Afghanistan from India. He was the son of Muhammad Yaqub Khan, who had ruled Afghanistan for a very short time at the end of the Second Anglo-Afghan War. And now Abd al-Karim was claiming the throne for himself. The king, though, did have some allies, like the Kogyani, the Shinwari, and Babrak Khan, the leader of the Zadran tribes. And on Babrak Khan, interestingly, his sons would go on to lead rebellions in 1944 and assassinate the first Prime Minister of Pakistan. With their support, the king declared a holy war on the rebels, claiming that they were British agents, while the British and the Soviets blamed each other for the rebellion. The king then launched campaigns in the south, forcing Abd al-Karim to flee once again to India. The population was then subject to reprisals, as there were mass executions, women were kidnapped, and villages were torched. Internationally, the king then clashed with the Soviets over the small river island of Urutagai. In November 1925, the Basmachi rebels were using it as a base for raids, so a couple hundred Soviets landed on the island and chased them out. The Afghans, however, claimed it as their own and demanded the Soviets withdraw, even deploying their own forces to the north. After some international arbitration, the Soviets did withdraw in exchange for the Afghans promising to stop Basmachi border raids. Now, with some degree of peace, Amanullah continued on his reforms. Like, he managed to create a small air force, and culturally, he even brought back books about the Baha'i faith, leading many to believe that he wasn't a true Muslim. Then, in 1927, he also went on a tour of Europe, visiting Mussolini, Pilsudski, George V, and many others. It was actually on this tour that he adopted the tricolour flag, after being inspired by Weimar Germany. However, ever since the Khost Rebellion, Amanullah spent even more money on his army, depleting his limited funds. And the old leaders were angry that they were being replaced by a younger generation, often those who had been educated in Europe. So in Jalalabad in November 1928, the Shinwari Pashtuns rose up, demanding an end to the secular reforms. And they were joined by many of the king's soldiers. Tribesmen from across the country began pouring into the capital, hoping to take part in the campaigns against the rebels. This was mainly, though, because they sought loot, as many like the Mongols had previously fought against the king. This forced the rebels in Jalalabad to put down their arms. But the situation grew a lot worse elsewhere, as Habibullah Kalakani, a Tajik bandit, marched south. He had previously aided the Basmachi in Central Asia, and now he moved into Jabal al-Siraj. His small band of followers appointed him emir, and again, many of the king's soldiers mutinied rather than fight against them. Other tribes then joined in, like the Waziri, the Mangol, and the Ahmadzai, and they threatened to take over the capital. With the situation spiraling out of control, Amanullah abdicated in January in favour of his elder brother Inayatullah Khan. But Kalkani, the bandit, proceeded to advance again, with a tiny force of just a couple dozen men. Some Hazaras joined them en route, leading the new king to join his brother in exile in British India. In its final act, the king even declared to Kalakani, "I have decided to relinquish my claim to the Afghan emirate and give you my oath of allegiance, like other true-believing Muslims." So now this Tajik bandit was the new emir of Afghanistan. His followers were known as the Sakhawists, and they quickly allowed the Basmachi rebels to set up base in northern Afghanistan. While at home, they began to launch campaigns of terror against their enemies, especially the Shia Muslims. As one chronicler reported, their forces met a Shia civilian, and the list of crimes included ransacking the Sayyid's belongings and seizing his wives and children. Tearing an 8-month-old son from its mother, he grabbed the baby by the feet and threw him to the ground. There were, however, those that still remained loyal to the deposed king, like Ali Ahmad Khan. He had stayed in Jalalabad since ending the rebellion there, and he was proclaimed the new emir. However, the Kugyani tribe betrayed him for money, and he was quickly executed. Others also refused to swear allegiance to the new emir, like the Hazara and the Wazir, until a series of demands were met, like for instance the protection of their property. They then ambushed Kalakani's men when they passed through their lands, and even more joined in the fight against him. So by this point the country had descended into complete tribal warfare, and allegiances changed remarkably quickly. Sensing an opportunity in March 1929, Amanullah returned to lead the rebel tribes in reclaiming the country. They clashed around Ghazni and continued to fight for a few months. Then to the north, the Soviets also got involved, hoping to put Amanullah back on the throne and crush the Basmachi rebels. They sent a small force into Mazar-e-Sharif, disguised as a local army. But the Afghans quickly found out who they were, declared a jihad on the invaders, and besieged the Soviets within the city. Russian reinforcements were brought in to break the siege and move on to Balkh, where they fought back the Basmachi rebels led by Ibrahim Bek. But to the south, Amanullah's forces were slowly being defeated, and he was forced to withdraw. Now the Soviets had no real basis to be in the country, so they too pulled out. However, then yet another challenger came, Muhammad Nadir Shah. He was the descendant of Sultan Muhammad Khan, the brother of Dost Muhammad. He had grown up in India as the exiled descendant of Sultan Muhammad Khan, the brother of Dost Muhammad. Now though, he saw his opportunity, and with a band of loyal tribes, marched north, and after some heavy fighting in the streets, he captured Kabul. Yet to keep many of the tribes on his side, he allowed them to loot the city for a few days. Kalakani was then executed, while his followers retreated to Herat, but they too were wiped out in the following years. Nadir then quickly tried to mend relations with the Soviets. To do this, he needed to remove Ibrahim Beg and the Basmachi from his lands, so a joint Soviet-Afghan army marched on their base. On their way, however, the Red Army torched many villages nearby to finally eliminate the threat. The Bolsheviks had also largely destroyed the movement in Central Asia by this point, and created new Soviets in the region. There would be a few more Basmachi attacks up until 1934, led by Junaid Khan, but really, this ended the hopes for independence in the region. Junaid Khan would then join Sayyid Ali Khan, the old emir of Bukhara, in exile in Kabul. However, in Kabul, many people expected Nadir to peacefully hand over power to Amanullah, and they were shocked when he decided to keep the throne for himself. Amanullah therefore remained in exile, travelling around Europe looking for allies, and he would later become key to many Nazi plans for the country. While back home, many loyalists would continue to start rebellions over the next decade or so. Nadir Shah, on the other hand, had brought back many of the more conservative laws to Afghanistan in order to appease the religious and tribal leaders. Plus, followers of the more radical Deobandi movement in modern-day Pakistan had been spreading their ideology within Afghanistan. However, this caused further division in the country. They also promoted pan-Islamism, which completely undermined any real attempts to create a sense of national unity. And keep in mind, Afghanistan was still a divided nation, made up of Tajiks, Amaks, Hazaras and more. Some wanted to unify the Pashtun in both Pakistan and Afghanistan, but Abdul Ghaffar Khan believed no revolutionary ideas could be present in the minds of the independent tribes of Afghanistan. He, by the way, was the founder of his own movement, which hoped to achieve independence through non-violent means. Plus, I should also mention that Afghanistan had for centuries a large Hindu population, but with the rise of the Deobandi movement and more Islamist leadership, their numbers continued to decline. Nadir Shah, though, wouldn't rule for very long. In 1933, his brother was assassinated in Germany by an Afghan student who was angry with the king's cooperation with the British. And a couple months later, the king would be assassinated himself. The assassin was Abdul Khalik, a Hazara student. Nobody can agree what his motives were, but it's likely he was angry with the persecution of his people, arrest of his family, or even increased taxes. He was mutilated before being killed, alongside most of his family, and then even some of his classmates, who were just punished as a group. Amanullah from Rome reportedly said, "We have lost so many Afghans by murder and execution, and so many youths and intellectuals have been butchered that I am glad he is gone." Here, by the way, he's referring to the old king. But he refused to make any move. Others did, though, like Fakir of Ipi, nicknamed Crazy Fakir. He was from Waziristan, which continued to lay outside the control of Britain, and therefore was filled with guerrilla fighters and bandits. It is said that if the people here united, they could well have been one of the largest armies in the world, as in 1940, the British reported that they had over 400,000 fighting men and 250,000 rifles. This would make them much larger than the Indian army. Crazy Fakir, though, could have been such a unifier. Many of his followers believed that he could perform miracles like turning trees into rifles and turning bombs into paper. And as he continued to fight against the British, in 1933 he crossed into Afghanistan, hoping to restore Amanullah to the throne. He arrived in Khost, but was driven back across the border. There he continued to escape the British, earning him the nickname the Scarlet Pimpernel of Waziristan. And during the next war, Axis agents would seek him out, hoping to fund a large-scale uprising. There would also be other rebellions, like in 1938, a strange figure from Syria appeared in the mountains. He was known as the Shami Pir, and he preached some form of pan-Islamism and declared his support for Amanullah. It seems that the British were just able to pay him to leave the region and go back to Syria. They then investigated the idea that he was sponsored by the Germans or Italians with the hopes of restoring the old monarch, but no real evidence of this exists. The throne therefore had passed on to Muhammad Zahir Shah with some trouble, but in comparison to before, a lot more peacefully. He also inherited a somewhat developed state with an army of 40,000 or so soldiers. But he was still young. So his uncle Muhammad Hashim Khan took over the running of the country, and he would quickly look to forming an alliance with Nazi Germany.
While Ataturk and Reza Shah were transforming Turkey and Persia in the 1920s, over in Arabia, the Saudis would finally unite their country after nearly 100 years of trying. As their Wahhabi ideology spread around the peninsula, in 1920, the Ikhwan rose up in Aba, the capital of the new Upper Asia Emirate. These Ikhwan were Islamists that quickly swore allegiance to the Saudis, bringing their rule further south. To the north of them there was also Jabal Shammar, which had long kept the Saudis at bay. But in 1920, Saud ibn Rashid was killed by his own cousin. This led to further divisions within the state, and the new rulers soon had to face Ibn Saud's men. Jabal Shammar, as an old Ottoman ally, was also left somewhat alone in this new world, while the Saudis had, temporarily, worked alongside the British and received modern weapons from Kuwait. On Kuwait, though, their old ambitious leader Mubarak had died, so the Saudis had no real contenders for dominance up in the north. Also, it should be said that the Saudis and Kuwaitis had huge ideological differences. As one foreigner remarked, the Sunni people of Kuwait are tolerant to others and not over-rigid to themselves. Wahhabism is carefully prescribed. All efforts of Najd have never succeeded in making one single proselyte at Kuwait. As such, the Ikhwan tried to attack Kuwait a couple times in 1920, but they couldn't break through their defences at the Red Fort. So Ibn Saud turned all of his attention over to Jabal Shammar, where his Wahhabi clerics had been gathering support. This was also around the same time that the great powers were meeting to divide most of the Middle East between the family of the Sharif of Mecca. Ibn Saud therefore realised he needed to act fast in order to stop some degree of encirclement. In November 1921, he struck at Ta'il, took over the city and all of Jabal Shammar. To the north of them now lay the Ruwala tribe, led by Nuri al-Shalan. He joined the Arab revolt, but his allegiances often changed afterwards, sometimes helping Abdullah in Jordan or even the French in Syria. Well, his tribe, which stretched across the modern borders, lost control of Al-Jawaf to the Saudis as well. The Saudis then continued as the Ikhwan launched raids into Iraq in late 1921 and massacred many of the Shia inhabitants. They then moved on to Transjordan, where they met with the Bani Sakir tribe, who halted their advance. 2 years later, over 4,000 Ikhwan troops would come again, and this time they came very close to Oman. The British Air Force, however, stepped in and bombed their position to drive them back. Remember though that this was the Ikhwan, not Ibn Saud, who, like the British, wanted to avoid a war. So the two sides met at Al-Mu'amara to set the new Iraqi borders. However, Ibn Saud presented a major issue. That was trying to place European-style borders around nomads. Instead, they agreed to designate control over tribes to each other. Like the Dafir, the Yanaza and Muntafiq were classed as Iraqi tribes, while the Shammar was Saudis now. As negotiations stalled, HRP Dixon reported that Percy Cox lost all patience over what he called the childish attitude of Ibn Saud in his tribal boundary idea. Ibn Saud almost broke down and pathetically remarked that Sir Percy was his father and mother, and who had made him, and that he would surrender half his kingdom, nay the whole world, if Sir Percy ordered. So Cox was free to define the borders, guarding Kuwait and Iraq, although these countries were now home to many Shammar refugees, but they were still technically under Saudi control. Some of them even launched raids back across the border, so discussions therefore continued until 1924, and so too did the cross-border raids. Like Faisal al-Dawish, the leader of the Ikhwan, took troops into Iraq, and the Saudis placed an embargo on Kuwait, hoping to break them. There were some agreements made though, like they created small neutral zones between their countries which existed for decades. By now though, the Saudis became far more focused on taking Mecca. The British still, in theory, supported the Sharif of Mecca, but by this time he was old and had few allies. Many in the Islamic world viewed him as a traitor, and as he refused to sign the Treaty of Versailles, the Allies began to move away from him as well. While within his own country, he made many people unhappy and often refused to listen to his advisors. His demise finally came in 1924 when he declared himself Caliph, wrongfully believing that the Muslim world would unite behind him. He also decided to ban Saudi pilgrims from visiting the holy cities, finally giving Ibn Saud a cause for war. In August they took Taif, and then in December, Mecca surrendered without much of a fight. The Sharif, realizing the situation, abdicated in favour of his son Ali, and he tried to get support from the British. But it was all too late. Ibn Saud invited Muslims from around the world to a congress recognizing his rule over Mecca, and he took the title the King of Hijaz. Some foreigners celebrated this achievement, like St. John Philby, a Muslim convert and future Nazi sympathizer. He was a keen supporter of Ibn Saud, who helped to map out the unexplored lands of the Empty Quarter and facilitate deals with oil companies. Philby even met with David Ben-Gurion to discuss the possibility of creating a refuge for Jews within a Saudi-led Arab Federation. And off topic, but his son Kim Philby was part of the Cambridge Five that spied for the Soviet Union. Back in Arabia though, in the south, Muhammad ibn Ali al-Idrisi had created the Emirate of Asir back in 1908. Trapped between Yemen and the Hashemites of Mecca, he formed alliances to maintain his independence, and for a while he even managed to push the Yemenis back to al-Hudaydah. But he died in 1923 and the Yemenis retook their land. Fearing more attacks, they made a deal with Ibn Saud in 1926, becoming a protectorate. Further south still, the British in Aden were beginning to grow more wary of Yemen and the possibility of local tribes switching their allegiances. So whenever there were Zaydi incursions into their lands, they'd respond swiftly with their air force and bomb areas. And the often local troops would go on what were called flag marches to demonstrate British power in the region. The British Air Force would again have to be used in the north of Arabia as the Ikhwan raided Iraq and Kuwait again in 1927. This though was in direct violation of the Treaty of Jeddah signed that year. This treaty recognized Ibn Saud as the legitimate ruler, but in return he had to stop attacks on British protectorates. But the Ikhwan refused to accept this. Their group largely consisted of tribes like the Otaibah, the Mutaiya and the Ajman, and some, like the Ajman, had previously fought against the Saudis, while the Otaibah, under Sultan bin Bajad, had caused issues before. Like in 1925, they attacked Egyptian pilgrims who played music in session. These tribesmen, though now pushing into Iraq and Kuwait, had taken over a police station and killed an American missionary. All of this was in clear defiance of Ibn Saud, who finally decided to act in 1929. At Sabila, he crushed them using machine guns in less than an hour, and with the rebellion crushed, the kingdoms of Najd and Hejaz were united into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. However, the descendants of the Sultan of Otaibah would continue to challenge the Saudis, infamously seizing control of the Grand Mosque of Mecca decades later. Otherwise, there were still some small states outside Saudi control, like the small Principality of Narjan. They had refused to participate in Yemen's war for independence from the Ottomans, and had remained in a state of limbo since the fall of the Ottoman Empire. In 1924, Yemen failed to conquer it, and later, Yemen and Saudi Arabia would clash here. However, like with Upper Asia, very little information, at least in English, exists on this state. Yemen, by the way, at this point was still led by Ibn Yahya. He also began to modernize the state somewhat and kept old Ottoman officials in the country to help with this job. He did still maintain claims to British aid, but he knew he needed allies. So he signed a treaty with Mussolini in 1926. The Italians had actually been looking at expanding into Arabia for some time now, something the British would not allow. As one British official wrote in 1915, were Italy to get a footing along the Red Sea Arabian littoral, her role as an arbiter in Islamic matters would be unquestioned. They feared the Italians could control the Red Sea and thus the Suez. The Italians, though, had continued sending aid to the Idrisi for some time now, and as the British Foreign Office said, it was on account of the danger from Italian aspirations that we hoisted our flag nearly a year ago on some of the islands of the Red Sea. When Idrisi fell under Saudi control, the Italians just redirected their aid towards Yemen and signed the Treaty of Friendship. In the eyes of the British, this threatened Aden, especially as their rule in southern Yemen remained volatile. They had, after all, around 1,400 treaties with the various leaders of many different states. But, as of yet, no real threats came. British rule or influence elsewhere was also pretty safe, like in Abu Dhabi, where the ruling family had been busy fighting each other. Like Hamdan bin Zayed bin Khalifa Al Nahyan was assassinated in 1922 by his own brother Sultan. He then took over the throne as familial factions developed and some fled abroad. That was until he was killed by another brother known as Sakir, and he in turn was killed in 1928. His nephew Sakbut bin Sultan Al Nahyan would rule next, finally stabilizing the leadership until the 1960s. Dubai was more stable under the control of Said bin Maktoum, who ruled from 1912 to 1958. He helped turn the city into a commercial centre based on pearl diving, welcoming in traders and migrants from around the world. As such, he was pretty content with British protection. However, the Japanese developed the cultured pearl, which could be produced commercially, and, along with the Great Depression, this crippled the industry. Bahrain was also pretty stable, having been ruled by Isa bin Ali al Khalifa since 1869, the longest reigning ruler of the country. However, he was a despotic ruler. The British had long commented on his treatment of the local Shias. Like in 1878, Captain Edward Lord Durran described them as a broken-spirited, helpless lot, and there were innumerable complaints of the tyranny of the sheikhs and their tribe. Or more recently, in 1921, Major Clive Kirkpatrick said, "Instances of this oppression are far too numerous to quote. Oppression in the past 2 years has been amounted to terrorism." Because of these crimes, the British technically forced him to abdicate in 1923, but most do not consider this as legitimate. Nearby in Qatar, Abdullah bin Jassim Al Thani, who had signed the original Treaty of Protection with the British, continued to rule until 1949. And then there was Taimur bin Faisal, who ruled in Oman under British influence. Crucially though, this whole region still depended on slavery. Back in 1880, 10,000 out of the 36,000 people that lived in the Emirates were slaves. And even in the 1930s, they still had 7,000 slaves, primarily working in the pearl trading business. In some instances, a slave could hold high positions. Like in Kalba in 1937, they would appoint an African slave to be the regent of the sheikhdom until his owner came of age. Each country also bought slaves from different regions. Like in the 1930s in Qatar, there were 6,500 slaves out of a population of 27,000 people, and most of these slaves were African. Kuwait, on the other hand, only had a couple thousand slaves in the 1920s, and some of them were Armenians, Yemeni, and Georgian. But their new leader, Ahmad al-Jabbar al-Shabar, was seen to be one of the most liberal rulers by the British, and he worked to eliminate the trade. So by the end of the decade, very few slaves remained. Otherwise, in Bahrain, the British would begin awarding freedom to the slaves who asked for it in the 1930s. And in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, the British granted freedom to hundreds of runaway slaves who arrived at their consulate from 1926 to 1938. Many of the slaves that were in Saudi Arabia came from Ethiopia or Sudan, but some of these slaves came from as far away as Nigeria. In some cases, they would have even come as pilgrims to Mecca, but were attacked and enslaved by Bedouins. Or, potentially, they sold their own children to cover the expenses of the return trip. Oman, on the other hand, had brought in thousands of slaves from their colonies in Zanzibar, so by the early 20th century, a quarter of the population of Muscat came from Africa. But with the loss of their colonies in Africa, they began to bring in slaves from their other colonies in Baluchistan. These Baluchi slaves began to be imported in larger numbers in the 1920s. Many were in fact kidnapped by other slaves who sought to raise money for their own freedom, or by tribes within Baluchistan looking for money or weapons. So by 1936, 5,000 Baluchi slaves were in the Omani capital, or taken nearby Yemen. In the small state of Mukalla, O.H. Little described the Sultan's army in 1925. The Sultan of Mukalla has about 800 slaves. There are about 250 of them in the army, all of African origin. They carry a rifle and ammunition belt, but generally only wear a loincloth and sandals. I never saw them drill, and when they march, each man goes as he pleases. Otherwise, each of these states had their own ideas about slaves. Like in Saudi Arabia, a mixed-race person was forbidden from marrying an Arab woman, as there were more concepts of racial purity. But in Kuwait, it was a more common practice, and the children of Ethiopian slaves would go on to rule the country. But leaving Arabia now and going north into the Levant. Here, the French had chased Faisal out of Syria and took full control of the country, but they now had to rule over a state filled with many ethnicities and religions. To try and solve this, they looked at breaking up the country further. Lebanon had already been given their independence, but the Alawites and Druze were also given their own autonomous provinces. Inside the country, though, many still lived a nomadic lifestyle, and the new borders limited their movements. The French also began building roads through their lands, the tribesmen were prevented from carrying arms, and they had to pay taxes on livestock. And the influx of Kurds and Armenians changed the demographics, all angering people further. Many exiled nationalist leaders in Cairo did call for a rebellion, but they were often too fractured to do anything. Instead, the main opposition came from the powerful Druze family, Al-Atrash. In 1922, Sultan Al-Atrash demanded the release of a man who tried to assassinate the French general Gourou. He even attacked a French convoy in the hopes of freeing the assassin. However, this failed, and he fled into exile in Jordan. With him gone, the French, and many of the local rulers opposed to his family, appointed a Frenchman to rule in Jabal al-Druze. He was Captain Cabriolet, and he was only expected to serve 3 months. But he quickly began to disarm the population and use prisoners as forced labour. So Sultan Al-Atrash returned from exile, hoping to have his power restored. But the members of the delegation he sent to the French were arrested. This was enough to call for a revolution in August 1925. Many Druze nomadic groups and nationalist groups like Al-Fatah then started the Great Syrian Revolt. Sultan Al-Atrash was made president of the new National Republic, and they quickly defeated the French at Al-Mazrah and ambushed their columns. In Damascus, Abd al-Rahman Shah Banda had long organised resistance against the French with his Iron Hand Society. Now, though, he had the opportunity of expanding the revolution east. So he met with Muhammad al-Ayyash from the Abu Ubayyad clan to spread the rebellion to Deir ez-Zor. Al-Ayyash agreed, and in June 1925, he ambushed a French convoy. The French responded by bombing their towns, and then began to arrest women, determined to bring the rebels out of hiding. The rebels finally agreed to surrender, and in Aleppo, many were executed. There were other rebel leaders though, like Fawzi al-Kawukji, who, despite being Turkic, was an Arab nationalist. He led a revolt in Hama and took control of the city. However, it was quickly bombed, he fled, and the city surrendered. He in fact fled to Ghouta, an area of Damascus which had also rebelled under the leadership of Hassan al-Karat. Al-Karat had quite a strange position before the revolt as a kabadai, a sort of tough man who would settle grievances, defend the neighbourhood from criminals and the likes. Well, he had connections to an early member of Al-Fatah known as Nasib al-Bakri. Al-Bakri had asked al-Karat to join in, and he managed to capture the Azam Palace. But again, bombing forced the rebels to retreat. As you can probably guess, this broad spectrum of leaders had their issues, especially out in the countryside. There, Saeed al-As and Ramadan al-Shalash vied for control over a national army. These were both former officers, and in the case of al-Shalash, he managed to gain support among Bedouins and peasants, calling on them to fight against landlords and colonialism. He led this band of fighters around Lebanon until, in his words, plots and tricks forced him to surrender. This was partially due to a dispute with Saeed al-As, as both accused one another of plundering and extortion. As for the French, to try and stop the revolt from spreading, they promised elections in early 1926 and made promises of eventual self-government. Some did lay down their arms at this news, fracturing the rebels even more. In 1926, French reinforcements began arriving, and with an army of 50,000 men, they drove al-Atrash to Transjordan and eventually Saudi Arabia. But the other rebel leaders were granted amnesty, and French policy in Syria softened as a result. They also found a possible ally in Ahmad Nami, an Arab from a wealthy family in Beirut, and son-in-law of Abdul Hamid II. Back in 1920, he entered talks with the French about creating a new Syrian government, but many within his proposed cabinet were either arrested or resigned during the Great Revolt. He continued to try and make some demands regardless, like the incorporation of Lebanon, but he was eventually removed from his position because the French believed he was trying to make himself the king of Syria. He was instead replaced by Taj al-Din al-Hassani, but he again didn't really have much power. The French also tried to create a constitution with Hashim al-Atassi and Ibrahim Hananu, the former rebel leader. But these men just united with many of those granted amnesty to create the National Party, and in 1930 they managed to create a constitution. This led to the creation of the Syrian state. This was followed by talks of independence in the 1930s, hoping to transform the Syrian state into the Syrian Republic. Throughout all of this, Lebanon, or Greater Lebanon, was more peaceful. Here the French appointed a Maronite called Auguste Adib Pasha to serve as Prime Minister, and together they had largely kept control. While, over in the British Mandate of Transjordan, Abdullah, Faisal's brother, was proclaimed king. He though now had to try and unite the many tribes who had for decades fought one another. Like right at the beginning of his rule, the Sheikh of Kura refused to surrender his autonomy to the district of Irbid, as he had a long-standing rivalry with the governor. He rebelled and managed to fight back the Jordanian army in 1921, but agreed to surrender when Abdullah personally visited him. Yet the inability of the government to crush such a small rebellion made the local rulers demand some sort of autonomy or just refuse to pay taxes. But more importantly, the Bani Sakia and the Adwan then clashed with one another. These two had a long-standing rivalry. For instance, the Bani Sakia refused to participate in the council in Salt because Adwan members had joined in. Abdullah though depended on the Bani Sakia and their leader Al-Fayez to support his claim to the throne and also to hold back the Wahhabis. So rumours began to spread that the king was using Adwan taxes to pay their enemies. The Adwan were also angry with many high-ranking positions in the government being given to foreigners from Syria, Iraq and Palestine. For instance, the first Prime Minister, Rashid Talia, was a Druze from Lebanon, and the third, Ali al-Rikabi, was from Damascus. So Sultan al-Adwan marched on Amman in September 1923, and over in Kura, the Sheikh rose up again. Some intellectuals even sympathized with the rebels, like Mustafa Wabi Tal, a famous poet who is sometimes credited with coming up with the slogan, "Jordan for the Jordanians." But the rebel advance on Amman was halted, and the British Air Force bombed Kura, forcing the Sheikh to flee his lands. The king, by the way, did have support from some Brits, like Frederick Peake, who led the army. And even St. John Philby was there for a while, before going to Saudi Arabia. Many of the actual rebels would flee to Syria, where they were given protection by Sultan al-Atrash before the Syrian revolt. Abdullah would eventually pardon most of the men, as he had to deal with other uprisings, like in Wadi Musa in 1926, when they refused to pay taxes. All of this just encouraged him to invest even more into his military to secure his rule. Meanwhile, his brother Faisal, who ruled in Iraq, was following much of the same pattern. He filled his cabinet with Syrians and foreigners, meaning mainly Sunnis were ruling over a population split between different sects. He, however, allegedly said, "In Iraq there is still no Iraqi people, but unimaginable masses of human beings, devoid of any patriotic ideal, imbued with religious traditions and absurdities, connected by no common tie, giving ear to evil, prone to anarchy, and perpetually ready to rise against any government whatsoever." This isn't exactly true, as there had been people who had campaigned for an independent Iraq before, but still, he lacked the resources to develop a modern state. Like the core of his army, the Iraqi levies were primarily Assyrians and Kurds, and they were still under British control. Plus, to the north, the Kurds had not really been brought into the new state. Mahmud Barzanji had already rebelled against British rule, but was defeated and exiled to India. In his place, the British put his brother Sheikh Qadir in power, as he was seen as more of an ineffective leader. Yet the British couldn't leave the north in a weak position entirely, as the Turks were beginning to make moves. Shafiq Ali Ozdemir, who began to organise resistance against the French around Gaziantep, now began to move through Persia into Rwandas to finally settle the Mosul question. This was one of the main regions outside of the Republic of Turkey that Ataturk sought to secure. There were a few reasons behind this. For starters, the Ottomans had launched Turkification campaigns in northern Iraq, and it was set to become an oil-producing region in the future. Plus, they also feared that Kurdish nationalism could find a base in Iraq and then spread into Turkey. However, Percy Cox believed handing over Mosul would be a betrayal to Faisal. In one report it said, "The severance of Mosul would be a serious economic loss to the Iraqi state." Further, the population of the Vilayet contains a large Christian element, numbering nearly 60,000 in all. These people, it may be taken for granted, would not stay behind to be massacred by the Turks. What the actual demographics of the city and the surrounding lands, though, are pretty hard to get. In this climate then, Percy Cox thought that Barzanji could stabilise the region, so he brought him back. But Barzanji quickly just declared independence once again. The British, though, at first just accepted his return. As Gertrude Bell wrote, "Sheikh Mahmud is just the ordinary type of Kurdish robber baron, only a little more so. We can't stop him, nor yet could any Englishman assume responsibility for what he'll do. But if we could keep on good terms with him, and uphold as far as we can the independence of that bit of Kurdistan which is under him." However, in 1923, British officers who went to parley with the Kurds were killed. This forced the British to bomb the Sheikh's position, while also moving in troops north to force the Turks out. They had actually marched north with their Assyrian allies. However, the relationships between the Assyrians and the local Muslims had been worsening for a while. Like in 1923 in Mosul, a couple of Syrian children were killed by Muslims. And in May 1924 in Kirkuk, the Muslims allegedly threatened to attack Assyrian women when the men were being deployed to Sulaymaniyah. So the Assyrians returned and massacred their way through the town, killing around 50 people. Meanwhile, to the north, many Kurds actually refused to help Baranji, notably some tribal leaders and some more modern nationalists who rejected his more religious background. So he was eventually exiled again, leaving Faisal to try and incorporate Kurdish lands into Iraq. He, however, continued to recruit Syrians and Lebanese into his government. They tried to create a sense of Arab unity by, among other things, promoting the Umayyad Caliphate in textbooks. However, their Sunni views caused protests, and the textbooks were withdrawn in 1927. The prime ministers, though, show what a divided country it was. Abd al-Rahman al-Gilani was a pro-British Sufi from a prominent family. In fact, the British at one point even thought about giving him the throne before Faisal. After him came Abdul Mushin al-Sadun, who came from the Muntafik Confederation. He actually benefited a great deal through working with the British. Then came al-Askari, who came from a Kurdish family and early on believed in Iraqi independence rather than Arab unity, and then al-Hashimi, another proponent of Iraqi independence and early leader of the Al-Had group. These men would continue to switch leadership through the 1920s, often only ruling for around a year or so. Yet Faisal continued to claim Syria for himself, but still, strangely, he advised the French on what to do during the Great Syrian Revolt. The French didn't necessarily ask for his advice because they wanted it, but it seems that they just wanted to really appease him and stop him becoming a figurehead for the rebellion. And Faisal did achieve some sort of success, as in 1926, the League of Nations decided that Mosul should remain part of Iraq, citing Turkish atrocities against Christians and Kurds in the past. Yet, Turkey would receive a percentage of Iraqi oil profits in Mosul for the next 25 years. This would become incredibly important as, in 1927, at Baba Gugur, oil was struck. A fountain of it poured into the desert, even threatening nearby cities. The Kurds nearby, though, continued to push for independence, though. Ahmed Barzani and his brother Mullah Mustafa would take up the leadership positions. In some sources, Ahmed Barzani seems to have declared himself a god or some sort of god incarnate on earth. And also the signing of the Anglo-Iraqi Treaty, which gave the British the right to base their troops in the country in times of war. This, by the way, was signed by Nouri al-Said, a local Iraqi whose family came from the Caucasus. This treaty divided the Iraqis into two camps, with those like al-Hashimi favouring a more immediate and full independence. So he formed the Party of National Brotherhood to advance this cause, while in the north, Mahmoud Barzanji returned from exile again and again led a small revolt. He was quickly defeated though, but almost instantly afterwards, the Baranzi brothers led their own rebellion. These rebels were joined by many Kurds fleeing from Turkey after their failed Ararat revolt, and Kurdish rebellions even spread across into Iran with the Jafar Sultan rebellion. Reza Shah, however, quickly crushed the Kurds there and executed many. Inside Iraq, the British joined the government in crushing the Kurdish rebellion, but Mullah Mustafa Barzani would continue to play a role in Kurdish nationalism for the next couple decades, even working alongside the Soviet Union in order to create a state. However, we'll leave Iraq for now and go over to the Palestinian Mandate, where Jews and Muslims continued to clash. The number of Jews there continued to grow, so by 1935, they totaled nearly 27% of the population. This was often as a result of events in Europe, which pushed more Jews to flee to Palestine, like massacres in Ukraine during the Russian Civil War. In 1925, a Zionist named Menachem Ushushkin gave a speech demanding a Jewish state without compromises and without concessions, from Dan to Beersheba, from the Great Sea to the desert, including Transjordan. And in 1928 there was a dispute over the Western Wall, as the Jews placed a screen nearby to divide genders as they went to pray there. The Muslims appealed to the British to remove it, but the constable who was sent there was accused of using excessive force on the praying Jews. The two sides then began publishing propaganda leaflets, worsening the situation, and the Muslims even began throwing wastewater at praying Jews and driving pack animals through their praying area. Zeev Jabotinsky even began demanding that the whole wall should be restored to the Jews, and there were some who even wanted to rebuild the Great Temple. They formed the Pro-Wailing Wall Committee under Joseph Klausner and marched to Jerusalem shouting, "The wall is ours." In response, the Supreme Muslim Council also marched on the wall, and in one leaflet they wrote, "Rise up against the enemy who violated the honor of Islam and raped the women and murdered the widows and babies." The whole situation then spiraled out of control when a Jewish man was stabbed by an Arab. The British once again had few troops in the city, and they did not fire at the Muslims when they killed more Jews at the Jaffa Gate, allegedly not wanting to turn the mob onto them. From here the violence spread to other cities like Hebron, where the Arabs assaulted Jewish women and killed around 60 people, some of which were mutilated. As one Scottish missionary in Safed wrote, "Women were gashed in the chest, babies were cut on the hands and feet, old people were killed and plundered." The Jews responded by killing Arabs like the Awan family, allegedly disemboweling them and then desecrating the Nebi Akasha Mosque. But there are also many reports of synagogues being desecrated as well. In total, in just 6 days in late August, 116 Arabs and 133 Jews were killed. Faisal of Iraq told the British to hand Palestine over to his brother, Abdullah of Jordan, and he would make sure that Jewish migrants would be safe. Obviously, this was rejected, and the British mandate would continue to see more violence in the 1930s. Across the border, over in the newly independent Kingdom of Egypt, they were having even more problems. Abdel Khalek Sawat became the new Prime Minister, but he was not liked by everyone, as Britain still held too much influence in the government. Most still supported Saad Zaghloul and his Wafd party, the leaders of the revolution, but he was still in exile and the Wafd party refused to enter the new cabinet. Plus, the King Fuad was unwilling to see his powers reduced by the new constitution. In this divided nation, assassinations became commonplace. Even Sawat was nearly assassinated in 1922. And as you would expect, it's believed that the Wafd party was behind most of them. Sawat responded by banning political meetings and closing down newspapers. And fortunately for him, some in the Wafd party split and formed the Liberal Constitutional Party. This new group tried to reduce the power of the king, so Fuad turned to Saad and the Wafd party, who ultimately decreed that they would serve the nation and the king. The king then accused Sawat of working with the deposed monarch Abbas II and forced him to resign. Nassim Pasha was brought in, and many of the articles in the constitution that limited the king's power were just removed. Nassim, however, had inherited another issue, and that was if the constitution would apply to Sudan as well. This, after all, was under joint Anglo-Egyptian administration, and the Egyptians still claimed it. Pressured by Britain though, they were forced to leave Sudan out of it, and Nassim's government would fall shortly afterwards. In Sudan, the people did begin to demand their own independence, or full unification with Egypt. The Union Association was founded back in 1920, and in 1921, Lieutenant Ali Abd al-Latif and other officers formed the United Tribe Society, aimed at creating a Sudanese nation. He was arrested for a year, but when he came out of prison, he formed the White Flag League, which pledged allegiance to King Fuad of Egypt. He, though, was a former Dinka slave, and as such, was able to gain a lot of support from the local people. But Sudan at this point was barely a state, as many of their borders were not clearly defined, and the inclusion of regions like Darfur was still debated. The British also treated the north, the south, and Darfur as distinct entities. For instance, in the south, they replaced Muslim Arabs, who came as slavers originally, with locals in positions of power. In fact, by 1930, they were set on bringing the largely Christian South into British East Africa. Under British rule though, the country did develop quite a lot, mainly around Khartoum. Like the Gezira scheme was a huge irrigation project that turned deserts into cotton fields. Yet then, in 1924, the Governor-General of Sudan, Lee Stack, was assassinated in Cairo. Al-Latif was arrested, and the army mutinied in his support. The rebellion, however, was quickly crushed, and Sudanese nationalism didn't really emerge for a while. While all of this was going on, back in Egypt, the British had released Saad Zaghloul in 1923, and he quickly won the election with over 90% of the seats in the chamber. He, however, was warned by the British against aiding the rebels in Khartoum, so he quickly stepped down. Then, in the elections of 1925, the king refused to acknowledge the victory of the Wafd party, he dissolved the chamber, and then ruled without a constitution. The politicians that once opposed one another, like Zaghloul and Sawat, united to demand an election and the reinstatement of the constitution. They, however, continued to clash, so prime ministers once again continued to change. Sir George Lloyd was appointed High Commissioner of Egypt, and he began to try and negotiate a new treaty with the Egyptians, looking to extend the time British troops could remain in the country. But when negotiations were ongoing, Saad Zaghloul died, and Mustafa al-Nahas Pasha took over the Wafd party. He would actually rule for a while, but power still changed hands, and the king dismissed parliament once more. Finally, King Fuad found a new group he could trust, the Ittihad Party. These were conservatives who wanted to uphold traditional Islamic values and the monarchy. They pushed through a new constitution which granted the king even more power and cracked down on any opponents. So many refer to their leader, Ismail Sidki, as a dictator. The Wafd Party therefore continued to argue that with this form of government, true democracy was not available. And with British troops present, neither was revolution. However, in many regards, there were just too many divisions in the Egyptian nationalist movement. For instance, the Wafd Party long refused to work effectively with the socialist groups, so Sidki was free to arrest many trade union leaders. Or, in 1931, workers were killed when they went on strike in Bulag. These workers were also suffering because of a huge decline in the economy. Wages reverted back to pre-World War I days, while exports declined by a third. Many therefore turned to the newly founded Muslim Brotherhood, which was created in 1928 by Sheikh Hassan al-Banna. He studied the works of Salafists publishing in Egypt, like Muhib ud-Din al-Khatib. He wrote a number of anti-Shia articles, for instance, or Rashid Rida, who now supported Ibn Saud to restore the caliphate. Al-Banna gained many followers, who all pledged to be soldiers in the call to Islam, and in that is the life for the country and the honour for the Ummah. While across the border in Libya, the Senussi order had long kept the Italians confined to the coastal towns. The Italians had offered Idris, the leader of the Senussis' autonomy over Cyrenaica, to secure peace. However, in the 1920s, Mussolini came to power and set to work on pacifying the region. Now here the Italians used reports of Muslims crucifying their soldiers to justify their actions. Like way back in 1911 at Shah al-Shat, Italians were found hanging from a mosque wall. The Italian press, especially now the fascist press, constantly called for revenge, and Mussolini sent in troops. Omar Mukhtar led the Senussi in resisting throughout the 1920s, while the Italians became more and more brutal. Lands were confiscated, mosques were closed, people were publicly executed, and towns were often bombed or gassed. Rodolfo Graziani earned the title the Butcher of Fezzan, and in Cyrenaica he deemed that the civilians could not be separated from the rebels. He was joined by Pietro Badoglio, and they decided to intern huge chunks of the population into concentration camps. As Badoglio said, "Now the course has been set, and we must carry it out to the end, even if the entire population of Cyrenaica must perish." Over 100,000 people, or half of the population of Cyrenaica, were forcibly deported. Most of these were women, children, or the elderly, and they were marched through the desert. Any who could not keep up were shot. Once in the south, they were put in concentration camps, where around 40,000 of them died, while as many as 12,000 were executed by the Italian army during this campaign. Omar al-Mukhtar, the leader of the Senussis, was then caught, put in chains and photographed. This caused uproar across the Islamic world as he was executed, largely ending the revolt. Idris, though, throughout all of this, was still in exile in Egypt and didn't get involved. Despite all of this, the Italians managed to negotiate for more land from the British and the French, establishing the modern borders of the country, and the Italians also renamed the colony Libya after the old ancient Greek name for the region. Then, with the local population depleted, they were free to send over tens of thousands of Italian settlers. In Benghazi and Tripoli, they would make up 1/3 of the population, and as for the entire country, they made up about 1/10. In nearby Tunisia, there was a national movement against the French, but it was somewhat limited. For instance, before the war there was a month-long tram boycott, but it didn't achieve much. And after the war, Abdelaziz Talbi wrote The Tunisian Martyr, which criticised the protectorate and founded the Destor political party. The French then began to target many of their leaders, so the Bey, Mohammed V, threatened to resign in protest. However, in 1922, Lucien Bey, the French resident general, just surrounded his palace with troops and forced him to remain in power. He died anyway that same year, and Mohammed VI took over. He was far more willing to work alongside the French, and Talbi decided to leave the country. So there were no strong leaders yet within the national movement. While in Algeria in 1920, after thousands of their people had fought alongside the French in the trenches, they signed a petition. This demanded equal rights, but the French just passed the Jonot Law. This did expand suffrage, but just to around 100,000 people, which angered both the locals and the French settlers. There would be protests because of this and another petition, but nothing else really came of it. Then, in the middle of the 1920s, the ENA was created by Messali Hadj. He had served in the French army and moved to Paris. There he met communists and anarchists, including his wife, Emile Buscant, who is often credited with making, or at least sewing, the first Algerian flag. They attended anti-colonial meetings like the 1927 Brussels Conference. Interestingly, important figures from across the world actually attended this conference, like Nehru and strangely Einstein, and it also highlighted some of the complications communism brought to the Middle East. For starters, they advocated for independence, but with a message that would not be accepted by many of the religious elements of the countries. And there were communist groups with competing ideas, notably Poale Zion, the communist group which supported Zionism, and the new Palestinian Communist Party. Now, the Palestinian Communist Party was not, as you'd expect, an Arab organization. It was mainly Jews who rejected Zionism as a form of British imperialism. The French also banned the Algerian ENA because of their communist affiliations, and the movement never really gained any momentum yet. And by this point, the French had to abandon their idea of assimilating the Kabyle of Algeria. This Kabyle myth was the idea that they, unlike the Arabs, were ancient Christians, and in the words of one French officer, in 100 years, the Kabyles will be French. Eugene Daumas, writing back in the middle of the 19th century, wrote, "Beneath the Muslim peel, one finds a Christian seed. We recognize now that the Kabyle people, partly autochthonous, partly German in origin, previously entirely Christian, did not completely transform itself with its new religion. But while it became obvious it wouldn't work in Algeria, they would try to break up the Arabs and Berbers in Morocco, or at least they were accused of doing so. And even Alfred Rosenberg and the Nazis continued this idea that the Berbers were somehow of Germanic stock. On Morocco, though, this was once again in open rebellion, and once again the Rif tribes of the north led it. Here they had long fought against the Spanish, and most reported that few Europeans or even Arabs could travel there safely. But the land was filled with iron, and many within the weak Spanish state were determined to extract it. The fighting in the region had never truly ended, though. For instance, there was Moulay Ahmed Raisouni. He in particular proved to be a hindrance to Spanish plans. He was an outlaw who often took Europeans as captive and engaged in piracy. Even back in 1904, he captured Ion Perdicaris, and this caused an international incident, as Teddy Roosevelt sent ships to Morocco to demand his release. Then, during the Great War, the French believed that he had ties to the Central Powers and launched raids into his lands. The French also sent Colonel Manuel Fernandez Silvestre to deal with him, but he constantly slipped away. Colonel Silvestre, though, like many Spanish commanders in Morocco, had contempt for the locals. He even reportedly said, "The only way to succeed in Morocco is to cut off the heads of all the Moors." Even the French commander Lyautey, who had fought against the Zayan rebels in Morocco, criticized the Spanish for their cruelty. Silvestre nevertheless sent troops deep into Rifian lands, but there they ran into Abd el-Krim. He had worked with the Spanish as a translator and as a journalist. In fact, he even published articles in favor of Spanish rule and got a job in the Bureau of Native Affairs. But during World War I, he began looking towards Germany, and for this he was arrested until the end of the war. Then, upon his release, he began to seek independence. He united the Rifian tribes, and at Anual, they ambushed the Spanish. The ill-prepared Spanish conscripts fled when Silvestre shouted, "Run, run, the boogeyman is coming." During this complete rout, the Rifians pursued them, and Silvestre allegedly shot himself in the face. In the end, only 1,200 out of 20,000 Spanish survived. And as Krim said, "In just one night, Spain supplied us with all the equipment which we needed to carry on a big war." Back in Spain, this humiliation led to the people demanding an end to the monarchy, and in 1923, Miguel Primo de Rivera took power in a coup. However, Spain continued their retreat, until in 1924, they only held a couple of coastal towns. They did, however, find a strange ally in Burisani, who had a rivalry with Krim. But the Rifians quickly found the outlaw and killed him. El-Krim then turned his forces south and invaded French Morocco. This, though, was a huge mistake. The French sent Pétain to organize a combined force of over 200,000 men to land in the north and push the Riffians inland. The Spanish, though wanting revenge, began to use chemical weapons upon the rebels, even deliberately targeting civilians and the rivers to pollute the water sources. There are also reports of the Spanish mutilating, beheading, and even castrating Riffian prisoners. The newly formed Spanish Legion proved to be particularly brutal in this campaign, and throughout it all, Francisco Franco became the youngest general in the world. He, like many veterans of this war, would form the basis of the far-right movement in Spain and continue to advocate for further campaigns in Africa. El Crim finally surrendered in 1926 and was exiled, but his guerrilla tactics apparently inspired many 20th century figures, including Che Guevara. However, the Moroccan Sultan Yusuf refused to support him, and even moved his capital to Casablanca out of fear that the Riffians would take Fez. Yusuf and his son Mohammed V therefore continued to work alongside the French in the 1920s. However, in 1930, the French set off a wave of nationalist protests with the signing of the Berber Dahir. This was a pretty innocent-sounding decree, in essence allowing the Berbers to rule according to their own traditional laws. Like with the Kabyle myth, they continued to believe that the Berbers and Arabs were different races, and they believed they had to create different laws with the greatest respect possible for Berber customs. However, this was seen as a move to divide the Moroccans and ultimately Christianize the Berbers. This could well have been true in the 19th century, but now it was far more unlikely. Nevertheless, in the mosque imams called on the people to reject it, pan-Islamists spread propaganda on the issue, and nationalists led protests in Fez. The Pasha there, though, had the leaders of the protests arrested and publicly flogged, while even the Sultan said that the leaders had misled the youth about the largely administrative decree. But even though the protests had ended, the Moroccan nationalist movement only grew from here.